The Restoration of the Quilt, a story of healing and self-love. The evening arrives with a particular quiet that only comes with the first real snowfall of winter. You can feel it before you see it, a thickness in the air, a muffling of the world's usual sounds, as if someone has drawn a heavy curtain between you and everything beyond the windows. When you finally glance outside, the flakes are already falling in that slow, determined way that promises accumulation. They drift past the glass in no particular hurry, catching the last pale light of dusk, and you know without checking a forecast that this will continue for hours. The world is being tucked in for the night. You move through the house, turning on just a few lamps, leaving most of the rooms in comfortable shadow. Tonight doesn't call for brightness. Tonight calls for something softer, something that won't intrude on the particular quality of peace that's settling over everything. In the living room, you kneel before the fireplace and begin the small ritual of building a fire. You've done this enough times that your hands know the work without much thought. Crumpled newspaper first, then kindling arranged in a loose lattice, then 2 split logs positioned just so. The match flares sulphurous and bright, and you touch it to the paper in several spots, watching as the flame takes hold and begins to climb. For a few minutes, you simply sit back on your heels and watch. There's something hypnotic about a fire in its infancy, the way it tests and explores, the way it finds what will burn and what won't. The kindling catches with small pops and cracks, and soon the larger logs begin to surrender their edges to the heat. The room fills gradually with warmth, and the particular scent of burning oak, sweet and clean and ancient somehow, like something remembering itself. When you're satisfied that the fire has established itself, you rise and cross to the old cedar chest that sits beneath the window. The chest itself is an heirloom, though from which branch of the family tree you can never quite remember. Its corners are dovetailed by hand, and the wood has darkened over decades to a deep honey color. When you lift the lid, the smell of cedar rises up, that sharp, protective scent that keeps moths and time at bay, at least for a while. Inside, folded with care, the last time you put it away, is the quilt. You lift it out slowly, feeling its weight even before it's fully in your arms. 50 years old, perhaps older, the exact date of its making has been lost to family lore, buried somewhere in the memories of people who are no longer here to ask. What remains is the quilt itself, this tangible thing made of scraps and skill and countless hours of someone's attention. You carry it to the rocking chair positioned near the fire, and as you settle into the worn seat, you unfold the quilt across your lap. The rocking chair protests with a familiar creak. You've sat in this chair 1,000 times, and it knows the shape of you just as you know its particular way of moving. Not a smooth glide, but a slightly hitching rhythm that is somehow more comforting for its imperfection. With the quilt spread across your legs, you can feel its weight settling, grounding you. Even damaged, even worn, it's substantial. Heavy in the way that good blankets used to be, before everything became lightweight and synthetic. You've gathered your supplies on the small table beside the chair, a wooden needle case that belonged to your grandmother's, several spools of thread in various shades, a pair of steel scissors with worn handles, and a silver thimble that has become smooth from decades of use. Everything is within easy reach, arranged with the kind of care that signals intention. This evening has been set aside. This is time you're giving to the work and to yourself. Now, in the firelight, you begin your assessment. Your hands move slowly over the quilt's surface, reading it like braille, finding the places where it needs attention. Here, along the binding on one edge, the fabric has frayed to loose threads. There, in the upper left quadrant, a seam has separated, leaving a gap where the batting shows through like exposed bone. A corner square has torn, and near the center, several patches have worn thin enough that you can see the shadow of your hand through them when you hold them up to the firelight. It's more damage than you remembered. For a moment you feel something like discouragement. Is this too far gone? Would it be easier to simply fold it back into the cedar chest and leave it there, preserved in its decline? But even as the thought forms, you dismiss it. Some things are worth saving. Some things ask for your patience and your effort, not because the work will be easy, but because they matter. This quilt has kept people warm. It has covered sleeping children and sick grandparents. It has been dragged to picnics and spread over beds and folded at the foot of couches for unexpected naps. It has done its job faithfully for longer than you've been alive. The holes don't make it worthless. They make it honest. You pick up the needle case and open it, selecting a medium-sized needle. Not so fine that it will bend, not so thick that it will leave obvious holes. Threading a needle by firelight is its own small challenge, and you find yourself squinting, moving the needle closer and then farther from your eyes, trying to find the distance where the eye becomes visible. The thread is a soft cotton in a shade of cream that doesn't quite match the binding you'll be repairing, but it's close enough. Perfect matches are rarely possible when you're mending old things. The goal isn't to hide the repair, but to make it strong. When the thread finally slips through the eye, always a small victory. You pull it through until you have equal lengths on either side, then tie a simple knot at the end. The thread has a slightly waxy coating that helps it glide through fabric, and when you test it between your fingers, it feels smooth and capable. You drape the quilt more carefully across your lap now, positioning the frayed corner where you can reach it comfortably, and you press the thimble onto your middle finger. It fits snugly, the metal already taking on the warmth of your skin. You take a breath. Outside, the snow continues its quiet work. Inside, the fire settles into a steady burn, radiating heat that you can feel most strongly on your shins and ankles. The room has achieved a perfect temperature warm without being stifling, the kind of warmth that makes you grateful for shelter, for walls and roofs, and the simple miracle of staying dry and comfortable while winter does what it will outside. And then you begin. The needle pierces the fabric at the edge of the frayed binding, pushed by the thimble, and you feel that small resistance followed by the give as it breaks through. There's a tiny sound, almost a whisper, as the needle moves through the layers. You pull the thread through until the knot catches on the underside, anchoring everything, and then you push the needle back up a few millimeters away, in and out, in and out. The basic rhythm of mending, the fundamental motion that has repaired cloth for as long as humans have worn it. The first few stitches are tentative, feeling out the work. Your hands need to remember this, even though they've done it before. There's a particular tension required, not so tight that the fabric puckers, not so loose that the stitches serve no purpose. You adjust as you go, and by the fifth or sixth stitch, the rhythm has found you. Your shoulders drop slightly. Your breathing slows to match the pace of the needle. In and out. In and out. It's harder to start than to continue. That's true of almost everything you think. How many times have you put off beginning something, intimidated by the scope of it, only to find that once you're in the work, it carries you along. The first stitch is an act of faith. It's saying, this is worth doing. I am worth the time this takes. The quilt is worth saving, and so am I, because that's what this is really, isn't it? It would be easy to say you're simply repairing an old blanket, preserving a family artifact, being practical and thrifty. And those things are true. But there's something else happening here in this warm room with the snow falling outside. You're proving to yourself that broken things can be made whole, that time and use and wear don't mean the end, that patient attention can restore. The binding takes longer than you expected, but you don't mind. Each stitch is small and neat, marching along the edge in a tidy row. The thimble makes its soft metallic tap each time you push the needle through a thicker section, a sound like a tiny heartbeat, steady and reassuring. When you reach the corner and need to turn, you pause to reposition the quilt, feeling its weight shift in your lap. The fabric rustles a dry, papery sound that speaks of age and dryness, and the way cotton becomes almost fragile when enough years have passed. You run your hand over the surface of the quilt, feeling the texture of it. This isn't one of those precisely planned quilts where every square is uniform, where colors progress in careful gradients. This is a scrap quilt, made from whatever was available, and the result is a kind of beautiful chaos. Here is a square of pale blue cotton, printed with tiny white flowers. You remember being told this came from a dress someone wore to church in the early 1960s. Next to it is a square of dark denim, sturdy and plain, probably from work pants that wore out everywhere except this one salvageable section. There's a piece of red flannel, soft and faded, now to the color of old brick, a section of yellow gingham, a square of green corduroy with the nap worn flat. Each piece is a memory, though most of the specific memories are lost now. You don't know who wore the flowered dress or the denim pants. You don't know what occasion inspired the red flannel, or whether the gingham came from curtains or clothing. But you can imagine. You can picture hands cutting these squares, making decisions about what to include, what to save from garments that had given all they could give in their original forms. Someone saw potential in these scraps. Someone thought, this can be useful again in a different way. Isn't that what we do with ourselves too? We take the experiences we've had, even the ones that didn't work out the way we planned, even the ones that left us frayed and worn, and we find ways to incorporate them into the people we're becoming. We don't discard the difficult parts. We cut them down to size and stitch them in alongside the good parts, and somehow the combination becomes stronger than any uniform expanse of perfect fabric could ever be. Your needle moves to a different section now, following a seam that's begun to separate. This requires more concentration because you need to match the original seam line, to stitch where stitches once were. The old thread is broken down, turned brittle and weak, and left gaps where the fabric is pulled apart. You can see where the original quilter worked, can see the tiny holes where her needle pierced the cloth. You try to honor that path, to follow in those footsteps as closely as you can. The seam is long, running a good 8 inches between two squares, and as you work your way along it, you find yourself settling even deeper into the rhythm. The rocking chair creaks. The fire pops. Outside, the snow accumulates on the windowsill, building a soft white ridge that glows faintly in the darkness. Your world has contracted to this. The golden circle of firelight, the weight of the quilt, the needle flashing as it catches the light on each pass through the fabric. There's a meditation in repetition. When you do the same motion over and over, when you give yourself fully to a simple task, something in your mind relaxes. The constant chatter quiets. The worries about tomorrow, the regrets about yesterday, they don't disappear entirely, but they fade into the background. What comes forward is the immediacy of this, the slight resistance of the fabric, the whisper of thread being pulled through, the warmth on your face from the fire, the softness of the quilt against your palms. This is a kind of prayer, you think? Not the words spoken to the ceiling kind, but the older kind, the kind that's embedded in action, the kind that says, I am here, I am paying attention, I am tending to what needs tending. When you repair this quilt, you're participating in something that stretches back through time. How many people have sat as you're sitting now, needle in hand, working to preserve something precious? How many will come after? You finish the long seam and tie off the thread, snipping it close to the knot with the scissors. The snip is crisp and satisfying, a punctuation mark. This repair is done. You run your finger along it, testing the strength, and it holds. The gap has been closed. What was separated is joined again. But now you encounter something more challenging, a section where the damage is too extensive for simple restitching. Here, near what would be the hip area, if the quilt were draped over someone lying down, there's a hole about the size of a silver dollar. The fabric hasn't just torn. It's worn away entirely, disintegrated by years of friction and washing and use. This can't be stitched closed. This needs a patch. You set the quilt aside for a moment and reach for the bag of fabric, scraps you keep in the chest remnants from other projects, pieces too useful to throw away, but too small to be anything on their own. You sort through them, looking for something that will suit. Not an exact match, because that's impossible, and anyway, not really the point. You're looking for something that will be compatible in weight and texture, something that will blend with the quilt's eclectic nature. Your fingers find a piece of soft denim, faded from dark blue to a dusty slate color. It's sturdy but not stiff, worn to perfect softness. This will do. You shake it out and smooth it on your lap, then position the scissors and cut. The scissors are sharp and old, and they slice through the denim with that distinctive sound, a whisper and a crunch at once, the sound of fiber being severed. You cut a square slightly larger than the hole, leaving margin for the seam allowance. Now comes the careful work of positioning. You lay the patch over the hole, adjusting it until it sits square with the other patches around it. You pin it in place with 3 straight pins from your grandmother's pin cushion, small silver pins with colorful round heads. The pins hold the patch steady, and you thread your needle with fresh thread, this time choosing a medium blue that will show less against the denim. The first stitch attaches the patch to the quilt, piercing through all the layers, the new denim, the old fabric surrounding the hole, and the batting underneath. There's more resistance now, more thickness to penetrate, and you're glad for the thimble. It takes real pressure to push the needle through, and you feel the thimble take the force of it, distributing the pressure so your finger doesn't bear the brunt. Tap the thimble against the needle. Push. The needle breaks through. Pull. The thread follows. You work your way around the edge of the patch, making small, even stitches that will hold it firmly in place. This is slower work than the simple seam repair. This requires patience and precision, but there's satisfaction in it, too. You're not just preserving what was, you're adding something new. You're making a choice about what this quilt will carry forward. The denim patch will be visible, obviously a repair, and that's as it should be. The quilt's history should show. The fact that it's been tended to, cared for, deemed worth saving, that should be apparent. Isn't that true for us too? The things we've been through, the ways we've had to patch ourselves together, those aren't shameful secrets to hide. They're proof. Proof that we did the work. Proof that we showed up for ourselves. Proof that we believed we were worth the effort of repair. The holes in our lives, the places where we've worn through, the times when we've come apart at the seams, these don't make us less valuable. They make us real. They make us human. And when we take the time to repair those places, when we're gentle with ourselves, when we carefully choose the right patch and stitch it in place with attention and care, we become something more than we were, not perfect, but reinforced. Not unmarked, but unbroken. You finish attaching the patch and remove the pins, returning them to the cushion. You turn the quilt over to check your work from the back, and you're pleased to see that the stitches are neat and even barely visible from this side. The patch is secure. It will hold. This section of the quilt, which was at risk of further deterioration, is now stable again. It can be used. It can continue to serve. The fire has burned down to glowing coals, so you take a moment to add another log. The bark is rough under your fingers, and the log settles into place with a shower of sparks that climb toward the chimney like tiny orange stars. Within minutes, the new wood begins to catch, and fresh flames lick along its length. The renewed heat pushes out into the room, and you return to your chair feeling that pleasant flush of warmth on your cheeks and forehead. You reposition the quilt, pulling a different section into your lap, and as you do, you feel something odd. There's a lump in the batting, something that doesn't belong. You run your fingers over it, trying to identify it by touch. It's about the size of a walnut, oddly shaped, definitely not just bunched up cotton batting. Curious now, you examine the backing fabric and find a section where the stitches have loosened over time, creating a small gap. You work your fingers into the gap carefully, widening it just enough to reach inside. Your fingers close around the foreign object, and you pull it out into the light. For a moment, you simply stare at it. Then you laugh a surprised bark of laughter that echoes in the quiet room and startles you with its own volume. It's a sock, or rather a piece of a sock. Specifically, it has a section of the most aggressively hideous 1970s polyester sock you've ever seen. Orange and brown stripes in a pattern that seems designed to induce vertigo, with a texture that's somehow both slippery and rough at the same time. Someone, decades ago, when this quilt developed a thin spot or a small tear, grabbed the nearest thing at hand and stuffed it into the batting as emergency reinforcement. And that nearest thing happened to be this spectacular specimen of period fashion disaster. You hold it up to the firelight, marveling at it. The polyester has survived remarkably well, looking almost as garish now as it must have in whatever year it was first worn. You try to imagine the scenario, someone noticing the quilt was damaged, not having proper materials for repair, looking around the room and thinking, well, I've got this sock that lost its mate, and just shoving it in there. A pragmatic, absurd, perfect solution. It's the kind of thing that shouldn't be funny, but absolutely is. It's human in the most endearing way, not precious or formal or correct, but just someone doing their best with what they had. Someone caring enough to try to fix the problem, even if the solution was unconventional. even if the solution was objectively ridiculous. You think about your own life, the ways you've held yourself together with whatever was at hand when you didn't have the perfect materials for repair. The times you've been sad and eaten ice cream for dinner because you couldn't think of anything else that might help. The times you've been anxious and watched stupid comedies until 3 a.m. because laughter, even forced, was better than spiraling. The times you've been lonely and called someone, anyone, just to hear another voice, even if it was a wrong number. We all have our emergency sock patches. We all have the ridiculous, imperfect ways we've survived difficult moments. And maybe that's not just okay, maybe that's beautiful. Maybe resourcefulness doesn't have to be elegant. Maybe survival gets to look however it looks, and we get to keep those memories inside us, hidden in our layers, making us smile when we remember them. You consider removing the sock piece, replacing it with something more appropriate, but then you decide against it. This is part of the quilt story now, a secret it's been keeping for probably 30 or 40 years. Who are you to erase that? Instead, you carefully tuck the sock piece back into the batting, then stitch the backing closed again with small, careful stitches. The secret is preserved. The absurdity is honored. When you're finished, you pat the spot gently, as if tucking someone in. Your secret's safe. You murmur to the quilt, and you're smiling as you move on to the next section that needs attention. That next section happens to be the center of the quilt, and as you pull it into your lap, you realize this will require the most careful work of the evening. The center square is the focal point of the whole design, a large piece of cream-colored cotton, printed with tiny red flowers, surrounded by a border of solid red fabric. But it's also the section that's the most worn, because it's the section that's seen the most use. When the quilt was spread on a bed, the center would have been right where someone's body rested. When it was wrapped around someone sitting in a chair, the center would have been where hands clutched it close. This is the part that's been touched most, washed most, loved most. The fabric is thin here, almost translucent. You can see the shadows of your fingers through it when you hold your hand underneath. The seams that attach this center square to its border are frayed and weak, several of them separated entirely. The batting underneath has been compressed flat by years of weight and warmth, no longer fluffy, but dense as felt. You cannot replace this square. It's too central to the quilt's identity, too much a part of what makes this quilt. But you can reinforce it. You can give it the support it needs to continue to hold. You thread your needle with cream thread, the closest match you have, and you begin to work around the border of the center square, reattaching it to the red frame. These stitches need to be small and close together, each one placed carefully to maximize strength without puckering the thin fabric. You work slowly, taking your time. There's no rushing this. The center square deserves your full attention, your best effort. The thimble taps steadily as you work. Tap, push, pull. Tap, push, pull. The needle flashes in the firelight, catching gold and red and orange in its arc. Your fingers develop a slight ache from the precise, repetitive motion, but it's not unpleasant. It's the ache of work, of purpose, of doing something that matters. As you stitch, you think about your own center, your own core self. That part of you that's most essential, most true, and also most vulnerable, because it's what you show to the world every day. It's what bears the weight of your life, your relationships, your responsibilities. Of course, it gets worn down. Of course, it grows thin in places. That's not a flaw in the design. That's the proof that you're living fully, that you're showing up, that you're not holding yourself in reserve for some hypothetical future moment when it will be safe to be real. But just like this center square, your core self needs reinforcement. It needs tending. You can't just keep taking from that well without ever filling it back up. You can't just keep expecting your center to hold without ever giving it support. Self-care isn't selfish, it's structural. It's necessary maintenance. It's what allows you to continue to do all the things you need and want to do. And this quiet evening, with needle and thread, with fire and snow and the weight of something old and precious in your lap, this is maintenance. This is you saying to yourself, you are the center square. You are worn from use because you've been useful, because you've done the work of living, and you deserve to be reinforced, to be stitched up, to be made strong again. When you finish securing the center square, you sit back and examine your work. The stitches are tiny and even barely visible against the pattern of red flowers. The square is secure now, anchored firmly to its border. It's still thin, still shows its age, but it's supported. It will hold. You check on the fire again, stirring the coals with the poker and adding another small log. The room has grown fully dark now except for the firelight, and outside the snow is visible only as a soft glow against the blackness, the white flakes catching what little light escapes the windows. The world has narrowed to this warm room, this chair, this quilt. Everything else feels distant and unimportant. There is one more major repair to make. A long seam along the left edge where two large sections of the quilt have pulled apart. This is the kind of damage that happens gradually, stitches breaking one by one over years, until suddenly there's a gap 6 or 8 inches long. You've been putting this off because you know it will take time and patience, but there's no avoiding it now. This is what you came here to do. You reposition the quilt, folding it and arranging it so the separated seam is accessible. The quilt is heavy, and maneuvering it requires effort. It rustles and shifts, the batting making soft, crunching sounds as it settles into new configurations. When you finally have it positioned correctly, you take a moment to rest, flexing your fingers and rolling your shoulders. Then you thread the needle with fresh thread and begin the long work of rejoining what has come apart. This seam requires you to match the original stitch line, to find the holes left by the previous thread and follow that path as closely as possible. It's exacting work, demanding focus. You have to look closely at each stitch, making sure the needle goes in the right place, that the tension is right, that the two pieces of fabric are aligned properly before you pull the stitch tight. There's no autopilot here. Each stitch is its own small decision, its own small act of attention. The work goes slowly, but you don't mind. In fact, you're grateful for it. How often do you get to do something that requires this kind of sustained, gentle focus? Most of your life is about efficiency, about multitasking, about getting things done as quickly as possible so you can move on to the next thing. But here now, speed is counterproductive. Speed would mean sloppy stitches, weak repairs, work that won't last. Here, slow is right. Here, taking your time is the whole point. As you work your way along the seam, you have to pause periodically to reposition the quilt. Each time you do, you feel its weight in your arms, its bulk in your lap. It's like holding something alive warm from the fire, from your body, heavy with all the nights it's covered. all the people it's kept comfortable. You think about all the repositioning that has happened over this quilt's lifetime. Someone pulling it higher on a cold night, someone folding it back on a warm afternoon, someone wrapping a child in it, someone spreading it on grass for a picnic. Countless small adjustments, countless moments of interaction between object and human. And each time the quilt was there, ready to serve whatever purpose was needed. It didn't resist being folded or unfolded, didn't complain about being washed or worn. It just was a reliable presence, a source of comfort and warmth, doing its job without fanfare or fuss. What would it be like to move through the world that way? To be present and useful without needing constant recognition? To serve your purpose, whatever you understand that purpose to be, with quiet consistency, not performing, not proving, just being. Maybe that's another lesson the quilt has to teach. Maybe there's wisdom in being a steady presence rather than a spectacular one. Maybe there's value in the reliable, the consistent, the quietly faithful. Your fingers are definitely tired now, and you pause to warm your hands by the fire, holding them out to the heat and flexing them slowly. The fire's warmth seeps into your joints, easing the stiffness. Outside, the snow continues to fall. You've lost track of time. You have no idea if it's 9 o'clock or midnight or somewhere in between. It doesn't matter. The only schedule tonight is the rhythm of your needle, the progress of your repairs. When your hands feel ready, you return to the work. The seam is more than half done now, and you can see the end of it. The separated sections are gradually being reunited, the gap closing stitch by stitch. It's satisfying to watch the progress, to see tangible evidence that your effort is making a difference. You think about how healing works, not just for quilts, but for people. It happens the same way, slowly, one small repair at a time, with patience and attention. You don't wake up one day magically whole after experiencing loss or grief or trauma. You stitch yourself back together bit by bit. Some days you make good progress. Some days you have to redo work that didn't hold. Some days you just maintain the stitches you've already made, not adding anything new, but keeping what exists from unraveling further. And that's okay. That's how it works. Healing isn't a straight line, and it isn't fast, and it definitely isn't tidy. But it is possible. If you keep showing up, keep picking up the needle, keep making the small stitches, eventually, you look down and realize you've closed a gap. You've rejoined what was separated. You're whole in a new way, not the same as before, but maybe stronger for having done the work of repair. Finally, after what feels like both forever and no time at all, you make the last stitch in the long seam. You tie off the thread, pulling the knot tight against the fabric, and snip it close with the scissors. That crisp snip, the sound of completion. You run your hand along the full length of the seam, testing it gently, and it holds firm. The two sections are united again. The gap is closed. You sit back in the chair and take a long, slow breath. The work isn't completely finished. There are still a few small frayed spots you could address, a few loose threads you could trim, but the major repairs are done. The quilt has been stabilized. It's been given what it needed. Now you hold it up to the firelight, letting it unfold, examining the evening's work. The patches and repairs are visible, but they don't look like damage. They look like care. They look like someone thought this was worth saving. The new stitches are brighter than the old ones. The patches slightly different in color and texture from their surroundings, and none of that detracts from the quilt's beauty. If anything, it adds to it. This is a quilt with a history, a quilt that's been used and loved and tended to. This is a quilt that's lived. You spend a few minutes doing the final touches, trimming loose threads with the scissors, each snip decisive and clean, pressing your fingers along the repaired seams to make sure everything is smooth, checking one last time that all your knots are secure. It's fussy work, but satisfying. You're finishing what you started, attending to the details, making sure this repair job is thorough. When you're satisfied, you fold the scissors and needle back into their case, wing the extra thread back onto its spool, and tuck the thimble into its small velvet pouch. The tools are put away, the work is done. The fire has burned down again. The logs collapsed into a bed of glowing coals that pulse with heat. You bank them carefully, arranging them so they'll burn slowly through the rest of the night, providing gentle warmth without flames. The room is very warm now, almost drowsy with it, and beyond the windows the snow has piled up on the sill 3 inches, maybe 4. You return to the rocking chair and gather the quilt around yourself, pulling it up over your shoulders and lap, cocooning yourself in its weight and warmth. It feels different, now heavier, somehow, though that's impossible. You haven't added any real weight, but it feels more substantial, more solid. Maybe it's just that you know it's been tended to, reinforced, made strong again. Maybe that knowledge alone makes it feel more secure. The chair rocks gently, creaking its familiar rhythm. The quilt holds the warmth from the fire, from your body, radiating it back to you. You can feel it on your shoulders, your arms, your legs, a full body embrace. The weight of it is comforting, like being held. Like being told you're safe, you're warm, you're exactly where you need to be. Outside, the snow continues to accumulate quietly, building depth without drama, transforming the landscape one flake at a time. Inside, the fire glows steady and low. And here, wrapped in the mended quilt, you feel something settle in your chest, something that's been tight for longer than you realized. The work is done. Not perfectly, there are still thin spots, still visible repairs, still signs of age and wear, but the quilt is whole. It's functional. It can still do its job of providing warmth and comfort. It has been deemed worth saving, worth the hours of careful attention, worth the patient stitching. It has been reinforced where it needed reinforcement. It has been patched where patching was required, and it's better for it, not despite the repairs, but because of them. You are like this quilt. You've been through years of use, years of service, years of showing up and doing what needed doing. You've worn thin in places. You've come apart at the seams. You've developed holes where the friction was too much, where the weight was too constant. And that's not failure. That's not weakness. That's life. That's what it looks like to be engaged with the world, to care about things, to love people, to try hard at things that matter. And just like this quilt, you are worth repairing. You are worth the time it takes to heal. You are worth the patient attention, the careful stitching, the gentle reinforcement. Your holes don't make you less valuable. They're just spaces where you can add new patches, new strength, new layers of resilience. You're not broken. You're not damaged beyond repair. You're in process. You're being tended to. You're being restored. The fire's warmth reaches your face, and you close your eyes for a moment, just feeling it, the weight of the quilt, the comfort of the chair, the safety of this room while the snow falls outside. This moment is enough. You are enough. The work you've done tonight on the quilt on yourself is enough. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to be unmarked. You just have to keep showing up, keep doing the small repairs, keep believing you're worth the effort. And you are. You absolutely are. The quilt wraps around you like generations of care, like all the hands that have touched it and all the bodies it has warmed. You re-part of that lineage, now part of the chain of people who cared enough to preserve this thing, to keep it going, to believe it still had use and beauty left in it. Tomorrow the quilt will go back into the cedar chest, clean and repaired, ready for the next time it's needed. Tomorrow you'll return to your regular life with its demands and complications and challenges. But tonight, this moment, you're here. You're held. You're warm. You've done good work, and you're resting in the evidence of it. The snow keeps falling. The fire keeps glowing. The quilt keeps holding you. And somewhere deep inside, a seam that's been straining for too long finally feels secure again, stitched back together, ready to hold. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. The Unseen Gift, a bedtime story for a calm mind and self-love. The morning Sarah decided to quit was the color of old dishwater gray, cold and utterly uninspiring. February had settled over the coastal town like a wet blanket, and her studio apartment felt smaller than usual, the walls pressing in with their peeling paint and water stains that looked like continents she'd never visit. She sat at her makeshift desk, really just a door balanced on two filing cabinets, and stared at the piece of rough watercolor paper before her. The graphite pencil felt heavy in her hand, heavier than it should. She'd been trying to sketch a portrait for 3 hours now, and all she had to show for it were a series of false starts and eraser shavings that dusted the paper like snow. Each time she pressed the pencil down, there was that familiar scratch sound she'd once loved, the whisper of lead against tooth and grain. Now it just sounded like failure, over and over, a rhythm of inadequacy. Her fingers were smudged with graphite, the side of her hand gray from dragging across her attempts. She'd erased so many times that the paper had begun to pill, tiny fibers rising up in protest. The portrait meant to be of her late grandmother looked nothing like the woman who'd raised her. The eyes were dead. The mouth sat wrong on the face. It was just lines, just marks, just evidence that she'd been fooling herself for years about having any real talent. Cloud, her dramatically fluffy white Persian cat, chose that moment to leap onto the desk with the grace of a small avalanche. He was 3 years old and utterly convinced of his own importance. Without ceremony, he planted himself directly on top of the portrait, his considerable bulk covering the failed attempt completely. One white paw stretched out to rest on her pencil case. "Cloud, move," Sarah said, but her voice had no conviction in it. The cat stared at her with copper eyes that seemed to say, "I'm doing you a favor," and perhaps he was. Perhaps it was better not to look at the evidence of her decline. She was 28 years old, living in an apartment that cost $400 a month because it had mold in the bathroom and a radiator that clanked all night. She worked 3 days a week at a grocery store, scanning items with numb fingers and a number smile. The rest of her time she spent here trying to make art that mattered, art that might somehow justify the choice she'd made to pursue this impossible dream. But the truth, the cold truth at February morning, was that she was failing. The stack of rejection letters from galleries had grown thick enough to use as a coaster. Her portfolio, such as it was, sat in the corner gathering dust. She hadn't sold a piece in 8 months. The last commission she'd received had been for a pet portrait that paid $75, and the client had asked for 3 revisions before finally accepting it with obvious disappointment. Sarah pushed Cloud gently to the side. He grumbled but moved and gathered up the failed portrait. She crumpled it slowly, feeling each fold and buckle of the paper. The sound was crisp, final. She added it to the small mountain of crumpled failures in the wastebasket beside her desk. Maybe it was time to be practical. Maybe it was time to accept that some dreams were just that, dreams, pleasant fictions you told yourself before reality insisted you wake up. She could get a full-time job. She could go back to school for something sensible. Accounting, maybe. Or dental hygiene. Something with a future that didn't depend on the fickle whims of taste and the impossible odds of being noticed in a world full of people who could draw better, paint better, see better than she ever would. The apartment was cold. She pulled her cardigan tighter around herself and looked out the window at the gray morning. Rain was starting, light and hesitant, tapping against the glass like it wasn't sure of its welcome. Beyond the window, the world continued without her, indifferent to her small crisis of faith. Cloud meowed, a low and questioning sound. "I know," Sarah said to him. "I know." But she didn't know, not really. She didn't know how to stop being an artist, even when being an artist hurt this much. It wasn't a switch she could flip. It was in her hands, in the way she saw light falling across ordinary objects, in the way her fingers itched to capture the curve of Cloud's ear, or the way rain made the street shine like dark glass. She made herself a cup of instant coffee, the cheapest kind, and added powdered creamer that never quite dissolved. The spoon clinked against the chipped mug, a small and lonely sound. She needed to get out of the apartment. The walls were too close, her thoughts too loud. Maybe a walk would help. Maybe the cold would shock some sense into her. She gathered her portfolio habit, really, though she had no intention of showing it to anyone, and pulled on her coat, a thrift store find that smelled faintly of mothballs and someone else's life. Cloud watched her prepare to leave with the judgmental air of someone betrayed. She gave him fresh food and water, scratched behind his ears until he purred, and stepped out into the February cold. The rain had decided to commit. It fell steadily now, soft and persistent, soaking through her coat within minutes. She walked without destination, her portfolio tucked under her arm, protecting it even though she wasn't sure why. The streets were mostly empty, just a few cars passing with their wipers beating time. The world looked washed out, all the color leached away by winter and weather. She found herself at the Harborside Cafe, a place she used to frequent when she had money for such indulgences. Now she stood outside, looking through the steamed windows at the warm interior. The people bent over their cups, the pastries behind glass that looked like small edible dreams. She should go home. She should save the $5 a coffee would cost. But the cold had settled into her bones, and the thought of walking back to that apartment, to that desk, to that stack of failures was too much. She pushed open the door. The warmth hit her immediately, along with the smell of coffee and vanilla and wet wool from the other patrons' coats. She ordered a small drip coffee, the cheapest thing on the menu, and found a table by the window. The chair was wooden and worn smooth by countless bodies, and it creaked when she sat. She wrapped her hands around the coffee mug, letting the heat seep into her fingers. The rain continued outside, running down the window in streams that distorted the world beyond. She watched people hurry past, their umbrellas like dark mushrooms bobbing along the sidewalk. Inside, the cafe hummed with quiet conversation, the hiss of the espresso machine, the gentle clink of spoons against ceramic. Sarah set her portfolio on the table just to have something to do with her hands. She didn't open it. She just let it sit there, this record of her attempts, her failures, her stubborn insistence on making marks on paper, even when those marks seemed to mean nothing to anyone but her. "May I sit here? Everywhere else seems to be full." Sarah looked up. An elderly woman stood beside the table, holding a cup of tea in both hands. She was small and neat, with silver hair pulled back in a bun and eyes that were dark and bright. She wore a wool coat that looked expensive but old, well cared for, the kind of thing you kept for decades because it was quality. "Of course," Sarah said, and gestured to the empty chair. The woman sat with a small sigh of relief. "This rain," she said, "it gets into your bones at my age." She had a slight accent, Chinese maybe, softening the edges of her words. She settled her cup on the table and looked out the window for a moment, seeming content with the silence. Sarah sipped her coffee. It was bitter and hot and perfect. She felt herself beginning to thaw, though whether from the warmth of the cafe or the simple presence of another human being, she couldn't say, "Are you an artist?" The woman asked, nodding at the portfolio. Sarah felt something tighten in her chest. "I'm trying to be," she said, which was the most honest answer she could give. "May I look?" Sarah hesitated. This was the moment she usually deflected, made excuses, changed the subject. But something about the woman's face, the genuine curiosity, the kindness, made her nod. "Sure," she said, and opened the portfolio with fingers that trembled slightly. The woman leaned forward, adjusting a pair of reading glasses that hung on a chain around her neck. She looked at each piece slowly, not rushing, really looking. Sarah watched her face, trying to gauge the reaction, seeing nothing but concentration. The portfolio held Sarah's best work from the past 2 years. Charcoal sketches of buildings in the old part of town, their windows like sad eyes. Watercolors of the harbor at dawn, the water reflecting pink and gold. Pen and ink drawings of people she'd seen on the street, a man waiting for a bus, a child holding a balloon, a woman reading on a bench. And portraits, always portraits, her attempt to capture something essential about the human face, the way sorrow or joy or simple existence showed itself in the set of a mouth, the angle of an eye. The woman studied a particular drawing, a portrait of an old man Sarah had seen at the library, his face a geography of wrinkles, his eyes distant and sad. She looked at it for a long time. "You draw loneliness," the woman said finally, "in a way that makes people feel less alone." Sarah felt something crack open inside her chest. Not break crack like ice in spring, like something frozen beginning to thaw. Those words, that observation, landed somewhere deep and true. She felt her eyes burn with sudden tears and blinked them back quickly, embarrassed. "I'm sorry," Sarah managed. The woman looked up, smiling gently. "Your work, it understands loneliness. Not in a sad way, or not only in a sad way, but you show that we are all lonely sometimes, and there is something comforting in seeing that loneliness recognized and held carefully. You make people feel seen." No one had ever said anything like that about her work. She'd received compliments before, nice shading, Good composition, interesting use of color, but nothing that touched the heart of what she was trying to do, often without knowing she was trying to do it. "Thank you," Sarah whispered. Her voice felt thick. "I mean it," the woman said. She closed the portfolio carefully and pushed it back across the table. "Don't stop. The world needs people who can show us to ourselves gently." They talked for a few more minutes. The woman's name was Mrs. Chun. She'd lived in the town for 40 years. Her husband had passed 2 winters ago. She liked to come to the cafe to feel less alone herself, and then Mrs. Chun stood gathering her coat and her empty tea cup. "Keep drawing," she said. "Promise me." "I promise," Sarah said, and meant it. Mrs. Chun smiled, patted Sarah's hand once, and walked out into the rain. Sarah sat alone at the table for a long time after, her coffee growing cold. She opened her portfolio again and looked at her work with new eyes. The loneliness was there, she could see it now, but so was something else: care, attention, a tenderness in the way she'd rendered a worn jacket, a tired face, an empty street. She'd been trying to hold these moments, these people, these feelings, and perhaps she'd been succeeding more than she knew. The rain outside had softened to a drizzle. The cafe was warm. Cloud would be waiting for her at home, ready to sit on whatever she tried to draw next. And suddenly that seemed like exactly where she needed to be. She gathered her things and stepped back out into the wet afternoon, but this time the cold didn't bite quite so hard. She had work to do. Spring arrived slowly that year, then all at once. The cold released its grip, and suddenly there were crocuses pushing up through the earth, and cherry trees exploding into pink, and light that lasted past dinner time. Sarah's apartment filled with new sketches, new paintings. She worked with a different energy now, still careful, still attentive, but without the crushing weight of self-doubt that had nearly ended everything that gray February morning. She thought often of Mrs. Chun's words. They'd settled into her like seeds, and now something was growing. She began teaching free art classes at the community center 2 evenings a week for anyone who wanted to come. The first night, 3 people showed up. The second night, 5. By summer, she had a regular group of 12. Cloud, naturally, had to inspect all the new art supplies. He seemed particularly offended by the new drawing pencils, too hard, apparently not suitable for sitting on. Sarah's fingers learned new rhythms. She showed her students how to hold charcoal loosely, letting it whisper across the page. She demonstrated the way watercolors moved, how you could drop paint onto wet paper and watch it bloom and spread like flowers opening. She taught them to really look, to see the shadows under a cheekbone, the way fabric folded, the negative space that defined positive form. But mostly she taught them to be gentle with themselves. Art isn't about perfection, she'd say, walking between the easels and tables. It's about attention. It's about trying to capture something true, even if you miss. Especially if you miss, because that's when you learn. She remembered being cruel to herself, remembered crumpling that portrait, remembered thinking she had nothing to offer. And now, watching a retired postal worker carefully shade a sphere, watching a young mother sketch her daughter's face, watching hands move across paper with hope and uncertainty, she understood that Mrs. Chun had given her more than encouragement. She'd given her permission to matter. The years passed like pages turning. Sarah's work improved. She sold pieces now, not many, but enough. She made rent. She bought better paper, better paints. She adopted Cloud II when the original Cloud passed peacefully at the age of 14. and the new cloud was just as judgmental and fluffy as his predecessor. Her community classes continued. People came and went. Some stayed for years. Some came for a single season and moved on. Sarah learned their stories, their sorrows, their small joys. She learned that everyone carried loneliness, just as Mrs. Chun had seen in her work, and that art was one way to make that loneliness visible, to hold it up to the light and say, yes, this too. This is also part of being human. In the spring of 1992, 5 years after that gray February morning, a boy joined her class. He was 16, thin and quiet, with dark hair that fell into his eyes and hands that were never still. His name was David. He sat in the back the first few sessions, barely participating. Sarah didn't push. She'd learned that people came to art for different reasons, and sometimes those reasons needed time to surface. She simply made sure he had supplies and left him alone to work or not work as he chose. But she noticed his hands. They were always moving, always fidgeting, always reaching for something. In the fourth session, she brought out polymer clay, the kind that was soft and pliable and could be baked in a regular oven. She set it on the table near David without comment. His hands found it immediately. He began to shape it without seeming to realize what he was doing, his fingers pressing and pulling, finding forms in the shapeless mass. By the end of class, he'd made a small figure abstract, all curves and hollows, something that felt like sorrow given physical form. "That's beautiful," Sarah said quietly, crouching beside his table. David looked up, startled, as if he'd forgotten there were other people in the room. "It's nothing," he said. "Just messing around." "It's not nothing," Sarah said. "Your hands know something." Over the following weeks, David came alive in the clay. He worked with an intensity that was almost fierce. His whole body bent over his creations. He made figures and faces, animals and abstract forms. The polymer clay gave way to real sculpting clay, the kind that came in heavy blocks, gray-brown and smelling of earth. Sarah watched him work and saw herself 5 years earlier, desperate and lost and needing someone to say the right words. She waited for the right moment. It came in late May. David was working on a sculpture of a woman's face, and Sarah could see the grief in every line. The face was older, kind, and achingly sad. "Your mother?" Sarah asked gently. David's hands stilled. He nodded, not looking up. "She died in January," he said. "Cancer. I'm sorry." They sat in silence for a moment. Around them, the other students worked quietly, the room filled with the soft sounds of creation pencils scratching, brushes swishing in water jars, the rustle of paper. "Your hands know how to hold pain gently," Sarah said. "That's a gift. A hard one, maybe, but a gift." David looked at her then, and she saw tears standing in his eyes. "I don't know what to do with it," he said. "The pain. It's just there all the time." "So you give it to the clay," Sarah said. "You let your hands shape it into something that can be witnessed. You don't have to carry it alone." David returned to his sculpture. His fingers moved across the clay face, smoothing a cheek, defining an eye. Sarah stood and moved on to help another student, but she felt something shift in the room, in David, in herself. This was what Mrs. Chun had done for her, held her pain carefully and handed it back, transformed. Now she was doing the same. David stayed with her classes through high school. The clay remained his medium. He brought in better tools, wire loops and wooden ribs and metal scrapers. He learned about armatures and firing and patinas. His work evolved from emotional outpouring to something more refined, though no less feeling. When he graduated, he hugged Sarah brief and awkward and said, "Thank you for seeing me. Keep making," she told him. "Promise me." "I promise," he said. And he did. 10 years passed. David moved to the city, 3 hours south, and rented a garage space that he converted into a studio. The work was hard and the money scarce, but his hands never forgot what the clay had taught them. He worked construction during the day, demolition mostly, the satisfying destruction of walls and floors, and sculpted at night. His medium shifted from clay to stone. He loved the resistance of it, the way you had to earn every curve, every smooth surface. Marble was his favorite, though it was expensive. He haunted stone yards looking for discarded pieces, blocks that had been rejected for one reason or another, a vein in the wrong place, a crack that ran too deep. He found beauty in the flawed pieces, saw possibilities in the broken. The sound of his work became a meditation. The chisel against stone dash, shuck, dash, shuck, dash, shuck, rhythmic and sure. The rasp of files smoothing rough surfaces. The whisper of sandpaper in increasingly fine grits from 60 to 2000 until the stone was smooth as water, warm even when cold. He thought of Sarah often. He thought of her words, "Your hands know how to hold pain gently," and tried to live up to them. His sculptures were mostly abstract, forms that suggested the human body without depicting it directly. A curve that might be a shoulder or a wave, a hollow that might be an embrace or an absence. People told him his work made them feel something they couldn't name, and he took that as the highest compliment. By 2002, David had built a modest reputation. His work appeared in small galleries, then larger ones. He sold enough pieces to quit construction and sculpt full-time. He moved into a real studio, one with good light and high ceilings, and a loading dock for receiving stone. He was working on a commission, a piece for a hospital lobby, abstract forms in bronze that were meant to evoke healing and hope, when he realized he'd reached a point in his life where he could give something back. He thought of Sarah's free classes, the way she'd offered her time and skill to anyone who wanted to learn. He thought of how her belief in him had literally saved his life, though she probably didn't know that. Without the clay, without her gentle encouragement, he wasn't sure he'd have survived his grief. The darkness had been that complete. He established a small foundation, nothing fancy, just enough to fund community art programs in underserved areas. Art therapy, specifically. He'd experienced firsthand how working with your hands could transmute pain into something bearable, and he wanted others to have that same chance. The foundation started modestly, one program in the city, partnering with the community center to offer free art therapy sessions. But David was careful with money, lived simply, and as his sculptures sold for higher prices, he funneled more into the foundation. By 2005, they were funding 3 programs. By 2008, 7. He didn't think of it as anything remarkable. He just remembered being 16 and broken, remembered Sarah's kindness, and tried to pass that forward. The ripples of Mrs. Chun's words, though he'd never heard them directly, moved through him and outward. His studio filled with the sounds of creation, the shuck-shuck of the chisel, the whir of angle grinders, the satisfying thunk of a wooden mallet against stone, and always, beneath it all, the memory of Sarah's voice. "Keep making. Promise me." He kept his promise. Maria arrived at the women's shelter on a Tuesday in March, carrying everything she owned in 2 garbage bags. She was 32 years old and weighed less than she had in high school. Her voice, when she spoke at all, came out in a whisper. The shelter was clean and safe, full of women and children, rebuilding their lives after violence. Maria was assigned a bed and a room she shared with 3 others. The social worker gave her information about counseling, job training, legal aid. Maria nodded and said nothing. The first weeks passed in a fog. She went through the motions, ate when food was put in front of her, showered when reminded, attended the required meetings, but inside she was hollow. She'd left behind more than a dangerous partner. She'd left behind her sense of self, her voice, her belief that she mattered at all. The shelter had an art room. Maria noticed it during her 2nd week, saw women and children going in and out with paper and crayons, and sometimes paint-stained fingers. She didn't go in. She walked past, always her eyes down. But she was assigned to volunteer duty. Everyone at the shelter contributed somehow, and her job was to organize the art supplies. So she had to enter that room, had to touch the materials, had to put things in order. The supplies were donated, mismatched, jars of colored pencils with the tips broken off, boxes of crayons with the paper peeling away, sketch pads with bent corners, bottles of tempera paint in primary colors, brushes with splayed bristles. Nothing fancy, nothing expensive, but something about the collection moved her. These were tools for making marks, for saying, I was here, I felt this, I exist. Maria organized them slowly, carefully. She liked the rattle of pencils as she sorted them by color. She liked stacking the sketch pads into neat piles. She liked the smell of crayons, waxy and nostalgic, like childhood before everything went wrong. The art room became her refuge, even though she never picked up a pencil herself. An orange tabby cat lived at the shelter, a resident mouser named Marmalade, who had strong opinions about everything. He took to sitting with Maria while she organized, purring from whatever surface he'd claimed. She appreciated his company. He demanded nothing, offered warmth, accepted her silence. The art therapy program funded by David's foundation, though Maria didn't know that, ran twice a week. A gentle woman named Ruth facilitated, encouraging the shelter residents to express themselves however they needed. Some painted, some drew, some just sat and talked while their hands moved across paper. Maria attended the sessions only because she was already in the room, organizing. She sat in the corner, Marmalade on her lap, and watched. She saw women who'd been beaten create images of flowers. She saw children who'd witnessed violence draw houses with oversized doors, as if trying to imagine a place safe enough to enter. She saw hands shake and then steady as they found their rhythm with brush or pencil. Ruth noticed her, of course, but Ruth was wise enough not to push. She simply made sure Maria knew she was welcome to join and left art supplies within reach. It was autumn when Maria finally picked up a pastel. Ruth had brought in soft pastels that day, the kind that didn't require pressure, that could be blended with fingertips into gradients of color. Maria watched a young woman use them to create a sunset, all purples and oranges and pinks melting together. After everyone left, Maria sat alone in the art room. Marmalade was asleep on the windowsill, backlit by golden afternoon light. The box of pastels sat on the table. Maria's hands, so used to organizing, reached for them almost without thought. She selected a pale blue. She'd always liked blue. She pressed it gently to the paper and drew a line. Then another. The pastel left color easily, generously, asking almost nothing of her. She could barely feel the resistance of paper against stick. It was like touching a cloud, leaving a trace of sky. She drew a bird, not because she planned to, but because her hands remembered birds from childhood, from a time before. A simple bird, all curves, wings spread wide. She used yellow for its breast, brown for its wings, white for highlights. Her fingers blended the colors, smudging them into softness. When she finished, she looked at what she'd made and began to cry. Not harsh sobs, but quiet tears that ran down her face and dripped onto the paper, making small dark spots on the bird's wing. She cried because she'd forgotten she could make something. She cried because the bird was flying, and she was not yet. She cried because for the first time in years, she'd expressed something about her inner world, and it hadn't destroyed her. Marmalade woke up and came to investigate, sniffing the pastel drawing with interest. Maria scratched his ears and cried some more, and felt something inside her begin to unknot. She came back to the art room the next day, and the day after that. She drew more birds, always birds, in every color the pastels offered. Ruth said nothing, just smiled and made sure there was always paper. The other women in the program began to notice Maria's drawings, began to compliment them quietly. "You really understand birds," one woman said. Maria found her voice then, whispery and small but present. "They can leave whenever they want." The woman nodded, understanding. Over the following year, Maria's drawings evolved. The birds became more confident, more detailed. She learned about contour and shadow, about suggesting weight and wind. Her hands, which had been so tentative, found sureness, and slowly her voice grew stronger too. By 2010, Maria had her own apartment, a job at a bookstore, and a growing portfolio of bird drawings. Ruth encouraged her to display one in the shelter's annual art showcase, an event that celebrated the resilience and creativity of the women who'd passed through. Maria agreed, terrified but determined. She chose her favorite piece, a hawk in flight, wings spread wide, every feather rendered with care. It was done in pastels, all browns and golds and creams, and the bird looked powerful and free. The showcase was held at a community center, the same community center where Sarah still taught her classes twice a week. Sarah had been invited as a guest. She was known locally now, a successful illustrator whose work appeared in children's books and magazines. Though she still lived simply and taught for free, David was there too. His foundation had sponsored the event, and he liked to attend when he could, to see the impact of the work. He didn't announce himself, just wandered through the displays, looking at the art created by people who'd survived impossible things. The community center was full of light and people. The walls were covered with artwork, paintings, drawings, collages, photographs. Tables held ceramic pieces and small sculptures. There was coffee and cookies, and a gentle hum of conversation. Sarah stood in front of Maria's drawing of the hawk, studying it intently. The technical skill was impressive, but more than that, the piece had feeling. The bird wasn't just flying, it was escaping, transforming, becoming. She could see the loneliness in it, yes, but also hope. It reminded her of something Mrs. Chun had said long ago. "Beautiful, isn't it?" A voice said beside her. Sarah turned to find a man about her age with kind eyes and what looked like stone dust under his fingernails. "It really is," she agreed. "There's so much feeling in it." "The artist is here today," the man said. "Maria, she's incredibly brave. This program changed her life." "Which program?" Sarah asked. "The art therapy program," he said. "My foundation funds it." "I'm David, by the way." Something tickled at the back of Sarah's mind. "David," she repeated slowly, "did you used to take art classes? Years ago at a community center?" His face changed, surprise and recognition flooding in. "Sarah, Miss Sarah? Oh my God, I didn't recognize you at first. Your hair is different." They stood there, staring at each other, and then both laughed, surprised and delighted. David pulled her into a hug, less awkward than the one he'd given her at high school graduation, but no less sincere. "You funded this program?" Sarah asked. "Yeah," David said. "After what your classes did for me after my mom died, and I found the clay, I wanted to give that to other people. The foundation started small, but it's grown. We fund art therapy programs in 7 cities now." Sarah felt something warm bloom in her chest. "David, that's amazing. I had no idea." They talked, falling into conversation easily despite the years. David told her about his sculpture work, about the studio, about the way stone felt under his hands. Sarah told him about her illustration career, about Cloud II, who was, it must be said, even more dramatic than Cloud the original, about still teaching free classes because she couldn't imagine stopping. "You saved my life, you know," David said quietly. "I was pretty dark after Mom died. I don't know if I ever told you how bad it got, but the clay and your words about my hands knowing things that gave me a reason to keep going. I just saw you," Sarah said. "The way someone once saw me." "Someone?" David asked. Sarah smiled, remembering that February morning, the rain, the cafe. An elderly woman named Mrs. Chun. She said something to me once that changed everything. She told me I drew loneliness in a way that made people feel less alone. It was exactly what I needed to hear, exactly when I needed to hear it. They stood together, looking at Maria's hawk drawing, and Sarah wondered where Mrs. Chun was now. She'd be in her 90s, if she was still alive. Sarah had looked for her over the years, had gone back to the Harborside Cafe hoping to see her, but their paths had never crossed again. Mrs. Chun had been a gift, an angel passing through, leaving seeds that had grown into unexpected gardens. "I'd like to meet Maria," Sarah said. "If she's comfortable with that." David looked around and spotted a slight woman with short, dark hair, talking quietly with Ruth, the art therapist. "That's her," he said. "Come on." They approached slowly, not wanting to overwhelm. Ruth saw them coming and smiled, waving them over. Maria looked up, nervous but curious. "Maria, this is Sarah," Ruth said. "She teaches art classes here. And I think you already know David." Maria's eyes widened. "You fund the program," she said to David. Her voice was still soft, but it was there, present and real. "I do," David said. "But I wouldn't have if someone hadn't taught me first that art could save you." That was Sarah. Maria looked at Sarah then. Really looked, and something passed between them, recognition, maybe, or just the acknowledgement that they were both survivors of their own particular storms. "Your hawk is extraordinary," Sarah said. "The feeling in it of the freedom. It's exactly what art should do." "Thank you," Maria whispered. "The program gave me my voice back. Drawing the birds, I found something I thought I'd lost." They talked for a while, the three of them, and slowly the connections revealed themselves. David mentioned his mother's death, how Sarah's classes had given him clay to press his grief into. Sarah mentioned Mrs. Chun, the words that had saved her on a gray February morning. Maria talked about the art supplies she'd organized, how even just touching them had begun her healing, how the pastels had asked so little and given so much. "It's like a thread," Ruth said, listening to them. One person's kindness becoming another's lifeline, on and on. Sarah felt tears prick her eyes. She thought of Mrs. Chun's wrinkled hands wrapped around that teacup, the kindness in her dark eyes. She thought of David at 16, desperate and lost. She thought of Maria, finding birds in pastel, finding her voice in wings. "We're never really alone," Sarah said softly. "Are we? We're all part of this invisible web, all connected by these moments of kindness." David nodded. "My hands know things," he said, smiling, "because you told me they did, and I knew to look for that in you." Sarah said, "Because Mrs. Chun looked for it in me. Maria touched her drawing gently, and I can draw birds because the program existed, because David remembered what he'd been given." They stood there together, three people whose lives had been changed by small acts of attention, of seeing, of kindness passed forward like a precious object handed from one set of hands to another. That night, Sarah sat in her apartment with Cloud II, draped across her lap like a very judgmental throw blanket. She'd pulled out an old journal, one she'd kept during those hard years when she was deciding whether to quit. She found the entry from that February morning, "Maybe I should stop. Maybe this is pointless," and the entry from the day after, when she'd met Mrs. Chun. She'd written down Mrs. Chun's words, wanting to keep them safe. "You draw loneliness in a way that makes people feel less alone." Sarah picked up a pen and added to the entry, dated today. "Met David today. He's grown into an incredible man and artist. He funds art therapy programs now because of what I taught him, which I taught him because of what Mrs. Chun taught me. Met Maria too, whose life was changed by David's program. The thread runs through all of us. Mrs. Chun's kindness didn't disappear that day in the cafe. It just changed form, like water, and it's still here, still nourishing, still growing into new and unexpected gardens." She paused, then continued writing. "I wonder if Mrs. Chun knows what she started. I wonder if she's still out there somewhere. I'd like to thank her, to show her the ripples her words created. But maybe that's not the point. Maybe the point is just to pass it forward, to be someone's Mrs. Chun, to plant seeds without needing to see them bloom, to trust that kindness doesn't end, it just travels." Cloud II stretched and dug his claws gently into her thigh, reminding her that he existed and required attention. She scratched his ears, thinking about threads and webs and the way one person's empathy could become another's lifeline. The rain had returned, tapping against her windows like it had that day so long ago. But this time Sarah wasn't cold. This time the sound was comforting, a rhythm like a heartbeat, like the scratch of pencil on paper, like the shuck of a chisel on stone, like hands moving through soft clay, like pastel whispering across a page. She thought about writing a letter to Mrs. Chun, even though she had no address to send it to. Just a message cast forward, a hope that somehow, somewhere, the woman who saved her life with a single observation might know that her words were still alive, still making a difference. "Dear Mrs. Chun," she wrote in her journal, "if you're still out there, still taking tea at cafes on rainy days, I want you to know you saved me. And in saving me, you saved David. And in saving David, you saved Maria. And who knows who Maria will save with her voice, her art, her story. The gift you gave me, the gift of being seen, of being told that my loneliness could help others feel less alone. That gift is still traveling. It's still growing. It's still blooming in places you'll never see, in ways you couldn't have imagined. Thank you doesn't seem like enough, But thank you anyway. Thank you for sitting beside me on that gray morning. Thank you for asking to see my work. Thank you for finding the exact words my heart needed to hear. You changed my life, and through me you've changed other lives, and that thread will keep running forward, connecting us all in this invisible web of kindness. I hope you're well. I hope you're warm. I hope someone has been as kind to you as you were to me. With love and gratitude, Sarah, she closed the journal and set it aside. Cloud II approved of this decision by immediately settling back into his favorite position, pinning her to the couch. Outside, the rain continued its gentle percussion. Inside, Sarah sat in the warm glow of her lamp and thought about hawks and stone and clay and graphite on paper. She thought about hands that knew how to hold pain gently. She thought about birds learning to fly. She thought about the way kindness moved through the world, like water, like light, like love changing form, but never disappearing, always flowing forward, always finding someone who needed it. And somewhere out there in the web of invisible connections that linked stranger to stranger, act of kindness to act of kindness, Mrs. Chun's words were still traveling, still transforming, still saving lives in quiet ways that would never make the news, but that changed everything for the people they touched. Sarah smiled and picked up her sketchbook. Cloud II immediately tried to sit on it, because of course he did. She moved him gently aside and began to draw a woman in a cafe, holding a teacup, looking at the rain, planting seeds she'd never see bloom, changing lives with a handful of words and a moment of true attention. The pencil scratched against the paper, that familiar sound, no longer the whisper of failure, but the voice of continuation, of connection, of kindness passed forward into an uncertain but hopeful future. The rain fell, the cat purred, the pencil moved, and the gift, unseen but deeply felt, continued its journey outward, touching lives, weaving connections, proving that we are never truly alone because we are all part of this beautiful, invisible, web-worn act of attention, one moment of kindness, one person seeing another at a time. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. Let kindness ripple forward through you and sleep well. The Guest of Honor. A solo date at home. Maya woke on February 14th to the particular kind of silence that only exists in a city apartment on a weekend morning. Not true silence, there was the distant hum of traffic, the muffled footsteps of the upstairs neighbor, the rhythmic drip of her kitchen faucet that she kept meaning to fix, but silence nonetheless. The kind that wraps around you like a blanket, asking nothing, offering space. She lay still for a moment, eyes closed, feeling the weight of her duvet, the coolness of the cotton pillowcase against her cheek. Somewhere near her feet, Bixby was already awake, his purr a low, steady vibration that she could feel more than hear. He had a talent for waking precisely 5 minutes before she did, as if he had an internal alarm calibrated to her circadian rhythm. When she finally opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the pale winter light filtering through her linen curtains. It was the kind of light that felt thin, watery, as if the sun itself was still half asleep. She reached for her phone on the knitstand, an automatic gesture, one she barely registered anymore, and the screen lit up with notifications. Valentine's Day, the internet reminded her. Heart emojis and bouquet photos and restaurant reservation confirmations flooded her feed. Couples holding hands, elaborate proposals. flower arrangements that cost more than her monthly grocery budget. She scrolled for perhaps 30 seconds before something inside her, some quiet, insistent voice, said, "Enough." Maya set the phone face down on the knitstand. The small act felt significant, like closing a door on a room that had grown too noisy. She sat up, and Bixby immediately took this as an invitation. He was a ragdoll cat, all cream-colored fluff and impossible blue eyes, with the personality of a dignified gentleman who occasionally forgot his own dignity. He stretched front paws extended, back arched, rear end high in the air, and then padded up the bed toward her, his paws silent on the duvet. When he reached her lap, he paused, considering his options, before settling himself directly on top of her thighs with the full weight of his considerable fluffiness. "Good morning, Bixby," she said, running her hand along his back. His fur was unbelievably soft, like touching a cloud that purred. He responded with a chirping sound, not quite a meow, more like a trill, and bumped his head against her hand, demanding more attention. She obliged, scratching behind his ears, feeling the warmth of him, the simple, uncomplicated affection that animals offer so freely. As she sat there, the light growing incrementally brighter, Maya found herself thinking about past February 14ths. There had been a few spent with partners' dinner reservations, obligatory roses, the performance of romance that sometimes felt more exhausting than joyful. There had been more spent alone, scrolling through those same feeds, feeling the particular ache of wondering if something was wrong with her for not having someone to share the day with. And there had been the years she'd simply ignored it entirely, treated it like any other day, pushed down any feeling that tried to surface. This year felt different. She couldn't quite name what had shifted, but there was no longing in her chest, no bitterness, no resignation. Just a quiet curiosity, a question forming in the space where those old feelings used to live. What if she treated herself the way she'd want to be treated by someone who loved her? What if she became her own guest of honor? The thought arrived fully formed, as if it had been waiting patiently for her to notice it. Maya smiled. Bixby, sensing some shift in her energy, looked up at her with those absurd blue eyes, and she could have sworn he looked curious too. "What do you think, Bix?" she asked. "Should we have a date night? Just you and me?" He slow blinked at her, the feline equivalent of a kiss, and she took it as agreement. After extricating herself from Bixby's warm weight, a process that required negotiation and several assurances that she would return, Maya made her way to the kitchen. The hardwood floors were cool under her bare feet, a pleasant shock that helped her feel more awake. She filled the kettle, set it on the stove, and while waiting for the water to boil, she retrieved her journal from the shelf where it lived between a cookbook and a collection of poetry she'd been meaning to reread. The journal was simple, bound in dark blue linen with pages that had that particular pleasant texture that made writing by hand feel significant. She'd started it 6 months ago at the suggestion of her therapist, Dr. Chun, who had gentle, knowing eyes and a way of asking questions that made Maya feel like she was discovering her own answers rather than being given them. Maya settled at her small kitchen table with her journal and a pen. The kettle began to whistle, a rising, insistent sound, and she poured the boiling water over coffee grounds in her French press, breathing in the rich, earthy aroma that never failed to make her feel like the day was beginning properly. While the coffee steeped, she opened her journal to a fresh page and wrote at the top, "Guest list." She paused, pen hovering over the paper, and then wrote a single name, Maya. Below it, after a moment's consideration, she added, Bixby, co-host and dignified companion. There, a party of two. She pressed the plunger on the French press and poured herself a cup of coffee, watching the dark liquid swirl into the mug. She added a splash of cream, watched it bloom and curl, and took the first sip. Perfect. Hot, strong, exactly the way she liked it. With the mug warming her hands, she returned to the journal and began to write a different kind of list. Not things she thought she should like or things that seemed appropriate or sophisticated. Just what actually brought her joy, what made her feel cared for, what she would genuinely choose if no one was watching. The list grew. Garlic. Lots of it. Good bread with a crust that crunches. Butter. Real butter. Not the kind for every day. Candlelight. Silence. The peaceful kind. Not the lonely kind. Pasta. Cavatappi specifically, because the spiral shape is fun. Wine I've been saving for no reason, linen napkins. My favorite playlist at low volume. As she wrote, something loosened in her chest. She realized how often she'd been waiting for what? Permission? A special occasion? Someone else's approval? When had she decided that the good olive oil, the cloth napkins, the fancy candles were only for other people? When had she internalized the idea that she needed to earn these small pleasures, that she wasn't enough of a reason on her own? The scratch of pen on paper was soothing, rhythmic. Bixby appeared in the doorway, assessed the situation, and determined that her lap was once again the best seat in the house. He jumped up with surprising grace for such a fluffy creature and settled himself in a perfect loaf position, his front paws tucked beneath his chest, his purr resuming its steady rumble. You know what, Bix? Maya said, running her free hand along his back while she sipped her coffee with the other. I think we're going to have a proper date tonight, you and me. The works. Bixby's purr intensified. She chose to interpret this as enthusiasm. She thought about her therapist's question from a few months ago, during a session where she'd been talking about how much energy she put into taking care of others, her friends, her family, even colleagues at work. Dr. Chun had leaned forward slightly and asked, what would it look like to treat yourself with the same care you offer everyone else? Maya had laughed it off at the time. I do take care of myself, she'd said. I eat. I sleep. I shower regularly. Dr. Chun had smiled that patient smile. That's basic maintenance, she'd said. I'm talking about care, tenderness, the kind of attention you'd give someone you loved. Maya hadn't had an answer then. But now, sitting in her kitchen with her cat on her lap and her coffee growing slightly cooler, she thought maybe she was beginning to understand. Care wasn't just about meeting needs. It was about meeting them beautifully, intentionally, as if the person receiving that care mattered. And she did matter. She was allowed to matter to herself. Maya looked at Bixby, whose eyes were now half closed in that supremely content way that cats have perfected. Bixby, she said formally, I would like to officially invite you to be my Valentine's Day date this evening. There will be pasta, candlelight, and probably some inappropriate amounts of butter. Will you do me the honor? Bixby opened his eyes fully, regarding her with what she could only describe as regal consideration. Then he slow blinked again, twice, and she laughed. I'll take that as a yes. There was something absurdly freeing about this. No pressure to be charming or interesting. No anxiety about whether she'd ordered the right thing or said the wrong thing. No wondering if she looked okay or if her conversation was engaging enough. Just her ridiculous fluffy cat, and an evening designed entirely around what brought her peace. She finished her coffee, feeling the warmth of it settle in her chest alongside something else, anticipation, maybe. Or perhaps just the simple pleasure of having something to look forward to, something she'd chosen for herself. Bixby extracted himself from her lap with all the ceremony of a diplomat excusing himself from a meeting, and she stood, stretching, feeling her spine pop gently. The apartment seemed brighter now, or maybe she was just seeing it differently. The winter light was streaming through the windows, catching on the dust motes that drifted in the air like tiny, lazy snowflakes. She had the whole day ahead of her. Time to get ready for her date. By early afternoon, Maya had done the necessary but unglamorous work of preparing for an evening at home. Laundry folded, bathroom cleaned, floors swept. There was something meditative about these tasks when you weren't rushing through them, when you could actually pay attention to the smell of clean laundry, the satisfaction of visible order emerging from chaos. Now came the part she'd been looking forward to, setting the table. She went to the linen closet, a generous term for what was really just a narrow cabinet in the hallway, and pulled out the tablecloth. It was beautiful, a soft dove gray with a subtle herringbone pattern, heavyweight and elegant. She'd received it as a gift 2 years ago from her aunt, who had impeccable taste and a tendency to give presents that felt too nice to actually use. Maya had stored it carefully, telling herself she'd use it for a dinner party, for a special occasion, for when it mattered. She carried it to her small dining table, which sat near the window overlooking the street. The table was just large enough for two, which had always felt a bit sad before a reminder that she was cooking for one, eating alone. Today it felt perfect. Maya shook out the tablecloth, and it billowed and settled with a soft swish of fabric, the sound of something being unfurled. She smoothed it across the table, feeling the crisp texture of the linen under her palms, the slight coolness of it. The gray color transformed the table, made it look like something from a magazine, something intentional and cared for. From the cupboard where she kept things she rarely used, she retrieved the good silverware, not fancy exactly, but nicer than her everyday set. Each piece had a pleasant weight to it, substantial in the hand. She set 2 places, one for herself and one for Bixby. For him, she placed a small ceramic saucer, cream-colored with a delicate blue rim. He would absolutely expect to participate in the meal, and she was not about to disappoint her date. The silverware made a gentle clink as she arranged its fork on the left, knife and spoon on the right, the way her grandmother had taught her years ago. She retrieved 2 wine glasses from the same cupboard, the ones with delicate stems that always made her nervous about breaking them. She set one at her place, ran her finger along the rim, feeling the thinness of the glass, the way it caught the light. Next came the candle. She had a box of taper candles, white, unscented, that she'd bought on impulse months ago and never used. She chose one now and fitted it into a brass candle holder she'd found at an estate sale. The brass was slightly tarnished, which only made it more beautiful, the patina of age and use giving it character. She placed the candle holder in the center of the table and stepped back to assess her work. It looked special. It looked like someone lived here who cared about beauty, who thought they were worth the effort of creating something lovely. It looked like the kind of table where meaningful conversations happened, where connection occurred, where someone might sit and feel genuinely welcomed. Maya felt a small rebellion looming in her chest. Every time she told herself to save the good things for someone special, she'd been operating under a fundamental lie that she wasn't special enough on her own. That her own company, her own experience, her own daily life wasn't worthy of beauty and care. But she was. This moment was special because she was choosing to make it so. She was adjusting the placement of the wine glass a tiny fraction to the left when she heard the soft thump of Bixby jumping onto one of the chairs. She turned to find him sitting with perfect posture on what she designated as his seat, his tail wrapped around his paws, surveying the table with the grave expression of a restaurant inspector. "What do you think?" she asked him. "Does it meet your standards?" Bixby reached out one white paw and gave the edge of the tablecloth an experimental tug. "Bixby, no," she said, trying not to laugh. "That's not part of the decor." He looked at her, looked back at the tablecloth, and seemed to be weighing whether her approval was worth more than the obvious entertainment value of pulling at the fabric. After a moment of consideration, he withdrew his paw and instead began grooming his shoulder with exaggerated nonchalance, as if he'd never been interested in the tablecloth at all. Maya smiled. "Good choice. I'd hate to have to uninvite you." She left him to his grooming and his dignified supervision of the table, and went to assess her pantry and refrigerator. Not to shop, she already had everything she needed, but to look at her ingredients with fresh eyes, as if she were selecting them specifically for an honored guest. Which she supposed she was. Maya opened the refrigerator and took a mental inventory. There, in the crisper drawer, were the makings of a simple but delicious meal. She pulled out ingredients one by one, setting them on the counter with the deliberate care of someone handling precious things. First, the pasta. She kept several shapes in her pantry, but today she wanted cavatappi, those cheerful spiral tubes that caught sauce so beautifully. There was something joyful about their shape, something that refused to take itself too seriously. Next, the sauce. In her freezer, she found a container of marinara she'd made last August when tomatoes were at their peak, and she'd spent a Sunday afternoon cooking them down with basil and garlic and a splash of good balsamic. She'd frozen several containers, telling herself she was saving them for winter. Well, it was winter now, and she was tired of saving things for later. She set the frozen sauce on the counter to begin thawing and turned to the fresh ingredients. Garlic, she had a whole bulb, papery and perfect, the cloves fat and promising. A lemon, its skin bright yellow and dimpled, heavy with juice. A block of real Parmesan cheese, the kind you had to grate yourself. Fresh basil from the small pot on her windowsill, somehow still thriving despite her inconsistent watering schedule. Butter, real butter, cultured and European, the expensive kind that came in silver foil and tasted like pure cream. She'd bought it weeks ago for a recipe and then felt too guilty to actually use it for everyday cooking. Tonight, she would use it without guilt. Tonight, she would use it because she wanted to. In the bread box, she found yesterday's baguette from the bakery down the street. It had that perfect day-old texture that would toast beautifully crusty exterior, tender interior, ideal for soaking up garlicky olive oil and sauce. And finally, the wine. In the small rack on her counter, there was a bottle she'd been saving. Not expensive, exactly, but nicer than what she usually bought. A friend had recommended it months ago, and Maya had purchased it, thinking she'd open it when she had company. It had been sitting there so long she'd almost forgotten about it. She picked up the bottle now, feeling its weight, reading the label even though she'd read it a dozen times before. Italian, a blend of grapes she couldn't pronounce. The label promised notes of cherry and spice. Tonight she would open it. For herself, for this moment. For the simple, revolutionary act of deciding she was worth it. As she arranged the ingredients on the counter, she thought about something Dr. Chun had said in their last session. They'd been talking about self-care, and Maya had confessed that she found the phrase a bit silly, overused, commodified. What's it supposed to mean anymore? She'd asked. Bubble baths and face masks? Dr. Chun had considered this. What if, she'd said slowly, we thought about self-care less as pampering and more as tending? The way you'd tend a garden. Not indulgence, but cultivation, attention, the regular work of helping something grow. Maya looked at her ingredients, the garlic, the cheese, the good butter, and thought maybe she understood. This wasn't indulgence. This was tending. This was the work of helping herself grow into someone who knew her own worth, who could sit down to a meal alone and feel not lonely but whole. From his perch on the dining chair, Bixby meowed a short, demanding sound. She glanced over to find him staring at her with intense focus, as if his will alone could make her produce treats. Patience, she told him. Good things come to those who wait. He meowed again, less patiently this time. Fine, but just one. She retrieved a treat from the jar on the counter and brought it to him. He accepted it with the gravity of a king receiving tribute, crunched it precisely 3 times, and then resumed his dignified surveillance of the table. Maya checked the time. Early evening was still a few hours away. Perfect. She had time to prepare slowly, to make the process itself a pleasure rather than a rush. She put on music, a playlist she made months ago of songs that felt like warm light and quiet contentment. Nora Jones, Gregory Alan Isakov, Iron and Wine, the kind of music that didn't demand attention but created a gentle atmosphere, like good lighting. As the first notes drifted through the apartment, Maya took a breath and smiled. Her date night was about to begin. When the light outside began to shift toward evening, that particular quality of winter, twilight where everything looks slightly blue, Maya started cooking. She began with the bread. From her knife drawer, she selected her favorite chef's knife, the one that had belonged to her mother and was perfectly balanced, perfectly sharp. She retrieved the baguette and set it on her wooden cutting board, feeling the weight of the knife in her hand, the solidity of the board beneath. The first cut produced that satisfying thump as the blade met the board. Thump, another slice. Thump. The rhythm was soothing, meditative. Thump, thump, thump. Each slice fell away from the loaf, exposing the tender, airy interior, the crust crackling slightly under the knife's pressure. She cut the bread on a bias, making long diagonal pieces that would have plenty of surface area for olive oil and garlic. The sound filled the kitchen thump, thump, like a slow heartbeat, like the sound of someone engaged in purposeful work. Maya found herself matching her breathing to the rhythm of the knife. Cut, breathe, cut, breathe. There was a meditation in this, in the simplicity of turning a whole into parts, in the satisfaction of a sharp knife and a task well done. When she'd sliced the entire baguette, she arranged the pieces on a baking sheet. From her cupboard she retrieved her good olive oil, the expensive bottle, first cold-pressed, the kind that was too precious for everyday salads. She drizzled it generously over the bread, watching the golden green liquid pool in the bread's tiny air pockets, saturating it with richness. She turned the oven to broil and slid the baking sheet inside. Almost immediately, the scent of toasting bread began to fill the kitchen, nutty, warm, fundamentally comforting in a way that made her understand why people had been baking bread for thousands of years. While the bread toasted, Maya turned her attention to the garlic. She separated several cloves from the bulb, feeling the papery skin crackle under her fingers. One by one, she smashed them gently with the flat of her knife, a technique her mother had taught her that made peeling them effortless. The skins slipped away easily, revealing the ivory cloves beneath, already releasing their sharp, clean scent. She minced the garlic finely, the knife moving quickly now, the cloves transforming into tiny, fragrant pieces. The smell intensified, bright and almost spicy, making her mouth water. In her favorite pan, a heavy stainless steel skillet with a copper bottom that heated evenly, she poured a generous pool of olive oil and set it over medium heat. She watched the oil, waiting for that moment when it just began to shimmer, when it was hot but not smoking. Then she added the garlic. The sizzle was immediate and glorious. The kitchen filled with that unmistakable scent of garlic hitting hot oil, a smell that was somehow both sharp and sweet, that promised delicious things to come. Maya stirred the garlic gently with a wooden spoon, watching it turn from ivory to pale gold, being careful not to let it brown too much. Burned garlic was bitter. Properly cooked garlic was sweet and mellow, and made everything better. The sizzle, the scent, the visual transformation, it was alchemy. Simple ingredients becoming something more than the sum of their parts. She pulled the pan off the heat before the garlic could go too far and retrieved the toasted bread from the oven. The slices were perfect golden brown, crispy at the edges, still tender in the middle. She transferred them to a wooden board and drizzled the garlic-infused oil over them while they were still hot, watching the bread absorb the flavored oil. On impulse, she took one slice and bit into it. The crunch of the crust gave way to tender interior, and her mouth filled with a taste of good bread, good oil, garlic, salt. It was simple and perfect, and she made a small sound of satisfaction that made Bixby's ears swivel in her direction from his post at the table. "Don't worry," she called to him. "Yours is coming." She filled her largest pot with water, added a generous handful of salt. The water should taste like the sea, her Italian grandmother had always said, and set it over high heat. While waiting for it to boil, she worked on the sauce. The frozen marinara had thawed enough to slide out of its container. She transferred it to a saucepan, added a splash of white wine from the bottle she was saving for dinner, and set it over low heat to warm gently. As it began to heat, releasing steam and the scent of summer tomatoes, she zested the lemon directly into the sauce, the tiny bits of yellow peel falling like confetti, adding brightness. The pasta water came to a rolling boil, a sound like distant thunder, and she added the cavatappi. The spirals tumbled into the water, and she stirred them gently, watching them soften and begin their dance in the roiling water. She set a timer 11 minutes, just shy of al dente. While the pasta cooked, she grated Parmesan cheese, the block releasing its nutty, salty scent as it fell into fine shreds. She pulled several basil leaves from her windowsill plant, washed them gently, patted them dry. Their scent was peppery and sweet, like summer captured in green. Everything was coming together. The pasta bubbled. The sauce simmered, filling the kitchen with the smell of tomatoes and wine and lemon. The garlic bread rested on its board, still faintly steaming. The cheese sat in a small pile. The basil leaves waited to be torn. Maya stirred the pasta, watching the spirals tumble in the boiling water, and felt something she couldn't quite name. Contentment, maybe. Or perhaps just the simple, profound pleasure of being present in this moment, of engaging fully with the process, rather than rushing through it to get to some future point. The timer chimed. She tested a piece of pasta perfect, just the right amount of resistance. She drained it, reserving a cup of the starchy pasta water, and then did something her grandmother had taught her. She didn't rinse it. Instead, she added it directly to the pan of sauce while both were still hot. She stirred the pasta and sauce together, the cavatappi spirals catching the marinara in their curves. She added a knob of the good butter, a generous one, because why not, and stirred until it melted and made the sauce glossy. A splash of pasta water to loosen it. A handful of Parmesan, stirred in until it melted. The torn basil leaves scattered over the top, already wilting slightly from the heat and releasing more of their perfume. It looked beautiful. It smelled incredible, and she had made it for herself with the same care and attention she would have given if she were cooking for someone she loved, because she was cooking for someone she loved, herself. Before she served the pasta, there was one more thing to do. Maya retrieved the box of matches from the drawer, long wooden matches that gave you time to light a candle properly, and carried them to the dining table where Bixby still sat in patient, dignified attendance. She picked up the matchbox and slid it open. The matches were lined up like soldiers, their red tips all facing the same direction. She withdrew one, closed the box, and struck the match against the side, the scratch of match against striker. The sudden sulfur smell, sharp and brief, and then the flame small at first, then growing, warm and golden, alive in her hand. Maya touched the flame to the wick of the taper candle. For a moment nothing happened, and then the wick caught, a tiny point of light that grew into a steady flame. She shook out the match and set it on the saucer she'd left nearby for exactly this purpose, watching the thin trail of smoke rise and dissipate. The candle flickered once, twice, then settled into a steady burn. The light it cast was warm, honeyed, softer than any electric light could ever be. It made the whole table look different, intimate, sacred almost. The gray tablecloth seemed to glow. The silverware caught the light and threw it back in gentle glints. Even Bixby, still sitting on his chair, looked more dignified in candlelight, his cream-colored fur taking on a golden tone. Maya stood back and looked at what she'd created. The table, set beautifully with linen and good silverware, and a single candle. The kitchen behind her, warm and fragrant with the smells of good food. The music still playing softly, an acoustic guitar, and a voice that felt like honey and smoke. She thought about all the times she told herself, "I'll light candles when I have company," as if her own presence wasn't enough, as if she needed to earn beauty and warmth and light, as if ordinary Tuesday evenings alone weren't worthy of transformation, but every moment was worth making beautiful. Every meal was worth sitting down for. Every evening was an opportunity to choose herself, to treat herself as precious, to light the good candles and use the nice plates and make her life lovely, not because she had to, but because she could. The candlelight flickered, casting soft shadows that moved gently across the walls. Maya felt something shift in her chest, a loosening, an opening. a quiet, profound permission to be worth her own effort. Bixby, mesmerized by the flame, sat perfectly still, his blue eyes reflecting the candlelight like tiny moons. He reached out one paw slowly, carefully, as if considering whether he could catch the light itself. "Don't even think about it," Maya told him, but she was smiling. He withdrew his paw and looked at her with an expression of complete innocence, as if he'd never considered such a thing. "Right," she said. "Let's eat." Maya plated the pasta with the kind of care she usually reserved for serving guests. She chose her favorite bowl, deep, wide, the color of cream with a subtle blue glaze at the rim. She twirled a generous portion of cavatappi into the center, making sure each spiral was well coated with sauce. She spooned extra marinara around the edges, a final shower of parmesan over the top, a torn basil leaf placed just so, a light drizzle of her best olive oil, because at this point, why not? The pasta was beautiful, glossy with sauce, the spirals catching the light, the bright red of the tomatoes contrasting with the green basil and the white cheese. It looked like something from a restaurant, from a magazine, from the kind of life where every meal mattered. She set her bowl on the table at her place. Then she plated a smaller portion for Bixby, just plain pasta, no sauce, room temperature, and set it on his ceramic saucer. He leaned forward immediately, sniffing with great intensity, his whiskers twitching. The wine was next. Maya opened the bottle, a satisfying pop of the cork, and poured herself a glass. The wine was a deep ruby color, almost purple in the candlelight. She held the glass up, swirled it gently the way she'd seen people do, not because she really knew what she was looking for, but because it felt right, ceremonial. She set the wine glass down and pulled out her chair, not Bixby's chair, the other one, and sat down. For a moment, she just looked at the table, the linen cloth, the candle flame dancing gently, the pasta steaming in its bowl, the wine catching and reflecting the light, the bread on its board. Bixby, already delicately sampling his portion of plain pasta, eating with the dainty precision of someone who knew they were being watched. And she felt it, fullness, not from food she hadn't taken a single bite yet, but from presence, from showing up for herself, from the radical, simple act of treating herself as worthy of this care, this attention, this beauty. She picked up her wine glass and took a sip. The wine was cool, slightly fruity, with a hint of spice that lingered. It was good, really good, worth saving, and worth drinking tonight alone at her table, because she was worth it, too. "Happy Valentine's Day," she said aloud, to no one and to herself, to the universe, to the quiet apartment and the candlelight and the cat, who was now looking at her expectantly, having apparently decided that his portion of pasta was insufficient. She picked up her fork, twirled it through the cavatappi, and took her first bite. The flavors hit her all at once, the sweetness of the tomatoes, the richness of the butter, the sharpness of the parmesan, the brightness of the lemon zest, the peppery bite of the basil. The pasta was perfectly cooked, tender, but with just enough resistance. It was warm and comforting and delicious, and she closed her eyes for a moment, just tasting, just being present with it. When had she last really tasted her food? When had she last eaten without scrolling through her phone, without reading something, without multitasking? She couldn't remember. Most meals were consumed on autopilot, fuel for getting through the day, barely registered. This was different. This was eating as an experience, as a pleasure, as an act of presence. She took another bite, this time with a piece of the garlic bread. The crunch of the crust, the soft interior now soaked with garlicky oil, the way it complemented the pasta, it was perfect. Simple and perfect. Maya ate slowly, savoring each bite, occasionally sipping her wine. She watched the candle flame, the way it moved but never went out, constant and warm. She listened to the music, really listened, hearing the lyrics for the first time even though she'd heard the songs a dozen times before. She felt the weight of her fork, the smoothness of the wine glass stem, the slight warmth of the candle, even from where she sat. Bixby, having finished his pasta and determined that no more would be forthcoming, cleaned his whiskers with great thoroughness and then settled into a loaf position on his chair, purring loudly, utterly content. "Good date so far?" Maya asked him. He slow blinked at her, which she took as high praise. She realized, as she twirled another forkful of pasta, that she'd been thinking about this all wrong for years. She'd thought being alone meant being lonely. She'd thought that meals by herself were something to get through as quickly as possible. She'd thought that care and beauty and attention were things you saved for other people, for special occasions, for when you had someone to share them with. But solitude wasn't the same as loneliness, and caring for yourself wasn't selfish, it was necessary. It was the foundation everything else was built on. How could she show up fully for anyone else if she couldn't show up for herself? How could she recognize love if she didn't know what it felt like to be on the receiving end of her own care? She thought about her friend Sarah, who'd gone through a difficult breakup last year and had said between tears, "I don't know how to be alone." Maya had hugged her and said all the right comforting things, but secretly she'd felt the same way. Being alone had always felt like waiting for the next relationship, the next connection, the next person who would make her feel whole. But sitting here now at her carefully set table, with her homemade pasta and her good wine and her ridiculous cat for company, Maya didn't feel like she was waiting. She felt present. She felt whole. Not because everything in her life was perfect, it wasn't, but because for this moment she had chosen herself, and that was enough, more than enough. It was everything. She finished her pasta, soaking up the last of the sauce with the last piece of garlic bread, and leaned back in her chair with a satisfied sigh. Her wine glass was still half full. The candle had burned down perhaps an inch, the wax beginning to drip down one side in a slow, graceful slide. The kitchen was a mess pot in the sink, cutting board waiting to be cleaned, a dusting of Parmesan on the counter, but she didn't feel the usual anxiety about it. She would clean it, but not yet. First, she would just sit, just be. Outside her window, the city had fully transitioned into evening. Lights were coming on in other apartments. She could see the soft glow of other lives being lived, other dinners being eaten, other quiet moments unfolding. It made her feel connected rather than isolated part of a vast web of people, all making their way through this particular Thursday in February, all finding their own ways to care for themselves, to make their lives beautiful. Bixby yawned, showing all his tiny teeth, and then stretched, front legs extended, rear end in the air. He hopped down from his chair and padded over to Maya, rubbing against her legs, his purr a constant rumble. She reached down and scratched behind his ears. "Thank you for being my date," she said softly. He chirped that funny little trill he made when he was especially pleased, and bumped his head against her hand. Maya smiled. Tonight she had chosen herself, and it had been perfect. After sitting for a while longer just enjoying the candlelight and the quiet, Maya finally rose to clear the table. But she did it slowly, without rush, treating even this as part of the ritual rather than a chore to get through. She carried her bowl and Bixby's saucer to the kitchen, set them gently in the sink. She ran warm water, added soap, and began to wash each dish by hand rather than loading the dishwasher. There was something satisfying about this, the warm water on her hands, the slick feel of soap bubbles, the transformation from dirty to clean, the gentle clink of dishes being set in the drying rack, the pasta pot, the saucepan, the skillet that had held the garlic. She washed each one with attention, rinsed it, set it aside. She wiped down the counter, feeling the smooth coolness of the stone beneath the cloth. She swept the small pile of grated Parmesan into her hand and rinsed it down the sink. When everything was clean and put away, when the kitchen was restored to order, she returned to the dining table. The candle was still burning, smaller now, but no less beautiful. Maya wet her fingers and pinched the flame out, watching the thin trail of smoke rise and curl, dissipating into the air. The smell of extinguished candle waxy, slightly sharp mingled with the lingering sense of garlic and tomato. She carefully folded the linen tablecloth, feeling its weight, its quality. She would use it again, she decided. Not just for special occasions, maybe next week, maybe just because it was Tuesday and she felt like it. The good silverware went back in its drawer, but not quite as far back as before. Easier to reach now. Available. Maya looked around her apartment. The clean kitchen, the table, the soft light from the lamp in the corner. Everything was quiet, peaceful, in order. And she felt the same way inside, quiet, peaceful, in order. She thought about how she would carry this forward. Not just the meal, not just a nice table setting, but the underlying principle that she was worth her own care, that she didn't need to wait for permission or for someone else or for a special occasion, that any moment could be made special by choosing to treat it and herself as worthy of attention. Maybe next week she'd buy fresh flowers for her table, just because. Maybe she'd take herself to that museum she'd been wanting to visit. Maybe she'd use the fancy body lotion that she'd been saving, wear the perfume that felt too nice for every day, read in the bathtub by candlelight on a random Wednesday. Maybe she'd stop saving her life for later and start living it now. Bixby had claimed the couch, sprawling in a patch of lamplight, his fluffy tail twitching occasionally in dreams. Maya retrieved a soft blanket from the basket beside the couch, a thick knit throw in cream and gray that her mother had made, and settled into the opposite corner, pulling the blanket over her lap. She'd planned to read the book that sat on her coffee table, the one she'd been meaning to get to for weeks. But she didn't reach for it immediately. She just sat, feeling the softness of the blanket, the gentle give of the couch cushions, the warmth of her apartment. Bixby stirred, apparently sensing her presence, and rose with the languid grace that cats somehow manage even when waking from deep sleep. He padded across the couch and climbed onto her lap, circling twice before settling with his front paws kneading the blanket, his purr resuming its steady rhythm. The weight of him was comforting, warm, real. She stroked his fur, feeling him relax completely into her lap, trusting and content. "You know what, Bix?" she said softly. "I think I learned something tonight." He purred louder, which she took as encouragement to continue. "I learned that I don't need a reason to treat myself well. I don't need permission. I don't need to wait until I've accomplished something, or until someone else decides I'm worth it. I already am worth it, just by existing, just by being me. Bixby's purr was the only response, but it was enough. Maya thought about tomorrow and the day after and all the days stretching out ahead of her. There would be hard ones, certainly. Days when she felt lonely, when the apartment felt too quiet, when she wondered if something was wrong with her for being single, for being alone. But she hoped she could remember this, the feeling of sitting down to a beautifully set table, of the candle's warm light, of tasting food she'd prepared with care, the knowledge that she could create beauty and peace and joy for herself, by herself, that she didn't need anyone else to make her life worthy of attention. She was the most important guest she would ever host, and she could choose to honor that guest every single day. The thought settled in her chest like warmth, like coming home. Outside, the city continued its evening rhythms. Cars passed on the street below. Someone laughed on the sidewalk, the distant sound of a siren fading. The world kept turning, indifferent to her small revelation, her quiet epiphany. But it wasn't small, not really. This knowing that she was enough, that she was worthy, that she could care for herself with tenderness and attention, it was everything. Maya picked up her book, finally, and opened it to the first page. But before she started reading, she whispered one more thing to Bixby, to herself, to the peaceful room. Thank you for being my date tonight. Let's do this again. Bixby purred his agreement, and Maya smiled. She was the guest of honor in her own life, and from now on she would act like it. The evening deepened into night. Maya read her book, occasionally pausing to stroke Bixby's fur or to simply stare out the window at the lights of the city. The apartment was warm and quiet and felt exactly like home, not because of where it was, but because of how she inhabited it, with presence, with intention, with care. Later, when she finally rose to get ready for bed, she caught sight of herself in the bathroom mirror and paused. She looked the same as always, same face, same eyes, same slightly messy hair. But something in her expression was different. Softer, maybe, or perhaps just more settled, more at peace. She brushed her teeth, washed her face, changed into her softest pajamas, and before turning off the light, she looked at herself once more and said, quietly but clearly, "You are worth the good silverware. You are worth the candles. You are worth showing up for." The woman in the mirror smiled back. In the bedroom, Bixby was already claiming his spot on the bed right in the center, naturally with no regard for the fact that there were two whole pillows, and he chose instead to sprawl across both. Maya gently moved him just enough to slide under the covers, and he immediately repositioned himself in the curve of her body, purring, warm and solid and real. She turned off the lamp. The apartment settled into darkness, into the particular quiet of late evening in a city that never fully sleeps. And as she drifted towards sleep, Maya's last conscious thought was this: tomorrow she would wake up and still be alone. But she wouldn't be lonely, because she had learned the difference. She had learned how to be her own companion, her own friend, her own guest of honor. She had learned how to choose herself, and that, she thought, was the greatest love story of all. If this story brought you a moment of peace, a reminder of your own worth, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub. May you always remember, you are the guest of honor in your own life. Every moment is an opportunity to treat yourself as precious, to light the good candles, to use the beautiful things, to honor yourself with the same care you'd offer someone you love. You don't need permission. You don't need a special occasion. You don't need anyone else to validate that you deserve beauty and peace and joy. You already deserve it. You always have. Good night, dear listener. May you rest deeply, peacefully, knowing that you are enough exactly as you are. May you wake tomorrow and choose yourself again and again and again. Sweet dreams and sleep well. The Flower in the Fold. A rhythmic sleep story of handmade pasta. Kitchen was quiet in that particular way that only happens when the world outside begins to fold itself into darkness. Julian stood at the threshold, one hand resting on the doorframe, and watched as the last threads of golden sunlight stretched across the wooden countertop before dissolving into dusk. The day had been long, not difficult, exactly, but full in the way days sometimes are, packed with small demands and half-finished conversations and the persistent hum of being needed by others. Now the house was Julian's alone. The floorboards creaked softly underfoot as Julian crossed to the center of the kitchen, where a heavy wooden counter stood like an island. It was scarred from years of use, marked with the faint impressions of countless knives and the pale rings left by hot pots. Julian's palms met the cool surface, and there was something grounding in that touch, something that said, "Here, now, this moment." The decision had been made earlier, during a lull in the afternoon, to spend this evening doing something slow, something with hands and time and patience, something that required nothing but presence. Pasta, from scratch. Fettuccine, to be specific. There was a simplicity to the idea that felt almost radical. No recipe pulled from a glossy website, no special equipment, no performance for anyone's benefit. Just flour, eggs, salt, and the quiet ritual of making something real. From her usual spot near the refrigerator, ravioli appeared. She was a round, white cat with a face that looked perpetually surprised, as if she had just discovered something mildly scandalous about the world. Her fur was the color of fresh cream, and when she sat in a certain way, legs tucked beneath her, tail curled around her body, she resembled nothing so much as a soft ball of dough. She blinked slowly at Julian, then padded across the floor with the regal air of someone who owned the place and was merely allowing Julian to visit. "Evening, ravioli," Julian murmured, and the cat responded with a chirp that was half meow, half trill. The refrigerator hummed. Outside, a neighbor's wind chime sang a scattered, lazy tune. Julian reached up and pulled the chain on the small pendant lamp that hung over the counter. Warm light pooled downward, illuminating the workspace and leaving the rest of the kitchen in gentle shadow. The effect was cozy, almost womb-like. The world narrowed to just this: the counter, the light, the cat, the stillness. Julian's shoulders, which had been creeping upward all day, with a tension so familiar it had become invisible, began to drop. The muscles along the spine softened. Breath deepened. There was no rush here, no clock to watch, just the evening unfolding at its own pace, and the quiet promise of making something with nothing but time and attention. Ravioli settled onto a kitchen chair pushed slightly away from the table, her eyes half closing in that way cats have of appearing both utterly disinterested and deeply attentive at the same time. Julian stood for a moment longer, simply breathing, simply being, and felt the day begin to release its grip. The flour came first. Julian pulled the bag from the pantry, a heavy 5-pound sack of all-purpose flour, the kind with old-fashioned lettering on the front. It landed on the counter with a satisfying thump, the sound solid and real in the quiet kitchen. There was something deeply grounding about the weight of it, the heft of something so fundamental. Flour, one of humanity's oldest ingredients. Grain ground fine, the foundation of bread and pasta, and 1,000 different traditions stretching back through centuries. Julian untied the bag and folded back the top, revealing the pale, silky contents. The scent that rose up was faint, but distinct, earthy, almost sweet, the smell of wheat fields and sun and something ancient. A measuring cup hung on a hook nearby, and Julian used it to scoop out the flour, watching the soft powder cascade and settle. 3 cups, that would be enough. The flour mounded on the wooden counter, a small pale hill in the circle of lamplight. Julian's fingers smoothed it gently, evening out the shape, feeling the cool, fine texture. There was a meditative quality to even this small action. No hurry, just presence. Next, the eggs. Julian opened the refrigerator and selected 3 from the carton farm fresh eggs from the market, their shells a warm, creamy brown. They felt substantial in the palm, slightly warm from having sat out for a few minutes. There was something about the weight of a fresh egg, the fragile strength of the shell, that always made Julian pause. Whole worlds contained in these small ovals. Potential. The eggs went onto the counter beside the flour. Then a small dish of coarse sea salt, the crystals catching the light like tiny chips of quartz. A tablespoon of olive oil poured into a little bowl, its surface gleaming. And finally, a glass of water in case the dough needed a touch more moisture. 4 ingredients, that was all. Julian stepped back and looked at the collection. Flour, eggs, salt, oil. It seemed almost absurd how simple it was. 4 things. Nothing exotic, nothing rare. You could find these ingredients in almost any kitchen in the world. And yet, from these humble elements, something beautiful would emerge. There was a lesson in that, Julian thought. How often did we convince ourselves that we needed more tools, more ingredients, more resources, more of everything, before we could create something worthwhile? How often did we wait for the perfect conditions, the ideal moment, the complete set of supplies? But here, in this quiet kitchen, the truth was laid bare. You didn't need more. You needed these 4 things, and you needed time, and you needed your own 2 hands. That was enough. That had always been enough. Ravioli hopped down from her chair and approached the counter, her nose twitching as she investigated each ingredient in turn. She sniffed delicately at the flour, then at the eggs, her whiskers quivering with dignified curiosity. When she reached the olive oil, she paused, considering, then apparently decided it was beneath her notice, and sat down to groom a paw. Julian smiled. Even the cat understood. Simple was good. Simple was complete. The flour needed to become a crater, really like a small volcano waiting to be filled. Julian's hands moved with deliberate care, pushing the flour outward from the center, creating walls, shaping the mound into a ring with a hollow heart. The gesture felt ancient, elemental. How many hands had made this same shape over how many thousands of years? Grandmothers in Italian villages, cooks in restaurant kitchens, parents teaching children the old ways. The same motion repeated across time and distance, connecting Julian to an unbroken chain of people who had stood at counters and tables and kneaded dough and made something from almost nothing. The well took shape a pale ring of flour with an open center, just wide enough to hold the eggs. Julian paused, studying it, making small adjustments. The walls needed to be thick enough to hold the liquid, but not so high that they'd collapse inward. There was an engineering to it, a gentle architecture. Satisfied, Julian reached for the first egg. The shell cracked against the edge of a bowl, that clean, satisfying snap, and the contents slipped out into Julian's palm. The yolk sat there, bright and golden and perfect, while the white pooled around it. Julian's fingers gently guided the whole thing into the center of the flower well. Then the second egg. Crack, slip, settle. The third. Crack, slip, settle. 3 golden yolks sat in the center of the flower ring, their color almost luminous in the lamplight. The whites surrounded them, clear and viscous, catching the light. It was beautiful, absurdly so. Just eggs and flour, but the composition was perfect. The pale circle, the golden centers, the contrast of color and texture. Julian felt a small, quiet wonder rising in the chest. This moment right here, before anything had even begun to come together, this was already enough. Already beautiful. There was vulnerability in this moment, too. The eggs were exposed, held only by the fragile walls of flour. One careless movement and the whole thing would collapse. The yolks would break, the whites would run across the counter. It required trust. Trust in the process, trust in the structure, trust in your own ability to be gentle and careful. Julian added a pinch of salt to the eggs, watching the white crystals dissolve slightly as they touched the moisture. A small drizzle of olive oil followed, golden drops settling on the surface, and then came the moment of commitment, the moment of beginning. Julian's fingers touched the edge of the yolk very gently and began to beat the eggs with a fork right there in their flour well. The yolks broke, their rich color bleeding into the whites. The fork whisked them together, around and around, the motion steady and rhythmic. Gradually, flour from the inner walls of the well began to incorporate into the liquid. Just a little at first, the mixture thickened, becoming yellow and opaque. The fork kept moving, pulling in more flour with each rotation, and the well began to grow smaller as its walls tumbled inward. This was the delicate part. Too fast, and the walls would collapse entirely. Too slow, and the eggs would grow cold and difficult to work with. Julian kept the motion steady, patient, watching as the mixture transformed from liquid to paste to a shaggy, rough dough. Ravioli, ever the supervisor, moved closer to watch. In her approach, she brushed against the edge of the counter, and a small puff of flour lifted into the air, settling gently on her white whiskers. The effect was immediate and comical. She now appeared to be sporting a tiny, dignified mustache, like a distinguished gentleman from another era. Julian paused, fork in hand, and let out a soft laugh. "You look very scholarly," Julian told her. The cat, oblivious to her new facial accessory, merely blinked and continued her observation. The moment of lightness felt good, necessary, a reminder that this didn't have to be serious or perfect or anything, other than exactly what it was, a person, a cat, and some flour in a quiet kitchen on an ordinary evening. The mixture in the center of the flour ring was no longer liquid, but it wasn't quite dough either. It was clumpy and sticky, studded with dry pockets of flour, rough and unpromising. This was the stage that required faith, the stage where you had to trust that what looked like a mistake would, with patience and effort, transform into something smooth and elastic and right. Julian set down the fork and dusted both palms with a light coating of flour. Then, with a breath, began to bring the dough together with fingertips. The remaining flour on the counter, the flour that had formed the outer walls of the well, was gradually incorporated, pressed, and folded into the shaggy mass. It was messy work. Dough stuck to Julian's fingers. Flour flew in small clouds with each movement. The mixture resisted, clumping in some places and remaining stubbornly dry in others. There was a temptation here, Julian recognized, to add too much flour to make it less sticky, or too much water to make it less dry. The temptation to force it, to rush it, to make it easier on yourself. But pasta dough required a specific balance, and you couldn't shortcut your way to it. You had to feel it, adjust gradually, trust your hands to know when it was right. Julian worked slowly, scraping dough off fingers when needed, adding the smallest pinches of flour when areas seemed too wet, pressing everything together with steady, patient pressure. Gradually, the mixture began to cohere. The dry pockets disappeared. The sticky areas grew less tacky. What had been a collection of clumps became a single, unified mass. When it was all together, still rough, still shaggy, but whole, Julian paused. Flour dust had settled on both wrists and forearms, a fine white powder against skin. The counter was a mess of scattered flour and small scraps of dough. Ravioli still wore her flour mustache with dignity. The kitchen smelled like raw wheat and the faint sweetness of fresh eggs. Julian looked down at the rough ball of dough and felt the first stirring of satisfaction. This was progress. This was the beginning of transformation. And now came the real work. The part that would turn this rough, resistant mass into something smooth and alive. The part that required nothing but time and rhythm and the repetitive motion of hands. The kneading. Julian dusted the counter with a fresh layer of flour and placed the ball of dough at the center. Both palms came down on top of it, and the kneading began. Push with the heel of the hand. The dough flattened slightly, resisting the pressure. Fold the far edge over toward you. The dough doubled on itself. Turn it a quarter rotation. The dough shifted position. Push, fold, turn, push, fold, turn. The rhythm established itself almost immediately. There was no thinking required, no mental calculation. The body knew this motion. Hands had been kneading dough for millennia. The motion was encoded somewhere deep in muscle memory that stretched back through generations. Push, fold, turn. The dough was stiff at first, resistant. It fought back against the pressure, springing back when pushed, reluctant to change shape. But Julian kept going, kept the rhythm steady, and slowly, so slowly, something began to shift. Push, fold, turn. Warmth built in Julian's forearms, a pleasant heat from the repeated motion. The muscles engaged, then relaxed, then engaged again. The heel of the hand pressed down, feeling the dough compress beneath it, feeling the slight give, the gradual softening. Push, fold, turn. The surface of the dough, which had been rough and pockmarked with dry patches, began to smooth. The texture changed, becoming more uniform, more cohesive. What had been stiff and unyielding grew more pliable, more responsive. Push, fold, turn. Minutes passed. The clock on the wall ticked. Ravioli settled onto the floor nearby, her flour-dusted whiskers still prominent, her eyes half-closed in contentment. The lamp over the counter cast its small pool of warm light, and beyond it the kitchen had grown fully dark. It might have been any time, any place. Past and present collapsed into this single continuous moment of hands and dough and rhythm. Push, fold, turn. Thoughts rose up during the repetitive motion, as thoughts do when the hands are busy, but the mind is not. Worries from the day drifted through a conversation that had gone slightly wrong, an email that needed answering, a deadline looming. Julian noted them, let them pass, returned to the rhythm. Push, fold, turn. Memories surfaced, unbidden. A grandmother's kitchen, though Julian had never actually watched a grandmother make pasta. Perhaps it was an image from a film or a photograph, or simply an archetype that lived somewhere in the collective unconscious. The idea of grandmothers and kitchens and dough seemed to belong together, seemed to represent something about continuity and care and the patient passing of knowledge through. Hands, push, fold, turn. The dough was changing now, truly changing. It had gone from resistant to responsive. Each push met less opposition. Each fold was smoother. The surface had become silky, almost glossy. When Julian pressed the heel of a hand into it, the dough pushed back, not with resistance, but with a kind of aliveness, a springy resilience that said the gluten had developed, the structure had formed, the transformation had occurred. Push, fold, turn. There was something meditative in this, Julian realized. Something that quieted the constant chatter of the mind. The rhythm was like a mantra, the repetitive motion like a prayer. You couldn't think about three things at once while kneading dough. You couldn't plan and worry and regret while your hands were engaged in this simple, patient work. You could only be here now, feeling the dough transform beneath your palms. Push, fold, turn. The sound was gentle as soft shush, 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 as the dough met the floured counter, as the heels of hands pressed and released, as the mass rotated and folded and moved through space. It was rhythmic, almost musical, a quiet percussion keeping time with breath and heartbeat. Push, fold, turn. Julian's mind wandered to the nature of worth, of value. What made something valuable? Complexity? Rarity? Cost? Or was value something else entirely, something that had to do with the care you brought to it, the attention you gave it, the patience you invested? This dough was not complex. 4 ingredients. Nothing rare or expensive. And yet, the process of making it, the care, the attention, the patient work, imbued it with something. Not just value, but meaning. The worthiness of the thing came not from what it was made of, but from the act of making itself. Push, fold, turn. And if that was true of dough, what about people? What about Julian standing here in this quiet kitchen, hands dusted with flour, alone on an ordinary evening? Worth wasn't measured by complexity or achievement, or how much you could produce or how well you performed for others. Worth was inherent. Worth was built into the very fact of existing, of showing up, of bringing care and attention to simple things. You didn't need to be more than this. You didn't need extras or additions or special features. You were enough, exactly as you were, in the same way that flour and eggs and salt and water were enough to make something beautiful. Push, fold, turn. The dough had become smooth now, elastically smooth, the surface like satin. When Julian pressed a finger into it, the indentation slowly filled back in, the dough springing back to shape. This was the sign that it was ready. 10 minutes of kneading, give or take, and the rough, resistant mass had become this, smooth, responsive, alive. Julian stepped back, wiping flour-dusted hands on a kitchen towel. The ball of dough sat on the counter, perfect and complete. Ravioli looked up, blinking slowly, and Julian was struck again by how much the cat resembled the dough, both round, both soft, with the color of cream. The temptation to reach down and knead Ravioli's soft belly, to sink fingers into that plush fur and feel her purr rumble to life, was almost overwhelming. But Ravioli was not dough, and would likely object to being treated as such. Julian settled for running a gentle hand over her head, and the cat leaned into the touch, purring. The dough was ready, but it was not finished. It needed one more thing before it could be rolled and shaped. It needed to rest. Julian wrapped the ball of dough in a clean, soft kitchen towel, tucking the edges around it like swaddling a baby. The dough was placed back on the counter, not in the refrigerator, but at room temperature, where it would remain soft and pliable. Now came the waiting. 30 minutes, at least. Some recipes said an hour. The dough needed time for the gluten to relax, for the moisture to distribute evenly throughout, for everything that had been worked and kneaded and stressed to settle back into equilibrium. You couldn't rush this part. No amount of attention or effort would speed the process. The dough would be ready when it was ready, and not a moment before. Julian filled the kettle with water and set it on the stove to boil. While waiting, the counter was wiped down, clearing away the scattered flour and small scraps of dough that had accumulated during the kneading. The workspace was restored to order, clean and ready for the next phase. The kettle whistled. Julian poured hot water over a tea bag and a favorite mug, something herbal, chamomile and lavender, calming. With the mug in hand, Julian pulled out a chair and sat at the small kitchen table, the one pushed slightly away from the counter where Ravioli had been sitting earlier. The cat immediately appeared and leapt onto Julian's lap, circling once before settling into a compact loaf shape, her paws tucked beneath her chest. Her flower mustache had mostly faded, though a few white specks still clung to her whiskers. She began to purr, a low, steady rumble that vibrated through Julian's legs. The kitchen was quiet. The lamplight over the counter created a small island of warmth in the surrounding darkness. Through the window, night had fully settled. There were no lights on in the neighbor's house, no cars passing on the street. Just the stillness of evening, the comfort of walls and warmth, the simple presence of this moment. Julian sipped the tea, feeling the heat spread from throat to chest. One hand rested on Ravioli's back, feeling the rise and fall of her breathing, the steady thrum of her purr. The other hand held the warm mug, and there was nothing else that needed doing, nowhere else to be, no other demands on attention or time. This was rest, not just for the dough, but for Julian, too. There was a lesson here, a gentle wisdom woven into the process of making pasta. You couldn't force things to completion. Some stages required patience, required waiting, required you to step back and let time do its work. And that waiting wasn't wasted time. It wasn't empty or unproductive. It was essential. It was part of the transformation. The dough needed to rest so the gluten could relax. Without that rest, it would fight against the rolling pin, would snap back into shape, would resist every attempt to thin it into delicate sheets. Rest made the next phase possible. Rest made the dough cooperative, workable, beautiful. And people were the same. Rest wasn't weakness. Rest wasn't laziness. Rest was the necessary pause that allowed for what came next. You couldn't roll yourself thin and expect to hold your shape without tearing if you never allowed yourself time to settle, to breathe, to simply be. Julian looked at the wrapped dough on the counter and felt a kinship with it. We're both resting, Julian thought. We're both becoming ready. The tea was nearly gone. Ravioli had fallen into a light doze, her whiskers twitching occasionally as she dreamed of whatever it is cats dream of. The clock ticked. The house settled with small creaks and sighs, and in the quiet, Julian felt something that had been tight and wound in the chest begin to loosen. This was enough. This moment, this kitchen, this simple act of making something with your own hands. This was more than enough. This was everything. When the 30 minutes had passed, Julian gently shifted Ravioli from lap to chair, earning a small chirp of protest. But the cat simply resettled, curling into the warm spot Julian had left behind. The dough waited, patient and ready. Julian unwrapped the ball of dough from its towel and set it on the freshly floured counter. The difference was immediate and noticeable. The dough that had been firm and elastic after kneading was now softer, more pliable, almost buttery in texture. When Julian pressed a finger into it, the indentation remained, the dough yielding without resistance. This was exactly right. The rolling pin hung on a hook nearby, a simple wooden pin, heavy and smooth from years of use. Julian took it down, feeling the weight and balance of it, the way the handles fit into palms. There was something satisfying about well-made tools, objects designed for a single purpose and shaped by that purpose into their perfect form. The ball of dough was gently flattened with the palm of a hand into a thick disc. Then the rolling pin was set at the center, and the first roll began. Forward. The pin moved away from the body, pressing the dough, spreading it outward. The dough stretched, lengthened, growing thinner beneath the pressure. Lift. The pin came up. Turn. The disc of dough rotated a quarter turn. Forward again. The rhythm was different from kneading, less about repetition, more about gradual expansion. Each roll made the dough a little wider, a little thinner. The circle, not quite a perfect circle, but close enough, grew larger with each pass of the pin. Julian paused to dust the counter with more flour, and to flip the dough over, ensuring both sides were lightly coated and wouldn't stick. The rolling resumed. Forward, lift, turn. Forward, lift, turn. There was a particular kind of attention required here. Too much pressure, and the dough would tear. Too little, and it would never thin. You had to feel the resistance, had to listen with your hands to what the dough was telling you. When it pushed back, you eased up. When it yielded, you continued. The disc grew wider. What had started as thick and dense became gradually thinner, more translucent. The lamplight began to shine through the dough where it was thinnest, revealing the grain of the wooden counter beneath. It was like watching fabric being woven or paper being made. The transformation from thick to thin, from opaque to translucent, felt almost magical. Forward, lift, turn. The rolling pin made a soft, papery rustle with each pass, the sound of wood on dough, of dough on flour, of everything moving together in a quiet symphony of texture. It was a sound Julian had heard in videos, in distant memories, in the collective imagination of what kitchens should sound like. And now it was here, real, being created by Julian's own hands. The sheet of dough was becoming genuinely thin now, thin enough that Julian could see the shadow of fingers through it when holding it up to the light. This was the delicate phase. One careless motion, one uneven pressure, and the sheet could tear. But Julian's movements had found their rhythm, had become confident, without being forceful, gentle, without being tentative. Forward, lift, turn. There was vulnerability in this thinness, Julian thought. The dough had become delicate, had become translucent, had let light pass through it, and yet it was still strong. It hadn't torn, it held together, even in its most refined state. There was something profound in that. The idea that you could be vulnerable and strong at the same time. That thinness, the kind of thinness that let light through, that let people see through to what lay beneath, wasn't the same as weakness. Sometimes becoming refined, becoming translucent, becoming willing to let light pass through you was its own form of strength. The sheet of dough lay on the counter, pale and beautiful, nearly 2 feet across. It was, Julian realized with a quiet surge of pride, absolutely perfect. Ravioli had roused from her nap and was watching from the chair, her eyes gleaming in the lamplight. She seemed to approve, though with cats it was always hard to tell. Julian stood back for a moment, simply looking at what had been created. A sheet of dough, nothing more, but also everything. Simple ingredients, flour, eggs, salt, thyme, transformed through patient effort into something delicate and beautiful. This was the art of it, not in complexity, not in exotic techniques or rare ingredients, but in the care brought to simple things, in the willingness to slow down, to pay attention, to let your hands remember what they had always known. The dough was ready for the final transformation, ready to become pasta. The sheet of dough needed to be cut into ribbons fettuccine, which meant little ribbons in Italian. There was a particular technique for this, one that had been used for generations. The sheet was folded, carefully, like folding a letter, not creased, just gently laid over itself in loose layers. Julian dusted the surface of the dough lightly with flour to ensure the layers wouldn't stick together, then began to fold. The far edge was brought toward the center, then folded again and again, until the entire sheet was a long, narrow strip of layered dough, perhaps 3 inches wide. The knife came next, a sharp chef's knife, long and clean. Julian positioned it at one end of the folded dough and made the first cut. The blade sliced through the layers cleanly, and when the cut piece was unfolded, a ribbon of pasta fell free. Then another cut, parallel to the first, about a 1/4 inch away. Another ribbon, another cut, another ribbon. The motion became rhythmic. Slice, set aside, slice, set aside. The ribbons began to accumulate, each one a long, delicate strand of pale gold. Julian's movements were careful, but increasingly confident. The cuts weren't perfectly uniform. Some ribbons were slightly wider than others, some a bit narrower. But that was the point, wasn't it? This was handmade. This was human. The small irregularities weren't flaws. They were evidence of the hand that had crafted them, proof that a person had stood in a kitchen and made something real. Machine-made pasta was perfectly uniform, every strand identical. But handmade pasta had character, had the subtle variations that came from being touched and shaped by human hands. Each ribbon was unique. Each one carried the mark of its maker. Slice, set aside, slice, set aside. The pile of cut ribbons grew. When all the folded dough had been sliced, Julian began to carefully shake out each ribbon, unfolding the layers. The strips cascaded free, separate, but still connected at points where they had pressed together during cutting. With gentle fingers, Julian pulled them apart, and they fell into loose, flowing strands. It was like watching something bloom. What had been a compressed, folded mass became a flowing cascade of individual ribbons, each one catching the lamplight, each one a perfect little miracle of transformation. The ribbons were pale gold, the color of wheat and egg yolk. They had a slight sheen where the light hit them. When Julian picked up a small handful, they slipped through fingers like silk, cool and smooth and impossibly delicate. This was what had been created. This was what 4 simple ingredients and patient effort had become. Julian felt a swell of quiet pride, not boastful, not showy, but deep and genuine. I made this, Julian thought, with my own hands, in my own kitchen, with nothing but time and care. I made this. Ravioli approached the counter again, rising on her hind legs to sniff delicately at the ribbons of pasta. Her nose twitched, her whiskers fanned forward, and then she settled back onto all fours, apparently satisfied that the pasta met her exacting standards. The ribbons needed to dry slightly before cooking, needed to firm up just enough to hold their shape in boiling water. Julian looked around for a place to drape them and decided on the back of a wooden chair pulled over near the counter. One by one, the ribbons were carefully lifted and arranged over the chair back, draped like delicate curtains. They hung in loose, graceful folds, catching the light from the overhead lamp, swaying slightly in the gentle air currents of the kitchen. It was beautiful, absurdly, unexpectedly beautiful. The pasta hung from the chair back like something from a painting, long, pale ribbons catching the warm lamplight, casting soft shadows against the dark kitchen. Julian stepped back to take in the full sight of it and felt a tightness in the throat, an unexpected welling of emotion. This was what it meant to create something with your own hands. This was what it meant to take raw materials, flour, eggs, salt, water, and transform them through patient effort into something beautiful. And the beauty wasn't in spite of the simplicity. It was because of it. These ingredients hadn't been rare or exotic. The process hadn't required special equipment or advanced techniques. What it had required was time, attention, care, the willingness to slow down and be present with each stage, to not rush, to trust the process. And those things, time, attention, care, those were things Julian had. Those were things anyone had if they chose to use them. You didn't need to be extraordinary. You didn't need special gifts or talents or resources. You just needed to show up, to pay attention, to work with what you had. The pasta ribbons swayed gently, and Julian felt the lesson of it settle deep in the chest. This is self-love, Julian thought. Not the kind that's loud or performative. Not the kind that requires expensive products or elaborate routines. This kind, the quiet kind, the kind that says, I'm going to spend this evening doing something slow and patient and real just for myself because I'm worth the time and effort. The kind that says, I don't need to be more than I am. I don't need extras or additions or improvements. I am enough exactly as I am, the same way flour and eggs and salt and time are enough to make something beautiful. Ravioli was observing from her chair, her eyes half closed in contentment. The kitchen was warm, the light was soft, and the evening had settled into a deep, peaceful quiet. Outside, the world continued, cars passing somewhere distant, wind rustling through trees, the ordinary machinery of life turning. But in here, in this small circle of lamplight, time had slowed to something approaching stillness. Julian reached out and gently touched one of the pasta ribbons, feeling the slight firmness it had developed as it dried, the delicate texture. This had been nothing an hour ago. Separate ingredients, potential, and now it was this. If such transformation was possible for flour and eggs, what transformation was possible for a person? What could you become if you gave yourself the same patience, the same care, the same willingness to trust the process? The thought was both humbling and hopeful. Julian decided to cook some of the pasta. Now, not all of it, just enough for a single serving. The rest could dry completely and be stored for another evening. But right now, after all this work, after all this patience, it felt right to complete the circle, to take what had been made and turn it into nourishment. A pot of water was set on the stove to boil. Salt was added enough to make the water taste like the sea, as the old cooking wisdom said. While the water heated, Julian prepared the simplest possible sauce. Butter melting in a small pan, a squeeze of fresh lemon juice, black pepper cracked from a mill, a pinch of salt. That was all. Anything more would overwhelm the delicate flavor of the pasta itself. The water reached a rolling boil. Julian carefully lifted a portion of the pasta ribbons from the chair back, perhaps a handful, and lowered them into the pot. They swirled in the churning water, the strands separating and dancing. Fresh pasta cooked in moments, not the 8 or 10 minutes of dried pasta. Just 2 or 3 minutes until the ribbons floated to the surface, tender, but with a gentle resistance when bitten al dente, as it should be. Julian used a slotted spoon to lift the pasta from the water, letting excess liquid drain away, and transferred it to the pan with the melted butter and lemon. A quick toss, coating each ribbon in the glossy sauce, and it was done. The pasta was transferred to a wide, shallow bowl. It sat there, steaming gently, the ribbons tangled and glistening, flecked with black pepper. The scent rose up butter and lemon and the weedy fragrance of fresh pasta. Simple, clean, perfect. Julian took the bowl to the small kitchen table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Ravioli immediately appeared, hopping onto the adjacent chair, her eyes fixed on the bowl with great interest. "You had your dinner already," Julian reminded her, but the cat was unmoved by this logic. Julian twirled some of the pasta around a fork and took the first bite. The texture was immediately noticeable tender, but with body, a gentle chew that machine-made pasta never quite achieved. The flavor was subtle, the taste of good eggs and flour, enhanced by the butter and the bright note of lemon. It was, in a word, perfect. Not perfect because it was complex or fancy or restaurant quality. Perfect because it was exactly what it needed to be. Simple ingredients, patiently prepared, consumed in a quiet kitchen on an ordinary evening. This was nourishment, yes, but it was more than that. It was proof that you could make something beautiful with your own hands. Proof that simple things, given time and care, were enough. Proof that you didn't need to be more than you were. Julian ate slowly, savoring each bite, feeling the warmth of the pasta spread through the body. Ravioli watched with great attention, and when Julian's resolve weakened, a small piece of butter-coated pasta was offered on a fingertip. The cat sniffed it, licked it delicately, and then accepted it with dignity, chewing thoughtfully before deciding it was acceptable. Outside, full night had settled. The window above the sink showed only darkness and the faint reflection of the lamp over the counter. The kitchen was a small world unto itself, warm and safe and complete. Julian looked at the remaining pasta still draped over the chair back, drying in the gentle air. Tomorrow or the day after it would be cooked and eaten. More quiet meals, more simple nourishment. But right now, in this moment, it stood as evidence of what was possible. You didn't need extraordinary ingredients to make something extraordinary. You didn't need special gifts or talents. You needed flour, eggs, salt, and time. You needed patience and care and the willingness to trust your own hands. And if that was true of pasta, it was true of everything else. True of life, true of self-worth, true of the quiet, patient work of becoming who you were meant to be. Julian took another bite, and then another, and felt a deep sense of contentment settle in the bones. The kind of contentment that came from doing something slow and real in a world that often felt too fast and too superficial. The kind that came from honoring yourself enough to spend an evening making something beautiful, even though no one was watching, even though there was no performance or audience or external validation. This was enough. This meal, this kitchen, this quiet evening, this simple act of creation. You are enough, Julian thought, and felt the truth of it resonate. Not as an affirmation that needed to be repeated until you believed it, but as a fact as solid and real as the wooden counter, as true as the flour and eggs that had become pasta. Just like the pasta. Simple ingredients, patiently transformed, nothing more needed, nothing more required. Exactly enough, exactly right. The bowl was empty. The pasta had been eaten, every last ribbon, and Julian sat at the table feeling pleasantly full and deeply, profoundly at peace. Ravioli had received her small treat, a bit of butter-soaked pasta that she accepted as her due and was now grooming her paws with meticulous attention. The kitchen was a gentle mess. Flour still dusted portions of the counter. The rolling pin lay where it had been set down. The pot of pasta water cooled on the stove. The chair near the counter still held draped ribbons of drying pasta, pale and elegant in the lamplight. Julian would clean it all later, or perhaps in the morning. Right now there was no urgency, no pressure, just the quiet satisfaction of having spent an evening exactly as it should have been spent. The light over the counter glowed warm and steady, a small sun in the darkness of the kitchen. Beyond the windows, the world was quiet. The evening had deepened into night, and somewhere out there people were rushing, striving, reaching for more. But in here, in this small space, Julian had found something else. Enough. Not scarcity dressed up as sufficiency, not resignation disguised as contentment. Real enough. The kind that came from understanding that the most beautiful, complex things in life were made from the simplest ingredients. Flour, eggs, salt, and time. Patience, effort, care, and a little bit of salt to bring out the flavor. You didn't need exotic additions to be worthwhile. You didn't need to be more than you were. The worthiness was already there, built in, inherent. It just needed to be recognized, honored, treated with the same patient care you'd give to a ball of dough that would become something beautiful. Julian looked at the pasta still drying on the chair back and smiled. Tomorrow it would be cooked and eaten. The day after, perhaps more pasta would be made. Or perhaps something else. It didn't matter. What mattered was the lesson that had been learned in this quiet kitchen on this ordinary evening. That you could create something beautiful from almost nothing. That patience was its own ingredient. That simple was not the same as less than. That you, exactly as you were, with nothing added and nothing taken away, were enough, more than enough. Exactly right. Ravioli hopped down from her chair and padded over to Julian, winding between legs in a figure-8 pattern that requested attention. Julian reached down and scratched behind her ears, and the cat's purr rumbled to life, filling the quiet kitchen with its steady thrum. The light over the counter glowed. The pasta dried. The evening settled into its deepest, most peaceful hour. And in the morning, when the sun rose and the day began again, Julian would remember this. Would remember standing in a warm kitchen, hands dusted with flour, creating something beautiful from simple ingredients and patient effort. Would remember that it was enough, that you were enough, that you had always been enough. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. Sleep well, dear listener. You are enough exactly as you are. The Silver and the Copper, a rhythmic sleep story of finding hidden value. The jar had been sitting on the top shelf of the hallway closet for longer than Morgan could accurately remember. It was one of those large glass containers, the kind that once held pretzels at a warehouse store, with a wide mouth and a metal screw-on lid that had begun to show spots of rust around the threads. Over the years it had become heavy, remarkably heavy. The kind of weight that surprises you when you lift it, that makes you adjust your grip and engage muscles in your forearms you'd forgotten existed. Morgan stood on tiptoe, fingers wrapping around the cool glass, and carefully brought it down from its perch. Dust motes swirled in the late afternoon light filtering through the hallway window. The coins inside shifted with a muted, underwater sort of sound, thousands of small metal pieces sliding against each other, pressing against the glass walls of their container. It was a Saturday evening in early autumn, the kind of evening where the air outside had just begun to turn crisp, where the light came in at a golden angle that made everything look softer, more forgiving. Morgan had woken that morning with a strange but certain feeling. Today was the day to sort the coins. There was no particular reason, no urgent need for the money. It was simply time. The dining room table had been cleared earlier, the mail sorted, the laptop put away, the stack of unread magazines relocated to the living room. In its place, Morgan had spread out an old piece of green felt that had once covered a card table belonging to their grandparents. The felt was worn smooth in places, slightly faded, but it still had that particular texture that made it perfect for this kind of work. Coins wouldn't roll away on felt. They'd land with a softer sound, a more musical quality. Morgan set the jar down on the table with both hands, feeling the solid thunk of glass on wood beneath the felt. The metal lid protested slightly as it was unscrewed, a small squeak, then the release of air that had been sealed inside, carrying with it the faint metallic scent of old coins. Copper and zinc and nickel and whatever alloys had been used over the decades. It was a smell that brought back vague memories of childhood piggy banks, coin purses, the specific odor of a palm full of change on a hot summer day. Behind Morgan, there was the soft, clicking sound of nails on hardwood. Silas had heard the jar being set down, and in his slow, deliberate way, he'd risen from his bed in the corner of the living room to investigate. Silas was a golden retriever who had recently turned 12, a senior citizen in dog years, with a graying muzzle and eyes that had grown cloudy with the beginning of cataracts. He moved with the careful dignity of an old gentleman, each step considered, each movement conserving energy for the things that truly mattered. He pattered into the dining room, circled once beneath the table, and then lowered himself to the rug with a deep, satisfied sigh that seemed to come from his very soul. The sound of his body settling the soft hump of his weight on the floor, The rustle of his thick coat adjusting was followed by the steady rhythm of his breathing, in and out. Slow and even, a metronome of contentment. Morgan smiled down at him, reaching under the table to scratch behind one soft ear. "Going to keep me company, old man?" Silas's tail thumped twice against the rug. Thump, thump. Then stillness, except for the breathing. Morgan straightened and looked at the jar. This was a ritual that required no rushing. There was nowhere else to be, nothing else demanding attention. The evening stretched out ahead, full of quiet and possibility. Outside, the neighborhood was settling into its weekend rhythm somewhere down the street. A lawn mower hummed. A few houses over, children laughed in a backyard. But inside there was only the amber glow of the table lamp, the green felt waiting like a stage, and the jar full of years. With both hands on the base, Morgan tipped the jar slowly forward. The first coins hit the felt with a sound like a small avalanche of bells. It started as a crash, the initial pour, gravity pulling the top layer down, and then became a cascade, a tumbling rush of metal that seemed to go on and on. Quarters and dimes and nickels and pennies all mixed together, all falling in a chaotic symphony of pitches. The high, bright chime of dimes striking each other. The deeper thud of quarters landing flat. The specific rattle of pennies, dozens, hundreds of them, each one adding its voice to the metallic chorus. Morgan kept tipping until the jar was empty, shaking it gently to dislodge the last few coins stuck to the bottom. They clattered out and joined the pile, and then there was silence, a settling. The coins stopped moving and lay in a substantial heap in the center of the green felt, catching the lamplight in 1,000 small glints of copper and silver. Under the table, Silas had lifted his head at the sudden noise. His ears were perked slightly, his expression mildly curious, as if to say, "Well, that was dramatic." Then, apparently satisfied that there was no emergency, he lowered his head back to his paws and resumed his breathing, in and out. The bass line beneath everything. Morgan pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at the pile. It was bigger than expected, nearly 2 feet across, a small mountain of currency that represented years of pocket change, tips left in cups, coins found in couch cushions and car consoles and the bottom of bags. Each one had a story, though most of those stories were long forgotten. Each one had been touched by dozens, maybe hundreds of hands before ending up here. There was something deeply satisfying about the sight of it all spread out, something honest and real. This wasn't abstract numbers on a screen. This was physical wealth, humble and tangible, the kind you could run your fingers through like a dragon in its hoard. Morgan decided to start with the pennies. They were the most numerous, the foundation of the pile, and sorting them first would give a sense of the scope of the project. Reaching into the heap, Morgan began to pull out the copper coins, letting them slide through fingers into a separate pile. The texture was immediately noticeable. Some pennies were smooth and bright, others rough with tarnish. Some were so dark they were almost black. Others had that orange-brown patina that comes from years in circulation. The smell intensified as Morgan worked, that distinctive copper scent, slightly sour, earthy, and mineral. It was a smell that coated the fingertips that would linger even after washing hands. Not unpleasant exactly, but definitely present, significant. As the penny pile grew, Morgan started to sort them by decade, reading the dates stamped beneath Lincoln's profile. 19-70- something. 1980-something, 1990-something, the 2000s, the 2010s. Each decade represented a different era, both in the coins themselves and in Morgan's own life. The pennies from the 70s were heavier pure copper, before the composition changed in 1982. There was something substantial about them, a different quality of sound when they clinked together. Morgan found a 1977 and paused, turning it over in the lamplight. 1977. That would have been before Morgan was born, but not by much. This penny had been minted, circulated, spent, and saved long before Morgan existed. It had bought a piece of candy, maybe, or been part of someone's change at a grocery store. It had lived an entire life as currency before ending up in this jar. There was a meditation in this, Morgan realized, a gentle reminder that value accumulates slowly in small increments, that even the most common, the most worn, the most overlooked thing has weight when gathered together. The pile of pennies grew. 50, 100, more. Morgan's fingers developed a rhythm: reach, grab, sort, stack. Reach, grab, sort, stack. The pennies slid across the felt with a soft hissing sound, like sand through fingers. When stacked, they made a satisfying clink as each one was placed carefully on top of the one below. Not too fast, or the stack would topple. Not too slow, or the rhythm would be lost. Beneath the table, Silas's breathing had deepened into the slow pattern of sleep. His ribs rose and fell like a bellows, steady and hypnotic. Occasionally his paws would twitch dreams of younger days, perhaps chasing tennis balls across fields that existed now only in his memory. Morgan was about to start stacking the 1980s pennies when something odd caught the light. It was mixed in with the copper coins, but it was wrong somehow. The color was off, and it was lighter. Morgan plucked it from the pile and held it up to the lamp. It wasn't a coin at all. It was a plastic token, flat and round, slightly larger than a quarter. It was red, or had been red once. Now it was faded to a dull pinkish orange, the color leached out by time. The surface was printed with text that Morgan had to squint to read. Pizza Palace 5 tokens GOOD for one large game. And there, at the bottom, stamped in small numbers, 1992. Morgan laughed. It was a quiet laugh at first, more of a huff of surprise, but it grew into something genuine and warm. Pizza Palace. For God, Morgan hadn't thought about that place in years. It had been the birthday party destination of choice in the early 90s, a pizza restaurant attached to an arcade, the kind of place that smelled permanently of pepperoni grease and had carpet that was somehow always sticky, no matter how recently it had been cleaned. The arcade had been the real draw. It was a wonderland of flashing lights and digital sounds, rows of machines with names like Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat and Pac-Man. You'd buy tokens at a counter where a teenager with a nose ring would pour them into a plastic cup with a bored expression. The tokens were heavy and felt valuable in a way that quarters didn't. They were special. They were arcade gold. Morgan remembered hoarding these tokens with almost religious fervor. Every birthday, every good report card, every time an aunt or uncle slipped a $5 bill with a wink straight to Pizza Palace for tokens. And at the end of the night, Morgan would carefully count the leftovers, holding them in a sweaty palm, and bring them home to store in a sock drawer like treasure. The idea of spending them carelessly was unthinkable. These weren't just tokens. These were potential, pure, concentrated fun, waiting to be deployed. And now here was one 30-some years later, mixed in with actual legal tender. Worthless, but somehow priceless. Morgan set it aside, placing it carefully on the edge of the table in a place of honor. It deserved to be seen. It deserved to be remembered. Under the table, Silas's tail thumped twice against the rug, thump, thump, though his eyes didn't open. Perhaps he sensed Morgan's amusement. Perhaps it was just a dream twitch. Either way, it felt like agreement, like shared laughter. Morgan returned to the pennies, but the mood had shifted slightly. The work felt lighter now, touched with nostalgia and humor. The coins were no longer just metal. They were markers of time, each one a small portal to a moment that had been and gone. After the pennies came the nickels. They required more attention because in dim light, nickels and quarters could be mistaken for each other by touch alone. Morgan had to actually look at each coin, checking the size and the image. Jefferson on the nickel, Washington on the quarter. The nickels went into their own pile, and the sorting began again. By decade, by mint mark, when Morgan felt particularly focused. The nickels had a different quality than the pennies. They were cooler to the touch, or maybe that was imagination. They were definitely heavier, denser. A stack of nickels had serious weight to it, and the sound was different, not the bright chime of dimes or the solid thunk of quarters, but something in between. A muted tink when they hit each other. Morgan found the mint marks oddly soothing to check. A tiny letter stamped on the coin just below the date. P for Philadelphia, D for Denver, S for San Francisco. Sometimes no letter at all on older coins. It was a detail most people never noticed, never thought about, but it was there. A small signature from the place where the coin was born. This attention to tiny details felt like practice for something larger. Morgan had spent years learning to pay attention to the small shifts in mood, the micro movements of growth, the quiet victories that happened when no one was watching. Therapy had taught that. Journaling had reinforced it. The work of healing, of becoming more whole, happened in increments just like these. One coin at a time. One breath at a time. One day at a time. Beneath the table, Silas continued his steady breathing. In and out. In and out. His presence was an anchor, a reminder that peace could be this simple. A warm spot on the floor. The sound of someone you love nearby. The absence of urgency. After the nickels came the dimes, and these were Morgan's favorite to sort. Dimes were small and bright and quick. They slid across the felt like water, pooling in silver puddles where they landed. They were light individually, but added up to substantial sums, 10 dimes to $1, and there were easily a few hundred here. The sound of dimes was the highest pitch in the coin orchestra. When 2 dimes struck each other, they rang like tiny bells, a pure, clear tone that hung in the air for just a fraction of a second before fading. When a handful of dimes was poured from one palm to another, they chattered like excited conversation. Morgan worked through them slowly, appreciating the way they caught the light. Silver has a particular glow, warmer than white, cooler than gold. Under the amber lamp, the dimes seemed to shimmer slightly, as if they held their own small magic. 1980s dimes, 1990s dimes, 2000s. Morgan stacked them in groups of 10, which made it easy to count later for the paper rolls. Each stack was $1. Each stack represented 10 separate transactions, 10 moments when someone received this coin as change, pocketed it, eventually spent it, or saved it. Stacking required a steady hand. Too much pressure and the stack would scatter. Too little and it would lean and topple. There was a sweet spot, a perfect amount of attention, where the dimes would balance perfectly, one on top of the other, a small silver tower growing higher. Morgan's fingers were starting to smell strongly of metal now. That particular scent had transferred from the coins to the skin, coating the fingertips and settling under the nails. It would take soap and scrubbing to remove completely, but for now it was just part of the experience. The smell of work, the smell of careful attention. Finally, Morgan turned to the quarters. These were the workhorses of the jar, the coins that had seen the most use. Quarters ran the laundromats. Quarters fed the parking meters. Quarters tumbled down into vending machines, releasing candy bars and sodas and small bags of chips. Quarters were functional, practical, the reliable friend you called when you needed something done. There were a lot of them, more than Morgan had expected. They'd settled to the bottom of the jar over the years, being heavier, and now they formed a substantial pile of their own. Morgan began sorting them with both hands, the weight of each quarter solid and reassuring. The ridged edges felt good under fingertips. All quarters have that distinctive texture around the rim. 119 reads. Morgan remembered reading somewhere, though that seemed like an absurd detail to know. Still, running a thumb over those ridges was satisfying in a way that was hard to articulate. Texture. Proof of craftsmanship even in something mass-produced. Morgan found a quarter from 1998 and paused. 1998. College. That was the year Morgan had lived in the dorms, before cell phones were ubiquitous, when calling home meant finding a payphone in the hallway and feeding it quarters. Each call was rationed by the weight of change in the pocket. Important calls merited multiple quarters. Quick check-ins got by on one or two. There was something about the physicality of that system that felt more real than tapping a screen. You could feel the conversation draining your resources. You could hear the mechanical voice interrupt, "Please deposit 25 cents for the next 3 minutes." And you'd fumble for another quarter, slot it in, hear the solid clunk as it dropped into the machine's belly. These quarters had been handled. They'd been in circulation, doing the work of currency. Some were pristine still, shiny and new-looking, despite their age. Others were scratched, dinged, worn smooth in places from countless exchanges. One quarter had a slight bend to it, as if it had been run over or caught in machinery. Morgan held the bent quarter up to the light, examining it. By strict standards, this coin was damaged, imperfect. If you tried to use it in certain machines, it might be rejected. But it was still legal tender. It still had value. And more than that, it had a story. Whatever had happened to bend it like this, it had survived. It had kept going. It was still here. This thought settled somewhere deep in Morgan's chest, warm and spreading. We are like these coins, Morgan thought. All of us. We get bent sometimes, scratched, tarnished. We spend years in circulation, being handled by the world, passed from transaction to transaction until we're worn smooth. And somewhere along the way, we start to believe that the wear diminishes us, that the tarnish makes us less valuable. But that's not true. Morgan set the bent quarter down gently and picked up another one, this one so dark with tarnish it was nearly black. It was a 1983, the date barely visible through the oxidation. Morgan rubbed it with a thumb gently, and underneath the tarnish the silver-copper alloy still gleamed. Still there, still valuable. The tarnish wasn't damage, it was evidence. proof of time spent in the world, doing the work of existing. Every dark spot, every scratch, every worn smooth edge was a record of use, of purpose served, of life lived. Morgan thought about therapy sessions spent crying over the parts of the self that felt too damaged to be lovable. The worn-down parts, the common parts, the parts that felt like they'd been handled roughly by life and come back scarred. For years there had been shame around those parts, a belief that they needed to be hidden, polished up, presented as something shinier than they were. But sitting here, fingers coated in the smell of old metal, looking at hundreds of coins that had been through everything and still held their value, Morgan felt something shift. A permission, maybe, or a recognition. The worn parts weren't flaws. They were proof of survival, of resilience, of having been in the world and come back still whole, still legal tender, still worth exactly what they'd always been worth. Under the table, Silas stirred. His breathing changed, still slow, still steady, but lighter now. He was waking up. A moment later, his head appeared from beneath the table, resting his chin on Morgan's knee. His eyes were cloudy but warm, his expression one of perfect contentment. Morgan scratched behind his ears, feeling the soft fur, the solid warmth of his skull. "Hey, old man, good nap?" Silas's tail thumped against the floor. Thump, 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 his version of yes. He was 12 years old, gray around the muzzle, moving slower every month. He couldn't run anymore, couldn't jump into the car without help. His hearing was going. His vision was fading. By any measure, he was worn, aged, in the autumn of his life, and he was perfect. Morgan looked at him and felt a surge of love so intense it was almost painful. This dog who had been a whirlwind puppy, who had chewed through two couch cushions and a pair of expensive running shoes, who had learned to catch frisbees mid-air and swim in lakes and sleep at the foot of the bed with his paws twitching in dreams. This dog was now an elder, slow and careful and dignified, and somehow impossibly even more precious for the wearer. "You're my favorite coin," Morgan whispered, and Silas's tail thumped again. Morgan returned to the sorting with renewed focus. The quarters were organized by decade now, ready to be rolled. It was time for the final, most satisfying part of the ritual, the rolling itself. Morgan had purchased coin rolls from the bank earlier, and the weak paper sleeves in different colors. Red for pennies, blue for nickels, green for dimes, orange for quarters. They sat in a neat stack at the edge of the table, waiting. The process of rolling coins was deeply, almost hypnotically satisfying. It required just enough attention to be engaging, but not so much as to be stressful. It was meditative, repetitive, soothing. Morgan started with the pennies, picking up a red paper sleeve and unfolding it. The paper was slightly waxy, designed to hold 50 pennies 50 cents exactly. Morgan began feeding pennies into the sleeve, one at a time, listening to the soft slide as each coin dropped down to join the others. The weight of the roll increased with each addition. By the time it was full, it was a solid cylinder of copper, heavy and compact. The final step was crimping the ends of the paper, folding them down to seal the coins inside. This required a bit of pressure, a bit of precision. Too rough and the paper would tear, too gentle and the coins might spill out. But done correctly, the result was a neat, professional-looking roll that could be taken to the bank or a coin counting machine. Morgan set the completed roll aside and reached for another empty sleeve. And another, and another. The pile of completed rolls began to grow. Red cylinders of pennies, blue cylinders of nickels. The work had its own rhythm now, its own music. The crinkle of paper being unfolded. The slide of coins dropping into place. The soft rustle as the roll was sealed. The gentle thunk as it was set down with the others. Outside the light had shifted. The golden afternoon had deepened into early evening. The sun was lower now, casting long shadows across the backyard. Inside, the amber lamp seemed warmer, cozier, a small sun of its own. Morgan worked through the nickels, then the dimes. The green rolls of dimes were particularly satisfying, 50 dimes per roll, $5 exactly, and the weight of a completed roll was substantial. Morgan lined them up in neat rows, organizing them by decade out of habit, more than necessity. Finally, the quarters. 40 quarters per roll, $10 exactly. These were the heaviest rolls, the most valuable in immediate terms. Morgan fed the quarters in one by one, feeling the weight accumulate in the palm of the hand holding the roll. By the time each roll was complete, it was genuinely heavy, a solid bar of mixed metals worth exactly $10. The last quarter slid into place. Morgan crimped the ends of the final roll and set it down with the others. And then it was done. The table was covered in neat rows of coin rolls, organized by type and value. The green felt, which had been hidden under mountains of loose change, was visible again. The jar sat empty at the corner of the table, its purpose fulfilled, ready to begin collecting again. Morgan sat back in the chair and looked at the work. Dozens of rolls, hours of sorting, and a total value of maybe $60 or $70, if that. But the value wasn't really in the money, was it? The value was in the act itself, in the taking of something chaotic and making it ordered, in the honoring of small things, in the recognition that even the most worn, most common, most handled pieces of currency still had worth, still belonged, still mattered. Morgan's fingers smelled like metal. The scent would linger even after washing, a reminder of the evening's work. Under the table, Silas had returned to sleep, his breathing once again slow and even. The house was quiet except for that breathing and the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Morgan placed the coin rolls carefully into a canvas bag, one that had been used for years to carry library books. The weight was satisfying, the gentle clink of rolls shifting against each other, a pleasant sound. Tomorrow, or maybe the day after, these would be taken to the bank. They'd be exchanged for bills or deposited into an account, converted from physical to digital. But tonight, they could just exist here. Proof of accumulation, proof of patience, proof that small things gathered over time add up to something real. Morgan reached down and rested a hand on Silas's head. He didn't wake, but his tail moved slightly, just the tip, a sleepy acknowledgement. His fur was warm under Morgan's palm, soft and thick despite his age. This moment felt complete in a way that was hard to name. Not exciting, not dramatic, just whole. The lamp glowing amber, the neat rows of work, the sleeping dog, the smell of metal still on the fingers, the quiet satisfaction of a small task done well. Value isn't always loud, Morgan thought. It doesn't always announce itself with fanfare or flash. Sometimes value is quiet. Sometimes it's the steady accumulation of small things, breaths and days and moments of attention. Sometimes it's the willingness to sit with what's worn and common and handled by the world and see it clearly and choose to honor it anyway. The bent quarter was still sitting on the edge of the table, apart from the others. Morgan picked it up and turned it over in the lamplight. Imperfect, damaged, technically, and still worth exactly 25 cents. Still legal tender. Still precious in its way. Morgan slipped it into a pocket instead of the bag with the others. A reminder, a token of a different sort. Outside, the evening deepened toward night. The neighborhood sounds had quieted, the lawnmower gone silent. The children called in for dinner. Stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky, faint at first, then brighter as the light faded. Morgan stood, stretched, feeling the pleasant ache in shoulders and back that came from sitting hunched over careful work. Silas stirred at the movement, lifting his head to see if something interesting was happening. When he determined it wasn't, he lowered his head again and sighed deeply. "Come on, old man," Morgan said softly. "Let's get you some dinner." Silas rose slowly, shaking himself from nose to tail, his tags jingling with the movement. He followed Morgan toward the kitchen, his nails clicking on the hardwood, his pace unhurried. There was no rush. There was nowhere to be except here, now in this quiet house with these quiet routines. In the dining room, the coin rolls sat in their neat rows on the green felt, catching the last of the lamplight. Small towers of value, small monuments to patience. Tomorrow they would be converted, transformed, returned to circulation in another form. But for tonight, they were exactly what they were meant to be. Complete, accounted for, valued, just like the worn parts of ourselves we spend so long trying to polish away, just like the common, everyday moments we dismiss as ordinary, just like the slow accumulation of breath and presence and showing up, even when we're bent, even when we're tarnished, even when we feel like we've been handled too roughly by the world. We are still here. We are still valuable. We are still exactly enough. Morgan stood at the kitchen counter, scooping kibble into Silas's bowl, and felt that truth settle somewhere deep. Not as an epiphany, those were loud and sudden. This was quiet, steady, true in the way that breathing is true, in the way that the ground beneath your feet is true. The bent quarter in Morgan's pocket pressed against the fabric, a small weight, a reminder to carry forward. Silas ate his dinner with the careful, methodical approach of an old dog who has learned that food tastes better when savored. Morgan leaned against the counter and watched him, feeling the particular contentment that comes from loving something so completely that its imperfections become inseparable from its perfection. Tomorrow would bring its own tasks, its own requirements. But tonight there was only this, the quiet house, the sleeping dog, the completed work, and the gentle recognition that even worn things, especially worn things, have stories worth honoring. The jar would fill again, slowly over months and years. Pennies and nickels and dimes and quarters, each one a small piece of time made tangible. And someday Morgan would pour them out again onto the green felt and sort them by decade and mint mark, and remember this evening, this feeling, this quiet knowing, that value isn't determined by shine or newness or the absence of wear. Value is intrinsic, inherent, unchanging, no matter how many hands have touched it. Even the parts of us that feel common, worn, bent by circumstance, especially those parts, they are legal tender. They are worth exactly what they have always been worth. Everything. Outside, the last light faded from the sky. Inside, the lamp glowed warm. And in that space between day and night, between work and rest, between the scattered and the sorted, there was peace. Simple, quiet, complete. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. Sleep well, friend. The Night Market Stroll, a rhythmic sleep story of self-care and calm. Elias stood at his kitchen window, watching the last of the daylight soften into something gentler. Friday evening light always felt different. It carried a kind of permission in it, a quiet exhale after the week's long inhale. The apartment around him was still, not empty exactly, but waiting. The kind of waiting that didn't demand anything, that simply existed in the space between what had been and what might come next. He'd finished his work an hour ago, closed his laptop, answered his last email, put his coffee cup in the sink, and then he'd found himself here at the window, watching the sky turn from gold to amber, to the first pale hint of violet. His reflection looked back at him from the glass, a man in his late 30s, hair slightly disheveled from running, his hands through it during afternoon meetings, still wearing the comfortable button-down shirt he'd put on that morning now, with the sleeves rolled to his elbows. The apartment was quiet in the way that spaces become when you live alone and have grown comfortable with it. Not lonely, exactly, just still. The kind of stillness that can feel either peaceful or heavy, depending on the day. Today it felt like neither. It felt like a blank page, like possibility wearing the disguise of ordinary evening light. Elias turned from the window and looked at the small kitchen table where he usually ate his solitary dinners, at the couch where he read most nights, at the bookshelf that held his modest collection of novels and field guides and cookbooks he'd meant to use more often. Everything was in its place. Everything was fine. And somewhere in that fineness and that perfectly acceptable ordinariness, he felt a small stirring, not quite restlessness, not quite longing. Something softer than that. Something like a question he hadn't quite formed yet. Then it came to him, simple and clear. He wanted to do something kind for himself tonight. Not big, not dramatic. Just something small and intentional. Something that said, quietly, without fanfare, that he mattered. That this one life, this one Friday evening deserved a little tenderness. The neighborhood night market would be opening soon. He'd walked past it dozens of times, usually on his way to somewhere else, always meaning to stop, but rarely doing so. It happened every Friday evening from spring through early fall, a modest gathering of local vendors in the community park, 3 blocks from his apartment. Nothing fancy, just flowers and produce and baked goods and a handful of artisans selling things made by hand. A kind of market that smelled like fresh bread and felt like belonging to a place. Tonight, he decided he would go. Not to buy groceries or to check something off a list. He would go to treat himself, to gather small things that would make his apartment feel less like a place he simply existed in, and more like a place he'd chosen, a place he cherished. The decision felt good. It felt like putting on a coat that fit exactly right. Elias found his canvas tote bag hanging on the hook by the door, the sturdy one with the long handles that he used for farmers' market trips. It was empty and soft, folded in on itself. He slung it over his shoulder, feeling its familiar weight settle against his hip. Then he grabbed his keys, locked the apartment door behind him, and stepped out into the cooling evening. The walk to the market took him down streets he knew by heart. Maple-lined sidewalks where tree roots had buckled the pavement in familiar places. The corner where Mrs. Chun's garden always exploded with roses in summer. The house with the blue door where someone practiced piano every evening, the same scales drifting out through open windows. But tonight, walking with intention rather than destination, everything felt slightly different, more vivid, more present. The air had that particular quality it gets in the hour before true darkness, still warm from the day, but cooling rapidly, carrying the first hints of night. Elias could smell cut grass and car exhaust and something flowering he couldn't quite name. The light was golden and slanted, catching on windows and turning them into squares of amber fire. His footsteps made a steady rhythm on the concrete. Step, 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 the canvas bag bumped gently against his side. In someone's yard, a sprinkler rotated in slow, meditative circles, the water catching the light like scattered diamonds. A dog barked somewhere, 3 short sounds, then silence. A car passed, music playing softly through closed windows. Elias found himself noticing the transition from day to night in a way he rarely did when he was rushing. The street lights were beginning to flicker on, one by one, their sensors reading the dimming sky and responding. First one at the corner, then another halfway down the block, then 3 more in quick succession. Each one bloomed into soft yellow light, pushing back the gathering shadows. It felt like watching the world change costumes, shedding its daytime brightness for something quieter, more intimate. By the time he reached the park, the sky had deepened to a rich purple blue, the kind of color that exists for only a few minutes each evening before sliding into true night. And there, spread across the community park's open lawn, was the market. The first thing Elias noticed was the light. Strings of Edison bulbs crisscrossed overhead, suspended between tall wooden posts that had been set up around the perimeter of the market. The bulbs glowed warm and golden, their filaments visible inside the clear glass, creating pools of amber radiance that overlapped and merged. Between them, someone had hung paper lanterns in soft whites and creams, round and glowing like small moons. The effect was magical without being precious, just enough light to see by, just enough shadow to make everything feel a little bit like a secret. The vendors had set up their stalls in loose rows across the grass. Simple tables covered in cloth, wooden crates stacked and arranged, vintage metal stands holding baskets and buckets. Nothing was uniform or overly organized, and that's what made it beautiful. It felt organic, grown rather than planned. Elias stepped onto the grass, feeling the slight give of earth beneath his feet after the hard sidewalk. The evening had settled fully now, and the air held that perfect temperature where you couldn't quite tell where your skin ended and the atmosphere began. Comfortable, embracing. The market hummed with gentle life. Not crowded, but populated. People moved between the stalls in small groups or alone, speaking in low voices that blended into a general murmur of human presence. Someone laughed, a bright sound that bubbled up and faded. A child tugged at her mother's hand, pointing at something in a vendor's display. An older couple stood side by side at the produce stand, their shoulders touching, examining tomatoes with serious concentration. Elias heard the soft clink of glass jars being moved, the rustle of paper bags being opened and filled, the crinkle of bouquet wrapping, a acoustic guitar being played somewhere, just barely audible, a simple finger-picking pattern that wove through the other sounds like a thread-through fabric. The air smelled like a dozen things at once. Fresh bread and herbs, coffee and smoke from someone's grill, the green smell of produce, and underneath it all, the earthy scent of grass and night air. He stood there for a moment, just taking it in, letting himself arrive fully and completely. This was what he needed without knowing it, this pocket of the world designed for slowness, where the entire purpose was simply to wander and notice and perhaps find something beautiful. His empty tote bag hung from his shoulder, patient and waiting. The flower stall was impossible to miss. It occupied a corner spot where 2 rows of vendors met, and it blazed with color even in the evening light. Metal buckets lined the front of the table, each one filled with a different variety of flower. Some Elias recognized sunflowers with their heavy heads, zinnias in every shade imaginable, black-eyed Susans with their dark centers and golden petals. Others he could only appreciate without naming, tall stems with clusters of small purple blooms, delicate white flowers that looked like stars, something red and wild that reminded him of fields he'd run through as a child. The woman tending the stall was perhaps in her 60s, with silver hair pulled back in a practical bun, and hands that moved with the kind of efficiency that comes from decades of practice. She wore a canvas apron with pockets full of twine and small scissors, and when she looked up and saw Elias approaching, her face arranged itself into a smile that reached her eyes. "Evening," she said, her voice warm and unhurried. "Looking for something particular or just browsing?" "Just browsing," Elias said, then corrected himself. "Actually, I'd like a small bouquet, something simple." "For myself?" The woman's smile deepened, and something knowing passed across her face. "Best reason to buy flowers," she said simply. Elias moved closer to the buckets, bending slightly to examine the options. The stems were cool from sitting in water, and droplets clung to leaves and petals, catching the string-light glow. Each bucket released its own particular fragrance when he leaned close, some sweet, some green, some almost spicy. He found himself drawn to a bucket filled with wildflowers, the kind that looked like they'd been gathered from a meadow rather than cultivated in neat rows. Lavender and Queen Anne's lace and something with tiny yellow blooms he couldn't name. He was reaching toward them when he felt something warm and solid press against his leg. Looking down, Elias discovered Dog, a very old golden retriever with a graying muzzle and kind, slightly clouded eyes. The dog had emerged from behind the stall with the slow dignity of age and had positioned himself directly next to Elias, leaning his considerable weight against Elias's knee. The dog's head was large and heavy, resting with complete trust against Elias's leg, and the animal let out a long, contented sigh. "That's Pippin," the flower vendor said, amusement coloring her voice. "He's decided you need escorting." Elias couldn't help but smile. He reached down and placed his hand on Pippin's head, feeling the warmth of the dog's skull beneath soft fur. Pippin's tail began a slow, sweeping wag, thumping gently against the leg of the vendor's table. The dog looked up at Elias with an expression of such pure, uncomplicated contentment that something in Elias's chest loosened. "He has a system," the vendor continued, pulling the wildflower bundle from its bucket with practiced ease. "He greets people, collects his pat tax, then escorts them to the next stall he thinks they should visit. Been doing it for 3 years now. I think he believes he runs the market." "The pat tax seems very reasonable," Elias said, running his hand down Pippin's neck and feeling the dog lean even more heavily against him. The vendor laughed, a sound like wind chimes. She was wrapping the flowers now, her hands quick and sure. She gathered the stems, shook off the excess water with a practiced flick of her wrist, then laid them diagonally across a large sheet of brown craft paper. The paper crinkled and rustled as she folded it up and around the bouquet, creating a cone shape that she secured with natural twine. The whole process took perhaps 30 seconds, but watching her do it felt like observing a small ceremony, each movement intentional, each fold precise. "These will last about a week if you change the water every other day," she said, handing the bouquet to Elias. "Cut the stems at an angle. They like a little sugar in the water, too. Just a pinch." Elias took the bouquet, feeling the slight dampness of the paper where the stems had left their moisture. The weight was perfect, substantial enough to feel real, light enough to carry with ease. Through the paper he could smell the flowers, green and sweet and alive. "Thank you," he said, and meant it. Pippin, having determined that sufficient petting had been administered, unstuck himself from Elias's leg and began walking slowly toward the next stall over. After a few steps, the dog stopped and looked back over his shoulder, as if to say, "Well, are you coming?" The vendor caught Elias's eye and grinned. "Told you. He's very serious about his job." Elias followed Pippin to the chocolate vendor's stall, the bouquet cradled carefully in the crook of his elbow. Pippin led the way with the unhurried confidence of someone who knew exactly where he was going, and wasn't in any particular rush to get there. When they reached the chocolate stall, Pippin positioned himself once again against Elias's leg, the other leg this time for balance perhaps, and resumed his gentle leaning. The dog's warmth was considerable, radiating through the fabric of Elias's pats. The chocolate stall was small and elegant. A wooden table covered in dark cloth, and arranged on it were perhaps 24 chocolate bars in minimal wrapping. Each bar was wrapped in matte paper, some deep brown, some navy blue, some a rich burgundy, with simple text printed in cream-colored ink: sea salt and almond, dark cherry, orange and cardamom, 70% cacao, 85%. 90. The vendor was a young man with careful hands and a quiet demeanor. He stood behind his table, patient and unhurried, and when Elias approached, he offered a small nod of greeting. "Would you like to try anything?" he asked, his voice soft enough to match the evening. "The sea salt and almond?" Elias said, drawn to it without quite knowing why. The vendor selected a bar from the display and unwrapped one corner with practiced care. Then he broke off a single square, the snap of it sharp and clean in the evening air, and offered it to Elias on a small square of parchment paper. Elias took the chocolate and placed it on his tongue. For a moment, he simply let it rest there, feeling the cool smoothness begin to soften. Then the flavors started to unfold, bitter first, deep and dark and complex. Then the salt came through, just a whisper of it, making the chocolate taste somehow more like itself. Finally, the almond, toasted and subtle, a warm undertone that rounded everything out. "I'll take one," Elias said when he could speak again. The vendor wrapped a full bar in tissue paper and placed it in a small paper bag, which he folded over twice at the top with geometric precision. Elias paid, tucked the bag carefully into his tote alongside the flowers, and gave Pippin another thorough scratching behind the ears. The dog's tail thumped its approval against the grass. Then Pippin was moving again, this time angling toward a stall at the far end of the row. Elias followed, wondering if the dog had a specific route he followed each night, collecting pats and goodwill like coins in a collection. The tea merchant's stall glowed like a small jewel box. Glass jars lined 3-tiered shelves, each one filled with loose-leaf tea in a dozen different shades: deep green, pale gold, brown and black, flowers and leaves, and delicate curls. The lantern light caught on the jars and made them luminous, turning the tea into something precious, something worth pausing for. The merchant herself was arranging jars when Elias and Pippin arrived. She was middle-aged, with wire-rimmed glasses and an air of focused calm, the kind of person who seemed completely present in whatever small task they were performing. When she looked up and saw Pippin, her entire face softened. "There's my favorite customer," she said, reaching down to give the dog an affectionate pat. Pippin's tail accelerated into a more vigorous wag, clearly pleased by the recognition. Then she straightened and turned her attention to Elias. "What kind of evening are you hoping for?" she asked. It was such an unexpectedly perceptive question that Elias found himself answering honestly. "A peaceful one. Something that helps me wind down." She nodded as if this was exactly the right answer and turned to scan her collection. Her fingers traced along the jars until she found what she was looking for. A medium-sized jar filled with a mixture of dried flowers and leaves in soft grays and purples and greens. "Chamomile and lavender," she said, unscrewing the lid and holding it out for him to smell. "A little lemon balm. A little rose. Nothing complicated. Just gentle." The scent that rose from the jar was everything she'd promised: floral without being perfumey, calming without being medicinal. It smelled like summer evenings and grandmother's gardens and the kind of sleep that comes easy. "Perfect," Elias said. The merchant smiled and reached for a metal scoop with a long handle. She measured out a generous portion of the tea blend, the dried flowers and leaves tumbling into a small paper bag with a soft, whispering sound. Then she folded the top of the bag over and secured it with a length of twine, tying it in a simple bow. As she handed it to him, she said, "Steep it for 5 minutes. No more, or it gets bitter. And use water that's just off the boil, not actively boiling." "Thank you," Elias said, adding the tea to his growing collection. "I appreciate the guidance." She waved a hand as if to say it was nothing, already turning back to her jars. Pippin, having received adequate attention and apparently satisfied that Elias had made all the necessary purchases, gave Elias one final lean brief but firm, like a parting handshake, and then ambled back toward the flower stall, duty fulfilled. Elias stood there for a moment, his tote bag now pleasantly heavy against his shoulder. Flowers, chocolate, tea. 3 small things, but together they felt like an abundance, like he'd gathered up pieces of something larger: comfort, maybe, or care, the kind of care that didn't wait for someone else to provide it. The market continued its gentle hum around him. The guitar player had moved on to a new song, something slow and finger-picked, and almost familiar. April browsed and purchased and chatted. The lanterns swayed slightly in a breeze Elias hadn't noticed until now, their light dancing across the grass. He took a breath, pulling the evening air deep into his lungs, and then he turned toward home. The walk back felt different from the walk there. Slower somehow, even though Elias wasn't deliberately dawdling. His tote bag bumped against his hip with each step, a gentle reminder of what he carried. Inside, the brown paper wrapped around the flowers made small crinkling sounds as he walked. The chocolate bar settled against the tea bag, everything shifting and settling with the rhythm of his footsteps. The night had fully arrived now. The sky was deep purple-black overhead, scattered with the brightest stars, the ones that could compete with the city's ambient light. A waning moon hung low in the east, just starting its climb. The street lights cast pools of yellow-orange light along the sidewalk, and Elias moved through them one by one, light and shadow and light again. The temperature had dropped several degrees, but it was still comfortable. Elias could feel the first real coolness of evening on his forearms where he rolled up his sleeves. The pavement beneath his feet still held some of the day's warmth, releasing it slowly into the night air. Somewhere someone was grilling dinner, and the smell of charcoal and cooking meat drifted past. A window was open in the house he was passing, and he could hear the murmur of a television, canned laughter from some sitcom. These were the sounds and smells of people living their lives, making dinner, settling in for the evening, existing in their own small worlds, contained and complete. Usually Elias found this comforting, the reminder that life was happening all around him, that he was part of something larger just by virtue of existing in the same time and space. Tonight, though, he felt more aware of his own small world, the one he was carrying home in a canvas bag. He passed Mrs. Chun's rose garden, now just dark shapes and shadows. The house with the blue door, the piano silent for the night. The corner where tree roots had buckled the pavement, which he stepped over without thinking. His feet knew these streets in the dark, could navigate them without requiring conscious thought. When his apartment building came into view, Elias felt something shift in his chest. Anticipation, maybe. Or maybe just the simple pleasure of coming home with the intention of treating that home as something worth celebrating, worth making beautiful. He climbed the stairs to his second-floor apartment, his keys already in his free hand. The hallway was quiet, dim light from the emergency exit sign casting everything in a faint red-green glow. He unlocked his door, stepped inside, and closed it behind him with a soft click. The apartment was exactly as he'd left it. The kitchen window still held the last ghost of twilight. The table was still empty. The bookshelf still held its orderly collection. But now Elias was here, and he was carrying something. The potential he'd felt earlier had transformed into something tangible, something he could unwrap and arrange and bring into being. He set his tote bag on the kitchen counter and stood there for a moment, looking at it. The brown paper cone of flowers stuck out from the top, stems visible at the bottom, paper slightly crumpled from the walk home. He could see the corner of the chocolate bag peeking out, and the twine-tied tea bag resting beneath. Slowly, with the deliberateness of ritual, Elias began to unpack. First, the flowers. He pulled the bouquet out carefully, mindful of the blooms. The craft paper crinkled loudly in the quiet apartment, a satisfying rustle. He untied the twine and let the paper fall open, revealing the full arrangement. Even in the kitchen's ordinary overhead light, the flowers were beautiful. The lavender had released more of its scent during the walk, and now his entire kitchen smelled like fields and sun and something ancient. Elias had a simple glass vase in the cabinet above the sink, nothing special, just a clear cylinder he'd bought at a thrift store years ago. He filled it with cool water from the tap, watching the water climb the inside of the glass, then added a small pinch of sugar from the sugar bowl on the counter, just as the flower vendor had recommended. He found kitchen scissors in the drawer and cut the flower stems at an angle, the way she'd instructed. Each cut was firm and clean, the scissors slicing through the green stems with a soft snick. He arranged the flowers in the vase without overthinking it, just placing them stem by stem until the bouquet looked balanced, natural. The wildflowers seemed to find their own arrangement, leaning and cascading in ways that looked uncontrived. When he was finished, he stepped back to look at them. They transformed the kitchen counter. That was the only way to describe it. What had been empty and functional was now alive. The purple of the lavender caught the light. The white Queen Anne's lace looked delicate against the darker stems. The tiny yellow flowers, still unnamed, added small bursts of brightness throughout. Next, Elias reached for the chocolate. He opened the paper bag and pulled out the wrapped bar, feeling its solid weight in his hand. The paper wrapper was cool and smooth, matte against his fingertips. He found a small ceramic plate in the cabinet, cream-colored. Simple, and unwrapped the chocolate bar carefully, preserving the paper intact. The chocolate itself was scored into neat rectangles, each one embossed with the chocolatier's simple logo. Elias broke off 3 squares, the snap satisfying and crisp, and arranged them on the small plate. The deep brown of the chocolate looked rich against the cream ceramic. He could see the flecks of sea salt on the surface, tiny crystals catching the light. The almonds were visible, too, thin slivers embedded in the dark chocolate. He set the plate on the table, next to where he would sit. Finally, the tea. Elias untied the twine and opened the paper bag, breathing in the scent again. Chamomile and lavender, lemon balm and rose. He'd always loved tea, loved the ritual of it, but recently he'd been too tired or too hurried to bother. Tonight, though, he wanted to do it properly, wanted to give himself that small ceremony. He filled his kettle with fresh water and set it on the stove, turning the burner to high. While the water heated, he found his teapot a simple clay one, nothing fancy, but it had a good weight to it, and his favorite mug, a large one with a comfortable handle. He measured out a generous spoonful of the tea, blend into the pot, watching the dried flowers and leaves tumble in. The kettle began to hiss, a quiet sound at first, then building. Steam rose from the spout. Just before it reached a full boil, Elias turned off the heat and let it sit for 30 seconds, remembering the tea merchant's instruction. Just off the boil, not actively boiling. Then he poured the water over the tea leaves, and the apartment filled with fragrance. It bloomed up from the teapot like something alive, sweet and herbal, and deeply calming. The dried flowers rehydrated immediately, unfurling in the hot water, releasing their oils and essences. Elias put the lid on the teapot and set his phone's timer for 5 minutes. While the tea steeped, he moved through the apartment, turning off the harsh overhead lights and switching on lamps instead. The floor lamp in the living room with its warm yellow glow. The small lamp on his bedside table. Everything softer now. Everything gentler. In the kitchen, he found a candle in the drawer where he kept miscellaneous things. A simple white pillar candle in a small glass holder, left over from a dinner party he'd hosted months ago. He set it on the table next to the plate of chocolate and lit it with a match. The flame wavered for a moment and steadied, casting a small circle of warm light. When the timer chimed, Elias poured the tea from the pot into his mug, watching the golden amber liquid stream out. He could see tiny bits of chamomile flowers floating on the surface. The steam rose and carried that same beautiful scent, floral and calming, and exactly what he needed without knowing it. He picked up the vase of flowers from the kitchen counter and carried it to the table, setting it where he could see it clearly. Then he turned off the kitchen light, leaving only the candle and the gentle glow from the living room lamp. Elias sat down at his small table, and for a long moment he simply looked at what he'd created, the flowers still releasing their subtle perfume. The candle flame dancing slightly in the air currents he couldn't feel, the chocolate on its simple plate, the tea steaming gently in his favorite mug. He hadn't set the table for anyone else. He hadn't created this small moment of beauty because he was expecting company or because he was trying to impress anyone. He'd done it entirely for himself, because he deserved it, because this one life, this one Friday evening, was worth marking with tenderness. The realization settled over him like a weight being lifted rather than added. For so long, Elias had been waiting, not consciously, perhaps, but waiting nonetheless, waiting for the right moment, waiting for someone to share these small ceremonies with, waiting for life to feel more complete before he allowed himself to celebrate it. But sitting here now in the candlelight with flowers he bought for himself, and tea he brewed with care and chocolate, he'd chosen because he wanted it. Elias understood something he'd intellectually known, but never quite felt. He didn't need to wait. He was allowed to be the person who brought flowers into his own house. He was allowed to treat himself with the same thoughtfulness he would extend to a dear friend or a beloved partner. The house felt more alive, and it wasn't because someone else had entered it. It was because he had chosen to be fully present in it, had chosen to see it as worthy of beauty, had chosen to see himself as worthy of care. Elias picked up his mug, feeling the heat seep into his palms, and took a slow sip of tea. The flavor was delicate and soothing, exactly what the merchant had promised. The chamomile was gentle, the lavender subtle, the lemon balm adding a bright note underneath. He could taste the rose petals too, a whisper of floral sweetness. He set the mug down and reached for a square of chocolate. The dark cocoa melted on his tongue, bitter and complex. The salt intensified the flavor rather than making it salty. The almond added a toasted warmth. He let it melt completely before swallowing, savoring every second of the experience. The candle flickered. The flowers held their shape in the vase, beautiful and temporary, and perfect for this moment. Through the window, Elias could see the streetlight outside, its glow steady and familiar. He took another sip of tea, another piece of chocolate. He looked at the flowers and felt something very much like gratitude. Not for anything specific, exactly, but for the accumulation of small things, for quiet Friday evenings, for markets lit by string lights, for old dogs who demanded pat taxes, for vendors who wrapped flowers with care, for the ability to walk 3 blocks and choose beautiful things and bring them home to himself, for the understanding finally that he was enough, that this life exactly as it was in this moment was enough. The tea was cooling now, reaching the perfect temperature for longer sips. Elias cradled the mug in both hands and felt the warmth spread through his fingers, up his wrists, into his arms. Outside, the city continued its Friday night rhythms. Cars passed. Someone laughed in the street. A dog barked twice, then fell silent. Life happening everywhere all the time. And here, in this small apartment, in the candlelight, with flowers on the table and tea in his hands, life was happening too. Quiet life, gentle life, the kind of life that didn't announce itself but accumulated anyway, moment by moment, choice by choice, until you looked up and realized you'd built something beautiful without even trying. Elias finished his tea slowly, letting each sip last. He ate the last piece of chocolate. He watched the candle flame dance and settle and dance again. He breathed in the scent of lavender and chamomile until it felt like part of him. When the mug was empty and the plate held only a few small crumbs, he stood and carried them to the kitchen sink. He blew out the candle, watching a thin thread of smoke rise and dissipate. He picked up the vase of flowers, feeling their slight weight, and carried them carefully to his bedroom. In the bedroom, the small lamp on his bedside table cast a gentle pool of light. Elias set the flowers next to the lamp, positioning them where he would see them first thing in the morning, where they would be the last thing he saw before sleep. He changed into comfortable clothes, soft cotton pants, and a warm t-shirt. He turned down the bed covers, revealing the cool white sheets underneath. Through the bedroom window, the street light outside created a pattern on the wall. Light filtered through leaves that swayed in the night breeze. Elias climbed into bed and settled against the pillows, feeling his body relax into the mattress. The sheets were cool against his skin, exactly the right temperature. He reached over and turned off the bedside lamp, and the room fell into comfortable darkness. Not total darkness. The street light provided a soft ambient glow, but dark enough for sleep. The scent of the flowers was gentler now, but still present. Lavender and chamomile, the same herbs that had been in his tea, surrounding him as he lay there. He could hear the night sounds of the city through his closed window, distant traffic, a siren blocks away, the rustle of wind through trees. But mostly there was quiet. The quiet of a person at peace in their own space. The quiet of a Friday evening well spent. The quiet of someone who had learned, finally, to cherish themselves. Elias's last conscious thought before sleep found him was simple and true. I am allowed to be kind to myself. I am allowed to gather joy. I am allowed to create beauty in my own life for no other reason than because I am here, and I am worthy of it. The flowers stood guard on his bedside table. The chocolate wrapper lay folded neatly in the kitchen. The empty teapot waited to be washed in the morning. The market had closed hours ago, the vendors packing up their wares, Pippin settling down for the night in whatever cozy spot he claimed as his own. And Elias slept, deeply and peacefully, surrounded by small things he had chosen with care, in a home he had transformed simply by deciding it deserved tenderness. The sleep of someone who had learned that the most radical act of self-love is sometimes just the quietest one. The willingness to stop waiting and to start, right now, being the person who brings flowers into their own house. The street light glowed. The flowers released their subtle perfume. The night held him gently. And in the morning, when he woke, the flowers would still be there. And he would remember, this is what it feels like to treat yourself as someone worth celebrating. This is what it feels like to be home. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. Until next time, may you find peace in the small things you gather for yourself. And may you always remember that you are worthy of beauty. Sleep well. The Scent Maker's Winter Candle, a rhythmic story of sensory rest. The apartment was cold in that particular way that only February evenings can be, not the sharp, biting cold of January, but a softer, more resigned kind of chill that seems to settle into the walls themselves. Outside, the sky had gone the color of old pewter, and street lights were beginning to flicker on one by one, their orange glow painting long shadows across the pavement below. Inside, in the small kitchen of a third-floor walk-up, someone had decided that tonight would be different. Her name was Maya, though that detail mattered less than what she was doing, which was moving slowly through her apartment with a cardboard box in her hands, collecting candles. Not whole candles bright and new from the store, but the remnants, the half-burned birthday candles in chipped ceramic. Holders a hotel room votive she'd tucked into her suitcase years ago and never quite thrown away. The expensive jar candle from a Christmas 3 years past that had burned down until only an inch of blackened wax remained at the bottom. She moved from room to room with the deliberateness of someone on a mission. From the bathroom shelf, a small lavender candle, its wick drowned in a pool of purple wax that had never quite burned evenly. From the bedroom windowsill, a pair of tea lights in metal tins, their wax cracked and yellowed with age. From the living room bookshelf, tucked behind a stack of novels she'd been meaning to read, a squat vanilla candle that had been a housewarming gift from someone whose face she could barely remember now. Each candle went into the box with a soft thud or a gentle clink, and with each one Maya found herself pausing, just for a moment, to remember. The lavender had been from the spring she'd tried meditation, sitting cross-legged on her bathroom floor at 6 in the morning, trying to breathe her anxiety into something manageable. The vanilla had been from her first apartment alone, after the breakup, when she'd burned it every single night just to have something alive and moving in the silence. The tea lights had been from a dinner party she'd hosted when she was still, trying to prove to everyone, including herself, that she was fine, that she was thriving, that she had it all together. She hadn't burned any of these candles in months. Some of them not in years. They'd just accumulated, the way objects do, becoming part of the landscape of her life until they were invisible. But tonight, standing in her kitchen with the box in her arms, Maya saw them differently. Not as remnants of things that were over, but as raw material, as possibility. The idea had come to her that afternoon, scrolling through one of those videos that the internet seems to serve up precisely when you needed a person with calm hands and a soothing voice demonstrating how to melt down old candle stubs and create something new. The process had looked almost meditative. The careful breaking apart of old wax, the gentle heat, the slow transformation from solid to liquid to solid again. A small act of alchemy performed at a kitchen stove. Maya had watched the video 3 times, then gone to pull out the box. Now, as the evening deepened outside her windows, she spread newspaper across her kitchen table, the Sunday edition she'd been saving for exactly this kind of purpose, though she hadn't known what that purpose would be until now. The paper crinkled under her hands, and she smoothed it down, creating a workspace that felt intentional, almost ceremonial. From the cabinet above the stove, she retrieved her double boiler, or rather, the improvised version she'd created by nesting a metal mixing bowl over a saucepan of water. She filled the pan about 1/3 of the way, set it on the stove top, and turned the heat to low. The water would take a few minutes to begin steaming, and she wanted to be ready. On the table, she arranged her tools. A butter knife for prying out old wax and removing spent wicks. A pair of scissors for trimming. A metal spoon for stirring. She chose one from the back of her utensil drawer, an old thing with a slightly bent handle that she wouldn't mind dedicating to this purpose. And then, lined up like little soldiers in glass bottles, her essential oils: eucalyptus, pine, cedarwood, vanilla, and something labeled Fresh Rain that she'd bought on impulse from a farmer's market last summer. The centerpiece of her operation sat in the middle of the table, a heavy glass mason jar, the kind with thick walls and a wide mouth, clean and empty and waiting. She'd found it at a thrift store last week, though she hadn't known what she'd use it for at the time. Just something about its weight in her hand, its sturdiness, had made her tuck it under her arm and carry it to the register. Maya pulled out the first candle, the drowned lavender one, and began working the butter knife around its edges, loosening the wax from the ceramic holder. The wax came free in chunks, some still clinging stubbornly to the sides, and she placed each piece into the metal bowl. Then she pried out the old wick, a blackened strand of string stiffened with carbon, and dropped it into the small trash can she'd positioned by her elbow. Next came the vanilla candle, and this one required more work. The wax had hardened so completely at the bottom of its jar that she had to run hot water over the outside to loosen it, then slip the knife in, work it around the circumference like she was loosening a cake from a pan. When it finally came free, it emerged as a solid disc of cream-colored wax, smooth on top, rough and textured underneath, where it had clung to the glass. She weighed it in her palm for a moment, this piece of her past. She could remember burning this candle on nights when the loneliness felt like a physical thing, a presence in the room with her. She'd light it and watch the flame, and somehow that small point of light had made the empty apartment feel less vast. It had done its job, and now it would do a new job. Into the bowl it went, along with chunks from the tea lights and a pale blue wax. She didn't remember the origin of it all. She worked methodically, breaking apart each candle, removing each wick, until the bowl was filled with a jumbled collection of wax pieces in different colors and sizes, cream and purple and blue and white and a deep burgundy from a candle she vaguely remembered buying because it matched her fall decor. The water in the saucepan below had begun to simmer, sending up small wisps of steam, and Maya carefully positioned the bowl on top, watching as the bottom pieces of wax immediately began to soften at the edges where they touched the heated metal. And then she waited. This was the thing about making anything, she thought, pulling out a chair and sitting down at the table. It required patience. It required the willingness to be present for the slow parts, the in-between parts, the parts where nothing seemed to be happening, even though everything was happening just beneath the surface. She watched the wax begin to melt. It started at the edges of each piece, going glossy and soft, and then the melting crept inward. The different colors began to bleed into each other, the purple lavender swirling into the cream vanilla, the burgundy streaking through the pale blue like veins. It should have been ugly, this muddy mixing of colors, but somehow it wasn't. It was honest. It was all of her past year, maybe all of her past several years, becoming something unified. The first real sound of the process came about 10 minutes in, a soft hiss as a piece of wax released a small pocket of air it had been holding. Maya leaned forward, listening. There was something almost alive about that sound, something that made her think of breathing, of sighing, of letting go. She picked up the metal spoon and gave the wax a gentle stir, and it responded with a thick, sluggish movement, not quite liquid yet, but no longer solid. Chocolate melting, she thought, or honey being warmed, something transforming from one state into another, caught in that liminal space between what it was and what it would become. While the wax continued its slow melt, Maya turned her attention to the wick. She'd bought a spool of cotton wick from the craft store that afternoon, along with a small metal tab to anchor it to the bottom of the jar. The instructions she'd watched online had made this part look simple, but now, with the actual materials in her hands, she felt a flutter of uncertainty. She cut the wick longer than she thought she'd need, better too long than too short. She could always trim it later, and the scissors made a satisfying snip sound as they bit through the braided cotton. Threading the wick through the metal tab took 3 tries, her fingers feeling too large and clumsy for the small opening. But finally it slipped through, and she crimped the tab, closed with needle nose pliers. The tab needed to sit in the exact center of the jar bottom. She knew that much. She dabbed a tiny bit of melted wax onto the base of the tab and pressed it down firmly against the glass, holding it for a count of 10 while the wax cooled and secured it in place. Then came the tricky part, keeping the wick vertical and centered while everything else happened around it. She found a pencil in the drawer by the refrigerator, a yellow number 2 pencil, slightly chewed at the eraser end, and wrapped the wick around it several times before laying the pencil across the mouth of the jar. The wick hung down into the empty space, pulled taut, perfectly centered, or close enough to perfect that Maya felt a small swell of pride. She was someone who could do this, someone who could measure and cut and center and create. The wax in the bowl had fully melted now, transformed into a pool of liquid the color of cafe au lait, all those distinct colors having merged into one neutral, warm tone. Small bubbles rose and popped on the surface, and Maya turned off the heat beneath the saucepan. The wax would stay liquid for a while, even off the heat, and she needed it liquid for the next part. The scent. This was where she could make it truly hers, truly new. The melted wax smelled like nothing much, just a faint, waxy, slightly chemical odor. A blank canvas waiting for her to add the notes that would define it, that would fill her apartment when she finally lit this candle for the first time. Maya uncapped the eucalyptus oil and held it to her nose. Sharp, clean, medicinal. It made her think of winter forests and cold clarity. She set it aside and reached for the bottle labeled Fresh Rain. This one smelled green and slightly sweet, like the air after a thunderstorm. An idea was forming, something she was calling in her mind forest rain. The eucalyptus for crispness, the rain scent for softness, maybe a touch of pine to deepen it, and vanilla to smooth out any harsh edges. She counted out drops of eucalyptus into the melted wax, 5, 6, 7, and picked up the metal spoon to stir. The cling, clink, clink of metal against metal rang out as she mixed, a rhythmic sound that felt almost musical. She added the Fresh Rain scent next, 10 drops because the bottle said it was more subtle, and stirred again. Clinked dash clink dash clink. Maya lifted the spoon and brought it close to her face, inhaling. Her eyes watered immediately. That wasn't rain. That wasn't forest. That was, she sniffed again, unable to believe what her nose was telling her. That was pickles. Strong pickles. The kind that come in a jar from the deli, swimming in vinegar and dill and garlic. Oh no, she said aloud to the empty kitchen. Oh no, no, no. She sniffed the wax again, hoping she'd been wrong, but no, the smell was unmistakable and overwhelming. Extra strong pickles with perhaps a note of hospital disinfectant. Whatever Fresh Rain was supposed to smell like when combined with eucalyptus, it had created something that smelled like a very clean pickle factory. For a moment, Maya just sat there, spoon in hand, staring at her melted wax with its terrible smell, and then, surprising herself, she started to laugh. Not the kind of laugh that's really crying or the bitter laugh of frustration, but real laughter, the kind that starts in your belly and bubbles up until you have to put the spoon down and press your hand to your mouth. The kind of laugh that makes your shoulders shake and your eyes crinkle and leaves you breathless. She'd been so careful, so precise, and she'd created pickle candle. Maya stood up and went to the window, pushing it open despite the February cold, and immediately the smell began to dissipate, replaced by fresh air that made her skin prickle with goosebumps. She left the window open and returned to the table, looking at her pot of pickle-scented wax, and felt another wave of laughter threaten to overtake her. This was what happened when you tried. Sometimes you made mistakes. Sometimes you counted wrong or mixed wrong, or your fresh rain was actually some terrible chemistry experiment waiting to happen. And you could either let it ruin everything, or you could laugh and start again. She chose to start again. Maya poured the pickle wax down the sink with the hot water running, washing away her first attempt. The bowl went back on the stove with fresh candle pieces she had plenty left in her collection box. The water went back to simmering. The wax began once more to melt, and this time Maya was wiser. She left the eucalyptus and the fresh rain sitting on the counter well away from her workspace. Instead, she reached for the pine oil, a small, dark bottle that smelled exactly like Christmas trees, like walking through a forest in winter when the air is so cold it makes the inside of your nose sting. She added 5 drops to the newly melted wax and stirred. Clink, dash, clink, dash, clink. Better, but it needed depth. The cedar wood came next, just 3 drops because it was strong, woody, and warm and grounding. She stirred again, and the scent that rose from the bowl made something in her chest relax. This was right. This was what she'd been reaching for without quite knowing it. Finally, just to soften all that wood and pine, she added a single drop of vanilla. 1 drop, no more. She stirred it in and tested the scent on the inside of her wrist the way the video had shown, her dabbing a tiny bit of the warm wax on her skin and letting it cool for a moment before smelling it. Forest and warmth and winter and home. She'd gotten it right. Maya checked the temperature of the wax warm to the touch but not burning, which meant it was ready to pour, and carefully lifted the bowl from the saucepan. The jar with its centered wick sat waiting on the newspaper, and she positioned herself over it, steadying her hands. Pouring the wax required more focus than she'd expected. She'd imagined it would simply flow from the bowl into the jar, easy and quick, but the wax was thick and moved slowly, reluctantly leaving the metal to fill the glass. She tipped the bowl at an angle, and the wax began to move, creating a sound she hadn't anticipated. A heavy glug-glug-glug as it poured, like water from a full bottle, but slower, more substantial. She watched the level rise in the jar, the warm brown wax filling the space around the white wick, which remained perfectly centered on its pencil anchor. The wax found its own level, settling with a slight tremble, going still. Small bubbles rose to the surface and popped, and Maya set down the empty bowl, a sense of satisfaction warming her from the inside. She'd made this, taken broken pieces, and made them whole again, made them new again. But now came the hardest part, the waiting. Candle wax doesn't solidify quickly. It cools from the outside in, the edges firming first while the center remains soft and liquid. Maya knew this from the video, knew that she couldn't rush it, couldn't do anything but let time do its work. She turned her attention to cleaning up, finding a strange pleasure in the small tasks. She washed the metal bowl in hot, soapy water, watching the last traces of wax melt away down the drain. She folded the newspaper carefully so that any spilled wax chunks were contained in the center and tucked it into the recycling bin. She wiped down the table with a damp cloth, removing the slight tackiness where a drop of wax had escaped. She capped the essential oil bottles and returned them to their shelf, arranging them in a neat row. The apartment grew darker as she worked the last of the daylight fading from the windows, and Maya switched on the lamp in the corner, a warm yellow glow that made the kitchen feel cozy, despite the open window still letting in cold air. Every few minutes, she found herself drifting back to the table to check the candle. First, just 5 minutes after pouring, the edges had begun to lose their gloss, going slightly opaque. 10 minutes later, she could see a definite ring of solid wax around the perimeter, though the center still trembled when she gently tilted the jar. After 20 minutes, the surface had formed a skin, but when she very carefully touched it with the tip of her finger, it still gave under the pressure. She made herself tea while she waited chamomile with honey and sat at the table, warming her hands on the mug and watching her candle cool. It occurred to her that she hadn't checked her phone in over an hour, that she hadn't turned on the television or put on music or done any of the things she usually did to fill the silence. She'd just been here, present, focused on this one simple act of creation. When was the last time she'd done that? When was the last time she'd given herself fully to something, without distraction, without her attention split between multiple screens and tasks and thoughts? The tea was almost gone, and the window had frosted slightly around the edges when Maya tested the candle again. This time, when she pressed gently on the surface, it resisted, still slightly warm to the touch, but solid, set. She closed the window, the room had grown genuinely cold, and unwrapped the wick from the pencil anchor, laying the pencil aside. The wick stood straight, exactly centered, exactly as she'd planned. She picked up the scissors and trimmed it to about 1/4 inch above the wax surface, the blades making that same satisfying snip she'd heard earlier. There was only one thing left to do. Maya found the matches in the drawer by the stove, a cardboard book of matches from a restaurant she'd been to once, years ago, and carefully tore one out. Her hand was steady as she struck it, the sudden scratch and flare of light momentarily bright in the dimming kitchen. She touched the flame to the wick. For a moment nothing happened. The wick smoldered, reluctant, and Maya worried that she'd trimmed it too short or done something wrong. But then, just as she was about to pull the match away, a small flame caught. It flickered, found its footing, and grew steady, a warm golden point of light in the center of the jar. Maya blew out the match and sat down, her eyes fixed on the candle. The flame danced slightly in the air currents of the room, and as it warmed the wax beneath it, the scent began to release pine and cedar and a whisper of vanilla, gentle and clean and exactly right. The light reflected off the thick glass of the jar, creating small prisms and shadows, and Maya could see her own face reflected in the darkened window behind the table, illuminated by this light she'd made, from broken pieces, from things she'd thought were used up, finished, done. She'd melted them down and made them new. The thought settled over her like a blanket, warm and comforting. Nothing in her life was truly used up. Not the hard seasons, not the lonely nights, not the mistakes or the false starts, or the relationships that had ended. They were all just wax, waiting to be melted down, waiting to be reformed into something that could provide light. She was both the broken candles and the candle maker, both the raw material and the hands doing the work. She could take everything she'd been through, every hurt, every lesson, every moment that had left its mark, and transform it. Not erase it, not pretend it hadn't happened, but reshape it into something useful, something warm, something that could light her way forward. The candle burned steadily on the clean table, its scent filling the small kitchen, and Maya sat in its glow, feeling something shift and settle deep in her chest. A kind of peace, a kind of knowing. She thought about the pickle candle, the one she'd poured down the drain, and smiled. Even the failures were just information, just lessons in what didn't work, clearing the path for what did. The pickle candle had been necessary to get to this candle, the one burning now, the one that smelled like winter forests and felt like home. Outside, the city continued its evening routines, cars passing, lights turning on in windows, people moving through their own nights. But here, in this third-floor kitchen, time had gone soft and slow. Maya reached out and adjusted the candle slightly, centering it more perfectly on the table, and the flame swayed with the movement before steadying again. She wondered how long this candle would burn. Weeks, probably, if she was careful with it. Maybe months. And when it finally burned down to nothing, when only that last bit of wax remained at the bottom of the jar, she would do this again. Gather the remnants of whatever candles she'd burned between now and then, melt them down. Add new scents, or maybe the same scents if she loved these. Pour them into a new jar, or maybe this same jar, cleaned and ready for another beginning. The cycle could continue forever if she wanted it to. Nothing ever truly ending, just transforming. The thought made her feel less afraid of things ending, less desperate to hold on to moments or relationships or versions of herself that had run their course. If everything could be melted down and remade, then endings were just pauses, just the space between one form and the next. She could be remade too, was being remade all the time, whether she realized it or not. Every day, every choice, every small act of caring for herself, it was all part of the melting down and the pouring into a new shape. She just had to be patient enough to let the cooling happen, to not rush the setting, to trust that the center would eventually solidify, even when the edges were still soft. The candle flame reflected in her eyes as she sat there, thinking these thoughts, and if anyone had looked through the window from the street below, they would have seen exactly what Maya was feeling. A person sitting with their own light, content in their own company, warm in their own making. The kitchen had grown fully dark now, except for the candle and the corner lamp, and Maya realized she'd been sitting here for almost an hour. Just sitting, just being, just watching her candle burn. No phone, no television, no distraction. Just this. When was the last time she'd given herself this? This simple gift of presence? She made a mental note to do this more often. Not just the candle making, though, she would definitely do that again. Was already thinking about what scents she might try next time, but the sitting with herself. The being alone without being lonely. The creating just for the sake of creating, just for the quiet joy of taking something broken and making it whole. The wax around the wick had begun to melt into a small pool, the liquid catching and reflecting the light, and Maya watched the flame flicker in that pool of gold. She thought about how fire needed fuel, how the candle consumed itself to make light, how that wasn't sad or destructive, but just the nature of burning, the nature of giving warmth. Maybe people were like that too. Maybe you had to be willing to let parts of yourself burn away, the parts that didn't serve you anymore, the beliefs that kept you small, the fears that kept you stuck, to make room for new light, new warmth, new growth. The melting down wasn't the ending. It was the beginning. Maya stood up slowly, her legs slightly stiff from sitting, and stretched. She left the candle burning on the table and moved to the kitchen counter, pulling out the ingredients for a simple dinner. As she chopped vegetables and boiled water for pasta, the candle continued its steady burn behind her, and the scent of pine and cedar wrapped around her like a promise. She could do this. She could take all the broken, used-up pieces of her life and make something that glowed. She already had. The pasta water came to a boil, and Maya added the noodles, stirring them gently, watching them soften in the heat. Another transformation. Another thing becoming what it was meant to be through the application of warmth and time. She thought about her life before this apartment, before the breakup, before all the difficult seasons that had left her with a box full of half-burned candles and a tendency to just make do instead of making new. She thought about the person she'd been, then always looking to someone else to provide the light, the warmth, the sense that everything was okay. That person had needed to melt down too. Needed to let go of the shape she'd been holding and become something new, something that could make her own light. And here she was making it. The pasta finished cooking and Maya drained it, mixed it with olive oil and the vegetables she'd sautéed, and carried her bowl to the table. She sat down in front of her candle and ate slowly, savoring each bite, the scent of her dinner mingling with the scent of pine and cedar in a way that felt like the most basic, essential version of taking care of herself. Food and warmth and light, simple things she could provide for herself. When the bowl was empty, Maya washed it and set it in the dish drainer, then returned to the table. The candle had burned down maybe half an inch, the pool of liquid wax around the wick growing slightly larger. She watched it for a long moment, then gently blew it out. The smoke rose in a thin gray line, carrying the scent with it, and the room suddenly felt much darker without that small point of light. But Maya knew the candle would be there tomorrow, and the day after that, and all the days until it burned down completely. And then she would make another one. She picked up the jar still warm from the flame and carried it to her bedside table, setting it down carefully. Tomorrow evening, maybe, or the one after that, she would light it again. Let it fill her bedroom with its forest scent while she read or journaled or simply sat in its glow. But tonight, the making had been enough. The transformation had been enough. Maya got ready for bed slowly, brushing her teeth, washing her face, pulling on soft pajamas that smelled like lavender detergent. When she finally climbed under the covers and turned off the lamp, the darkness was complete and comfortable, and she could still smell the faint trace of pine and cedar in the air. She closed her eyes and thought about wax melting, about colors swirling together, about the steady pour into an empty jar. She thought about pickle candles and laughter and second chances. She thought about light reflecting in windows and the warmth of making something with your own hands. Nothing was ever truly used up. Everything was just waiting to be melted down and reformed, including her. Especially her. Maya's breathing slowed and deepened, and the last thought that drifted through her mind before sleep took her was this. Tomorrow, when she woke, the candle would still be there on her bedside table, solid, whole, ready to be lit whenever she needed it. She'd made that. She could make it again. She could make anything. If this story resonated with you, if it brought you even a moment of peace or a gentle reminder of your own ability to transform what is broken into something beautiful, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May your sleep be deep, your dreams be gentle, and your tomorrow be filled with the light you make for yourself. The Unexpected Return, a rhythmic sleep story of small kindness. The rain had started sometime around 4 in the afternoon, and by the time Willa turned her key in the lock of her front door, it had settled into the kind of steady, persistent drizzle that finds its way through every seam and gap in your clothing. Her coat was soaked through at the shoulders, the wool heavy and cold against her skin. She could feel the dampness creeping down her back, and her fingers were stiff as she fumbled with the keys, the metal slippery in her grip. It was 6:47 on a Wednesday evening, and Willa was tired in a way that went deeper than her bones. Not the tired that comes from a single hard day, but the tired that accumulates like sediment, layer upon layer, until you're carrying a weight you can't quite name. She worked at the community center, coordinating meals for seniors, and today had been a day of small fires, not catastrophes, just the endless stream of phone calls, rescheduled deliveries, forgotten dietary restrictions, and the particular kind of emotional labor that comes from caring for people who are lonely, scared, or simply worn down by time. The door finally gave way, swinging open to reveal her small kitchen, bathed in the warm glow of a single lamp on the counter. She'd set it on a timer years ago, a small kindness to her future self, so she wouldn't come home to darkness. The light was honey-colored and gentle, and it made the modest space feel like a refuge. Willa stepped inside, pulled the door closed behind her with a soft click, and stood for a moment in the sudden quiet. The rain continued its hushed percussion against the window, but inside everything was still. She bent down to unlace her wet shoes, her fingers clumsy with cold, and placed them carefully on the worn mat by the door. Her socks had gotten damp too, and the hardwood floor felt shockingly cool against her feet as she padded toward the kitchen. That's when she heard the soft, rhythmic click of nails on wood. Tofu appeared from somewhere unseen, as he always did, materializing like a small, wrinkled ghost. He was an elderly pug, his muzzle gone completely gray, his eyes slightly clouded with age, and he moved with the careful deliberation of someone who knew exactly how much energy he had, and refused to waste a single ounce of it. He didn't jump or bark or make any fuss at all. He simply walked to where Willa stood and sat down, looking up at her with an expression that managed to be both completely neutral and profoundly knowing. "Hello, Tofu," Willa said quietly, and her voice sounded strange to her own ears, rougher than usual, tired. She reached down and ran her hand over his smooth head, feeling the warmth of him, the solid reality of his presence. He leaned into her palm slightly, then turned and walked toward the kitchen, with the air of someone who had an important appointment to keep. Willa followed him, shrugging out of her wet coat and draping it over the back of one of the wooden chairs at her small table. The coat would leave a damp spot on the wood, but she couldn't bring herself to care just now. Her mind was already beginning its evening inventory, the familiar litany of tasks that needed doing. The dishes from breakfast were still in the sink. The floor could use a sweep. She needed to respond to at least 3 emails before bed. There was laundry in the dryer that would be wrinkled by now. But first, the skillet. It sat on the stove top where she'd left it that morning after making eggs her cast iron skillet, seasoned by years of use until it was nearly black, smooth, and heavy in her hands. Willa had a ritual she followed every evening, a routine so ingrained she could do it without thinking. She turned on the tap and let the water run until it was warm, then picked up the stiff bristled brush she kept by the sink. The first stroke of the brush against the iron made a sound she knew in her very cells, a low, gritty scrape swish that was somehow both harsh and soothing. She worked the brush in small circles, feeling the resistance of the metal, the way the water sluiced over the curved surface and down the drain. Her hands, which had been stiff and aching with cold, began to warm under the stream of water. The sensation was startling. The heat against her chilled skin felt like an embrace, and she found herself pausing, just holding her hands under the flow, watching the water run clear. The warmth traveled up her wrists, into her forearms, and she felt something in her chest loosen just the smallest fraction. Not much, but enough to notice. She returned to cleaning the skillet, working the brush methodically, rinsing it clean, then drying it with a towel and rubbing a thin layer of oil into the surface. The ritual was familiar and grounding, and she let her mind drift as her hands moved through the motions they'd made 10,000 times before. When the skillet was done, she set it back on the stove and turned her attention to the table. She kept a small bottle of lemon oil in the cupboard under the sink, and she retrieved it now, along with a clean cloth. The scent of lemon filled the kitchen as she poured a small amount onto the cloth, bright and clean, cutting through the damp wool smell of her coat and the general mustiness of a rainy evening. She wiped down the wooden table in long, smooth strokes, following the grain of the wood, feeling the surface go from slightly sticky to smooth and soft under her hands. The smell triggered something in her memory, something just out of reach. Her grandmother's kitchen, maybe, Sunday afternoons. The feeling of being small and safe and cared for. The memory was more sensation than image, and it made her throat feel tight. Tofu had settled into his corner of the kitchen, a spot near the radiator where an old blanket was folded into a rough bed. He wasn't sleeping, though. He was watching her with that peculiar intensity that pugs seemed to possess, as though he were a monk observing a tea ceremony and finding it deeply significant. Wheeler caught his eye and felt, absurdly, as though she should explain herself. "I'm just tired, Tofu," she said aloud, and hearing the words made them more real. "I'm so tired." It wasn't a complaint, exactly. Just an observation, a simple statement of fact. She was tired. Her body was tired. Her mind was tired. The part of her that managed and coordinated and solved problems and soothed worries was tired. And standing here in her small kitchen, with the rain whispering against the window and the lemon oil scent hanging in the air, she let herself feel it. Not to wallow, not to spiral, just to acknowledge, "I am tired." Tofu continued to watch her with his grave, unblinking attention, and somehow that made it okay. The knock at the door came at 7:03, soft and almost apologetic. Wheeler wasn't expecting anyone, and for a moment she considered not answering, just staying in her warm kitchen and pretending she hadn't heard. But the knock came again, gentle but persistent, and she sighed and made her way to the door. Mrs. Chun stood on the small porch, rain beating on her plastic rain bonnet, holding a ceramic bowl covered with a clean kitchen towel. She was a small woman, barely 5 feet tall, with hands that were always in motion and eyes that missed nothing. "I made too much," Mrs. Chun said, which was the same thing she'd said the last 3 times she'd brought food over, and which they both knew wasn't quite true. "Chicken soup. Still hot." Wheeler opened her mouth to protest, to say that Mrs. Chun shouldn't have gone to the trouble, that she was fine, that she didn't need anything, but the words caught in her throat. The bowl was already being pressed into her hands, warm through the towel, almost hot, and the weight of it was solid and real, and somehow reassuring. "Thank you," Willa managed, and her voice came out smaller than she'd intended. "This is very kind." Mrs. Chun waved a hand dismissively. "You work too hard," she said, which was not a question. "Eat the soup. Get warm." And then she was gone, padding back down the steps in her sensible rain boots, leaving Willa standing in the doorway holding the bowl. Willa closed the door slowly and carried the bowl to the kitchen table. When she lifted the towel, steam curled up into the air, carrying with it the scent of ginger and green onions, chicken, and something else she couldn't quite identify, star anise, maybe, and a hint of sesame oil. The soup was golden and clear, with visible pieces of chicken and delicate slices of green onion floating on the surface. It looked like something made with care, with attention, with love. She set the bowl on the wooden table, which she'd just finished cleaning, and stood looking at it for a long moment. She hadn't planned dinner. She'd been thinking vaguely that she'd make toast, or maybe just skip eating and go straight to bed. But here was soup, hot and nourishing and entirely unexpected. Here was care in a ceramic bowl. Willa got a spoon from the drawer and sat down at the table. Tofu, demonstrating his superpower, appeared instantly at her feet. He hadn't been in the kitchen a moment before she would have sworn to it, but now he was here sitting, with perfect posture, his gaze fixed on the bowl with an intensity that would have been comical if it weren't so absolute. He wasn't begging. He wasn't whining or pawing or making any sound at all. He was simply present, radiating a gravity that suggested this moment was of profound cosmic significance. "You're not getting any," Willa told him, but without conviction. She picked up the spoon and took a cautious sip. The soup was perfect. The broth was rich without being heavy, the ginger warm and sharp, the chicken tender. It tasted like more than food. It tasted like someone had noticed her, had thought of her, had taken the time to make something and bring it to her door. She took another spoonful, and then another, and felt warmth spreading through her chest in a way that had nothing to do with the temperature of the soup. Her eyes stung suddenly, and she blinked hard. Not tears exactly, but the precursor to tears, that hot, tight feeling in the sinuses that comes when emotion wells up faster than you can process it. She set down the spoon and pressed her palms against her eyes for a moment, breathing slowly. She remembered, "I like ginger," Willa said aloud to Tofu, who had not moved. She remembered that. When had she told Mrs. Chun she liked ginger? Months ago, probably, in some passing conversation on the sidewalk or while collecting mail. A small detail, mentioned once and apparently filed away, remembered, acted upon. The kindness of it felt enormous. Willa picked up the spoon again and continued eating, and as she did, she found herself talking to Tofu the way she often did when she was alone. It was absurd, she knew. He was a dog, and an elderly one at that, with no particular insight into the human condition. But there was something about his steady, non-judgmental presence that made it safe to speak the thoughts she kept locked away during the day. "So I had to call 3 different vendors today," she said, "because the first 2 didn't deliver the right items, and Mr. Rodriguez needed his medication picked up, and the volunteer who was supposed to help with lunch called in sick, so I had to serve and clean up myself. And there's this stack of thank you cards on my desk that I need to write because people donated money for the holiday fund, and they deserve to know how much it meant, but I just keep looking at that stack and feeling like drowning in gratitude I owe. Tofu's expression didn't change. His focus remained absolute, his eyes tracking the movement of the spoon from bowl to mouth, with the attention of a scientist observing a rare phenomenon. "And I'm just tired," Willa continued, her voice dropping. "I'm so tired, Tofu, and I don't know how to not be tired, because if I stop, who's going to do all of it? Who's going to make sure Mrs. Rodriguez gets her meals on time, or that the kitchen passes its health inspection, or that the volunteers feel appreciated, or that—" She stopped, the spoon halfway to her mouth. Tofu waited, patient as stone. "I'm complaining to a dog," Willa said. "This is what my life has become." But she didn't feel pathetic somehow. She felt seen. Even if the one doing the seeing was a 12-year-old pug with a respiratory condition and a fondness for stolen socks, it was something. It was enough in this moment. She finished the soup slowly, savoring each spoonful, and when the bowl was empty, she sat for a moment just holding it, feeling the residual warmth against her palms. Outside, the rain continued, steady and rhythmic, and the kitchen felt like a small island of light in a dark world. Safe, enclosed, held. A memory surfaced unbidden earlier that day, around 2:30 in the afternoon. She'd been carrying 3 boxes stacked so high she could barely see over them. Donation items for the food pantry that someone had dropped off at the community center. She needed to get them to her car, and the route required navigating 2 sets of doors, which she'd been mentally preparing to do by setting down the boxes, opening each door, propping it with her hip, retrieving the boxes and repeating. But she hadn't had to do that, because a stranger had seen her coming, a young man in a brown delivery uniform, carrying his own stack of packages. He'd seen her through the glass of the first door and immediately adjusted his path, opening the door wide and holding it, stepping aside so she could pass through. And then he'd done the same for the second door. And then he'd asked, "Do you need help getting those to your car?" She declined because that was what she did. She declined help. She said she was fine. She insisted she could manage. But the doors had been held. He hadn't had to ask. He had simply seen her need and stepped in. His kindness, so casual and natural, it had felt like the most normal thing in the world. Sitting at her kitchen table now, Willa felt that memory differently. It settled in her chest with a weight that was both heavy and warm. She hadn't really noticed it at the time, had she? She'd been grateful, yes, but in a rushed, distracted sort of way, her mind already moving on to the next task. But the young man had seen her. He'd seen that she was carrying too much, and he'd helped without being asked, without making it into a big production, without requiring her gratitude or her acknowledgement. People did that for her sometimes, more often than she realized, maybe. When had she stopped noticing? She thought about her own life, about how much of her identity was wrapped up in being the person who helped. The coordinator, the organizer, the one who remembered everyone's dietary restrictions and knew which seniors needed a little extra conversation and could sweet-talk vendors into better prices. She was good at helping. She'd built a whole life around being good at helping, but receiving help that felt different, that felt vulnerable, that felt like an admission that she couldn't do it all herself, that she was somehow failing at the very thing that gave her purpose. except the young man with the delivery uniform hadn't seemed to think she was failing. He'd just seen someone who needed a door held, and had held it. Simple, clean, kind. Willa stood and carried the empty soup bowl to the sink. She washed it carefully, dried it with a clean towel, and set it on the counter to return to Mrs. Chun tomorrow. The act of washing the bowl felt significant somehow, as though she were tending to the kindness itself, treating it with the care it deserved. The rain had intensified while she'd been eating, and now it hissed against the window with real force, drops hitting the glass in irregular bursts. Willa turned off the overhead light, leaving only the small lamp on the counter, and the kitchen transformed. Shadows gathered in the corners. The rain-streaked window reflected the lamplight in wavering patterns. The room became a pocket of warm light suspended in darkness, and Willa felt held by it, by the kitchen, by the evening, by the rain itself. She filled the kettle and set it on the stove to boil. While she waited, she got out her favorite mug, a heavy ceramic thing in a deep blue glaze, slightly chipped at the rim but perfectly weighted in her hands. She found her tin of Earl Grey tea and measured the leaves into the metal infuser. The kettle began to rumble and hiss, and when it reached a boil, she poured the water over the tea leaves and watched the water darken, bergamot scent rising with the steam. She added a small spoonful of honey, stirred it until it dissolved, and carried the mug to the living room. Tofu, apparently sensing a change in location, extracted himself from his corner and followed her with the careful, considered movements of the elderly. She settled onto the couch hold, slightly sagging in the middle, but broken in and familiar and perfect in all the ways that mattered. Tofu jumped up with surprising agility and immediately burrowed against her thigh, his warmth seeping through her jeans. Willa placed one hand on his back, feeling the rise and fall of his breathing, and wrapped the other hand around her mug of tea. She wasn't reading. She wasn't watching television. She wasn't checking her phone or making a mental list of tomorrow's tasks. She was just sitting, just existing in this moment with the rain and the tea and the warm weight of her dog against her leg, and she felt her heart unclench. She hadn't known it was clenched until it wasn't, but there it was, that tight, braced feeling in her chest that she'd been carrying for so long she'd stopped noticing it. The feeling of holding herself together through sheer will, of carrying the weight of all those tasks and responsibilities and needs, of being the person who was always fine, always capable, always available. It loosened, it let go, and in the space it left behind, something else moved in, a sense of peace so profound it made her eyes sting again. The soup, the held doors, Mr. Park's smile. That memory surfaced now too this morning, 11:45, the corner grocery store where she'd stopped to pick up bread and milk. She'd been rushed, mentally rehearsing the afternoon schedule, already composing an email to the volunteer coordinator in her head. At the checkout, Mr. Park had greeted her the way he always did, but this time there had been something different in his voice. "Hello, Willa," he'd said, and then, after a pause, "You look tired today. Long week?" Not a casual greeting, an actual question, an observation, an acknowledgement. She'd deflected, of course. "I'm fine," she'd said automatically, already reaching for her wallet. But Mr. Park had smiled at her, not a big smile, not a pitying smile, just a small, gentle expression of kindness, and he'd packed her groceries with extra care, placing the bread on top so it wouldn't be crushed, tucking the receipt into the bag instead of handing it to her, so her hands would be free. "Take care of yourself," he'd said, And it hadn't been a throwaway line. He'd meant it. He'd looked her in the eye and meant it. Willa had brushed past the moment at the time, too busy, too focused on the next thing. But Mr. Park had seen her, really seen her. He'd noticed that she looked tired, and he'd offered that small acknowledgement, that gentle permission to be human, to be struggling, to not be fine all the time. She hadn't taken that permission then, but maybe she could take it now. Sitting on her couch, tofu warm against her leg, tea growing cooler in her hands, Willa let herself see the pattern. The soup, the held doors, the smile. 3 small kindnesses in a single day. 3 moments when someone had noticed her, had seen what she needed, had offered care without being asked. She'd spent so long being the person who did the noticing, the caring, the offering. She was good at it. It gave her purpose and meaning and a sense of value. But somewhere along the way, she'd started to believe that needing care meant failing, that accepting help meant she wasn't strong enough, capable enough, worthy enough. But Mrs. Chung hadn't brought soup because Willa was weak. She'd brought it because Willa was her neighbor, because she'd noticed Willa looked tired, because making soup and sharing it was how Mrs. Chung showed love. The young man hadn't held the doors because Willa was incompetent. He'd held them because he saw someone carrying a lot and could make her path a little easier. Mr. Park hadn't smiled and asked about her week because he pitied her. He'd done it because he paid attention, because he cared about the people in his community, because kindness was how he moved through the world. They'd offered these kindnesses not because she was failing, but because she was part of their world and caring for each other was what people did, and she'd received them. Maybe not gracefully, maybe not consciously, but she'd received them. The soup was in her belly, warming her from the inside. The doors had been held, and she'd walked through them. The smile had been given, and somewhere in her exhausted mind she'd registered it, carried it with her through the day. Willa felt tears slide down her cheeks now, quiet and unhurried. Not sad tears, not happy tears, just releasing tears, the kind that come when something locked inside finally opens. Tofu shifted slightly against her leg, a small adjustment in pressure, and she looked down at him. His eyes were half closed, his breathing deep and even, utterly content. She ran her hand along his back, feeling the warmth of him, the solid reality of his presence. "I'm tired of being strong all the time," she whispered to him. The words hung in the quiet room, and instead of feeling shameful or weak, they felt true. They felt like something she'd needed to say for a very long time. "I'm allowed to receive help," she said, testing the words, feeling how they shaped themselves in her mouth. "I'm allowed to be tired. I'm allowed to need care." Tofu's breathing continued, steady and untroubled. The rain pattered against the windows. The lamp cast its gentle light. And Willa sat with the truth of what she'd just said, letting it settle into her bones. She thought about all the people she helped at the community center. Mrs. Rodriguez, who teared up every time Willa remembered to ask about her grandson. Mr. Kim, who lit up when she brought in the specific brand of crackers he preferred. The volunteers who stayed after their shifts because Willa's enthusiasm and appreciation made them feel valued and needed. Did they feel what she was feeling right now when she helped them? This mixture of gratitude and vulnerability and connection? Did her care for them make them feel seen, valued, worthy? And if so, if her kindness was a gift to them, then wasn't their kindness a gift to her? When she refused help, when she insisted she was fine, When she deflected and minimized and brushed past their offerings, wasn't she denying them the joy of giving? The thought hit her with surprising force. Allowing people to help her wasn't a sign of weakness. It was an act of trust. It was a recognition that she belonged to a community, that she was part of a web of care that moved in all directions. It was giving others the opportunity to be kind, to be generous, to feel the warm glow of having made someone's day a little easier. When she let Mrs. Chun bring her soup, she was telling Mrs. Chun, "You matter to me. Your noticing matters. Your care matters." When she walked through the doors that stranger held, she was acknowledging his kindness, validating his impulse to help. When she registered Mr. Park's concern, even if she didn't fully accept it in the moment, she was saying, "I see that you see me." Receiving wasn't weakness. Receiving was connection. Wheeler took a shaky breath and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. The tea had gone lukewarm, but she sipped it anyway, tasting the bergamot and honey, feeling the liquid slide down her throat. Her whole body felt different now, less braced, less defended. The exhaustion was still there, but it had been joined by something else. Peace, relief, a sense of being held. She didn't have to carry the whole world tonight. The thought was so radical, so contrary to every instinct she'd developed over the years, that it almost made her laugh. She didn't have to carry the whole world tonight. The seniors at the community center were fine. The volunteers would show up tomorrow. Mrs. Rodriguez would get her meals. The thank you cards could wait another day. The world would keep turning without her holding it up. And maybe she didn't have to carry the whole world any night. Maybe she could let other people help. Maybe she could trust that she was part of something larger than herself, a community of care where everyone took turns holding and being held. Maybe she could love herself enough to believe she deserved soup and held doors and kind smiles, not because she'd earned them through her usefulness, but simply because she existed, because she was Wheeler, because she was tired and human and worthy of care. The tears had stopped, and in their place was a settling feeling, like a stone finding its place at the bottom of a clear stream. Wheeler pulled the throw blanket from the back of the couch and draped it over her legs. Tofu burrowed under it immediately, a warm, solid presence against her thigh. She leaned her head back against the couch and closed her eyes. Outside, the rain had softened to a gentle patter, no longer hissing but whispering, a quiet conversation with the night. Inside, the lamp glowed steady and warm. Tofu's breathing deepened into sleep, his small body rising and falling in a rhythm that was both ancient and comforting. Wheeler didn't get up to wash the tea mug. She didn't start a load of laundry or respond to emails or sweep the floor. She just sat there, wrapped in the blanket, her hand on Tofu's back, listening to the rain and her own heartbeat. Tomorrow, there would be tasks. Tomorrow, she would help others. Tomorrow, she would coordinate and organize and solve problems and soothe worries. But tonight, she had been helped. Tonight, she had received care. Tonight, she had let herself be seen in her tiredness and her need, and the world had responded with soup and held doors and kind smiles, and that was enough, more than enough. Wheeler thought of Mrs. Chun in her house next door, probably reading or watching television or preparing for bed. She thought of the young delivery man, wherever he was, carrying packages and holding doors for strangers. She thought of Mr. Park closing up his shop, wiping down the counter one last time before heading home. Her small, kind community, the web of care she was part of, even when she didn't notice it, even when she was too busy to fully receive it. They were there, they saw her, they cared, and she could let them. A promise formed in her mind, clear and simple. She would notice when people offered care, and she would accept it. Not because she was weak, but because connection was built on both giving and receiving. Not because she couldn't manage on her own, but because managing on her own wasn't the same as thriving. Not because she had to, but because she wanted to, because she deserved it, because it felt good, because it was an act of love toward herself and toward them. She would make soup for Mrs. Chung next week. Not to repay her kindness wasn't a debt to be settled, but to continue the circle, to keep the care flowing, to be part of the rhythm of giving and receiving that made a neighborhood into a community. But for now, for tonight, she would just rest. Wheeler whispered into the quiet room, her voice barely audible over the rain. "Thank you for sitting with me, Tofu." And then, softer still, to herself, "Thank you for letting yourself rest." Her last thought before she drifted toward sleep was a single word, simple and complete. Enough. She was enough. Just as she was, tired and human and held by small kindnesses. She was enough. The rain continued its gentle whisper. The lamp glowed steady. Tofu slept, warm and solid and present. And Willa at last let herself sink into the peace of a quiet night, knowing that tomorrow she would wake and help and care and give, but tonight she had been cared for. And it was enough. If this story resonated with you, if you've ever felt too tired to receive kindness or too proud to accept help, know that you're not alone. Sometimes the greatest act of self-love is opening your hands to let someone else care for you. If this quiet evening with Willa brought you any peace, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more gentle nights and restful journeys. The Rescue Cat's First Night, a rhythmic sleep story of safety and trust. The rain had started just after lunch. One of those February rains that seems to have no beginning and promises no end. It wasn't the dramatic rain of summer storms, all thunder and flash. This was the patient kind, the sort that settles in for the afternoon and whispers against windows, like an old friend sharing secrets. Elara had watched it from the pet store window while the shelter coordinator prepared Mizo's carrier, and she had felt something in her chest relax at the sight of it. Rain made the world smaller, quieter. Rain made indoors feel like the right place to be. Now, standing in her apartment with the carrier in her hands, she was grateful for that smaller world. The carrier was heavier than she'd expected. Not because Mizo weighed much, he was a small cat, barely 8 pounds according to the shelter paperwork, but because of the weight of responsibility it represented. Inside she could hear the tiniest shuffle, the whisper of fur against plastic, and then nothing. Silence, the silence of a creature holding very, very still. She had spent the morning preparing what she'd privately begun to call the sanctuary room. It was her bedroom, the quietest space in the apartment, the room furthest from the street noise that filtered up through the old building's bones. She had moved some things out her laundry basket, a stack of books that had accumulated on the floor, the shoes she usually left scattered by the closet. She had vacuumed, then hidden the vacuum deep in the closet, because she read that the sight of one could be frightening. She had placed a plush cat bed beneath the window, positioned a ceramic water bowl on one side of the room, and a matching food dish on the other, and set up the litter box just inside the bathroom doorway, where it would be accessible, but not too exposed. The room looked spare now, almost meditative. The bed was made with a soft gray blanket. Her rocking chair sat in the corner with a small side table beside it, and on that table she had placed a mug of chamomile tea and a book of poetry she owned since college. The lamp on her dresser was dimmed as low as it would go, casting everything in a warm amber light that reminded her of honey. Elara set the carrier down in the center of the room, right on the rug where the floor was softest. She opened the metal door carefully, the small click of the latch seeming enormously loud in the quiet. Then she did what every piece of advice she'd read had told her to do. She stepped away, not far, just far enough. She lowered herself to the floor and sat cross-legged, her back against the footboard of her bed, several feet from the carrier's opening. Inside she could sense Mizo. There was no movement she could see, but there was a quality to the air around the carrier, a held breath feeling like the moment before a question is asked. She let her gaze drift past the carrier to the window, where rain traced slow paths down the glass. The radiator hissed softly, adding its warmth to the room. Outside, the February afternoon was already dimming toward evening, though it was barely 4 o'clock. "Hello, Mizo," she said quietly, her voice just above a whisper. "This is your room now. Well, our room. But mostly yours tonight, I think." She paused, letting the words settle into the space. "I'm going to sit here for a little while. I might talk a bit, or I might just be quiet. I am going to unfold this blanket." She reached beside her where she placed a soft fleece throw, "because I thought you might like to know where all the soft places are. This one's mine, but there's one for you too, on that bed by the window." She unfolded the blanket slowly, letting the fabric whisper as it opened. She arranged it over her lap, smoothing it with deliberate movements. Everything slow, everything narrated. She had read that some animals found comfort in predictability and knowing what was about to happen before it happened. She didn't know if this was true for Mizo specifically, but it cost her nothing to try, and the rhythm of speaking her intentions aloud was calming her own nerves as well. The carrier remained still. She could see just darkness through its open door, a small cave of shadow. After a few minutes, she stood, still moving with that same deliberate slowness. "I'm going to sit in my chair now," she said. "It's over in the corner, see? It rocks a little. It creaks, actually. You'll hear it, but it's a good sound. At least I think it's good. It's the sound of someone sitting still, which seems like a useful thing for you to know about me." She crossed to the rocking chair and settled into it, tucking her blanket around her legs. The chair gave its familiar creak, a sound she'd grown so accustomed to that she barely heard it anymore. But now, listening with Mizo's ears or trying to, she noticed it anew. It was a gentle sound, rhythmic when she rocked, like a heartbeat made audible. She picked up her book and opened it to a page somewhere in the middle. The poems were short, mostly about nature, the kind that used simple words to describe complicated feelings. She began to read aloud, not projecting her voice, but not quite whispering either, just speaking, as if to a friend sitting nearby. "Listen," she read, "to the sound of rain on different surfaces. On stone it is a drum, on leaves a whisper, on glass a conversation with itself." She rocked gently, the chair settling into its rhythm. Creak and sway, creak and sway. She turned a page, the paper making a soft sound like a sigh. "The clouds do not apologize for their weight," she continued. "They simply release it, trusting the earth to receive. Outside, the rain intensified slightly, tapping more insistently at the window. She glanced up from her book and saw that full darkness has arrived. The street lights below were haloed in mist. Her reflection looked back at her from the window, ghostly and gentle, and beyond it the room repeated itself in glass. The lamp, the carrier, the empty space where Misa was and wasn't. Time moved differently in that room. Without the usual markers, television, phone, the progression of tasks completed, Alara found herself existing in a kind of continuous present. She read poem after poem, her voice becoming part of the room's texture, along with the rain and the radiator and the steady creak of her chair. She sipped her tea without tasting it, turned pages without always registering their words. She was simply there, being a presence that was patient and unthreatening, a background against which Miso could begin to imagine himself existing. An hour passed, perhaps more. The tea had gone from warm to cool to room temperature. She had read through an entire section of the book and started another. And then, in the small space between one poem and the next, she saw it. Movement at the carrier's door. She didn't look directly. She'd learned this from watching birds, that direct eye contact can feel like aggression, like challenge. Instead, she kept her gaze on her book and used only her peripheral vision to track what was happening. A paw emerged, ginger-colored and small, the fur slightly matted in the way of shelter cats who'd been through stress. The paw extended, touched the rug, retreated, extended again. This time it stayed. Alara turned a page, the sound soft and unthreatening. She began the next poem, something about winter gardens sleeping beneath snow. Her voice didn't change pitch or speed. She was simply continuing what she'd been doing, offering no reaction to this enormous act of bravery occurring 6 feet away. Another paw appeared. Then a face, pushed forward just enough that she could see one eye in the lamplight, wide and amber and watchful. A whisker, the delicate triangle of an ear. And then, in the time it took her to glance down at her book to find her place in the stanza, Miso had vanished from the carrier entirely. She heard the softest sound of paws on hardwood, a skitter of movement, and when she looked up, still not directly still, using only that careful peripheral awareness, she saw that he had relocated himself to a flattened cardboard box she'd left near the closet. She almost smiled, but caught herself. Instead, she simply continued reading. The cardboard box had been an impulse, something she'd nearly thrown in the recycling, but then decided to leave out. It was from a delivery of books, sized perfectly to fit a small cat, and she noticed at the shelter that many of the cats seemed to gravitate toward boxes of any kind. This one she'd placed on its side with the flaps cut away, creating a little tunnel cave hybrid that seemed to promise both security and multiple escape routes. Miso had chosen it well. From where Alara sat, she could see into the box's opening, and what she saw made something warm bloom in her chest. One ginger ear, perfectly upright and swiveling to track sounds. The tip of a tail curled around what she assumed was his body, and most wonderfully a single whisker protruding from the box's edge, white and sensing the air. She read on, this time choosing a new poem about architecture, about how buildings learned to hold space for the people inside them. As she read, she catalogued what she could see of Miso's improvised fortress. The box sat at an angle that gave him a view of most of the room while keeping his back to the solid wall. He could see the door, the window, and Alara herself, all without exposing himself. It was, she realized, exactly where she would have hidden if she were small and uncertain and new to this place. "I'm going to get more tea," she said, closing her book on her finger to mark her place. "The kitchen is down the hall. You won't see me, but you'll hear me. The floorboards creak and the hallway fourth board from this door is the loudest. The refrigerator hums when I open it. The kettle will whistle in about 5 minutes, but it's a quiet whistle. More of a suggestion than a demand." She stood, making her movements broad and predictable. She walked to the door with heavy footsteps, not stomping, but not trying to be silent either. She'd read that silent movement could be more frightening than predictable noise because it suggested stealth, suggested hunting. She wanted Miso to always know where she was, to never have to startle at her sudden appearance. In the kitchen, she went through her routine exactly as she'd narrated it. The fourth floorboard did creak, the refrigerator did hum, the kettle did whistle its polite whistle, and she poured the water over a fresh tea bag, watching the water bloom dark amber. She added honey this time, stirring slowly, the spoon making small, chiming sounds against the ceramic. When she returned, Miso was still in his box. She could see both ears now, and what might have been the curve of his back. Progress, she thought, or at least not regression. She settled back into her chair and opened her book to a new section, one she hadn't read in years. These poems were about gardens, about the patience required to grow things. She read about soil preparation, about the waiting between seed and sprout. She read about how some seeds needed darkness to germinate, how they had to be buried deep and trusted to find their own way up toward light. Trust can't be rushed, she read, and then paused because the lines seemed to speak directly to this moment. The seed knows when it's safe to open. The gardener's job is not to force the bloom, but to provide the conditions in which blooming becomes possible. She looked up from the book, not at the box, but at the window. "I think that's true for more than just seeds," she said softly, speaking to the room, to the rain, to the small frightened creature listening from inside cardboard walls. "I think sometimes we all need to know that we're allowed to take our time, that being careful isn't the same as being broken." The radiator clanked, one of those sudden sounds old heating systems make, and she saw the ears in the box swivel toward it. "That's just the radiator," she said. "It does that. It's grumpy but harmless, like an old dog that barks at nothing in particular. It's the building's way of keeping us warm." She rocked and read and rocked. The rhythm of it was meditative, almost hypnotic. She found herself breathing in time with the chair's movement, her voice rising and falling with the gentle sway. The rain continued its patient work against the windows, and the lamp cast its honey light over everything, softening edges, making the whole room feel like something from a memory or a dream. Time passed. She couldn't have said how much. The poems blurred together into a kind of extended meditation on growth and patience and the wisdom of things that wait. She read about birds building nests one twig at a time. She read about rivers wearing through stone, not through force, but through persistence. She read about the moon pulling tides, about how even the ocean learned to trust that rhythm, learned to follow that silver voice across the curve of the world. And then she became aware of a new quality in the room, a tension that hadn't been there before. She glanced up, careful not to move her head, only her eyes. Miso was looking at the closet. Both ears forward, body low, she could see more of him now, could see that he'd shifted position in the box so that he faced the closet door, which she'd left slightly ajar. His gaze was fixed on something inside that darkness, and even from across the room she could sense his uncertainty, the way his body had gone very still. She followed his gaze and understood immediately. The vacuum cleaner. She could just barely see it from where she sat, a hulking shape in the closet's shadows. To Mizzo, it must have looked like some kind of creature, crouched and waiting. "Oh," she said softly. The scary thing in the closet. She set down her book and stood, moving slowly. "I'm going to show you something," she said. "It's okay if you don't believe me right away. Sometimes we need to see something lots of times before we can trust that it's safe." She walked to the closet and opened the door fully, reaching inside to pull the vacuum into the room's light. It rolled on its wheels with a plastic clatter that she tried to muffle, and she positioned it in the middle of the floor where it could be clearly seen. "This is a vacuum cleaner," she said, keeping her voice even and calm. "It's loud when it's on, but it's not on now. See?" She tapped its canister gently with her knuckles, the sound hollow and unthreatening. "It's just a tool. It cleans the floors. Right now it's sleeping, and it's going to stay sleeping for a long time. Days, probably." She crouched beside it, making herself part of the tableau. "When I do use it, I use it in other rooms first. You'll hear it, and you can hide anywhere you want, and that will be okay. But for now, I just wanted you to see that it's just a thing. It doesn't move by itself. It doesn't decide to chase anyone. It just sits here, being a vacuum, until someone decides to use it." She stood and rolled it back toward the closet, but this time she left the closet door open wide. "There," she said. "No more shadows for it to hide in. You can see exactly where it is any time you want to check." She returned to her chair, watching from the corner of her eye as Mizzo's ears gradually relaxed, swiveling away from the closet to track other sounds. The rain, her movements, the building's old pipes groaning somewhere in the walls. She picked up her book again, but found she didn't want to read anymore. Instead, she simply sat, rocking gently, letting the silence of the room expand and settle. This was a different kind of quiet than before, not the hell-breath quiet of waiting, but something more comfortable, more inhabitable. This was the quiet of a space learning to hold two lives at once, learning the shape of shared existence. She thought about the life Mizzo must have lived before the shelter. The coordinator had been vague on details. He'd been found as a stray, thin and scared, no chip, no collar. However long he'd been out in the world alone, it had taught him to be wary. And then the shelter, with its noise and chaos, its smell of too many frightened animals in too small a space, its well-meaning. "You know," she said softly, still rocking, "I used to be scared of new places too, new apartments especially. I'd move in and everything would feel wrong for weeks. The walls were the wrong color, the doors were in the wrong places, the sounds at night were all unfamiliar. I'd lie in bed and hear the building settling or neighbors moving around, and I'd feel like I'd never sleep properly again." She paused, listening to the rain. "But eventually, always eventually, it would start to feel like home. Not because the building changed, but because I learned its rhythms. I learned which floorboard creaked, which pipe rattled, which neighbor walked their dog at 6 in the morning. And once I learned those things, once I knew what to expect, the place stopped being strange and started being mine." She looked toward the cardboard box, where 2 ears and a pair of eyes now reflected the lamplight. "You're going to learn this place," she said, "and I'm going to help by being predictable, by being exactly where you expect me to be, doing exactly what I say I'm going to do." That's how we build trust, I think. Not through big dramatic gestures, but through small, reliable ones. Through being boring in the very best way. The room settled around her words. She let her eyes close just for a moment, feeling the weight of the day, the strange intimacy of this careful dance she was performing with a creature she barely knew. When she opened her eyes again, she noticed that the room's geography had shifted subtly. The plush bed under the window, the water bowl, the food dish, they all seemed more integrated into the space now, less like props in a stage set and more like furniture in a life. She stood and moved toward the water bowl, narrating as she went. "I'm going to check your water," she said. "Not because I think you've drunk any yet, it's still full, I can see that from here, but because I want you to know where it is, and I want you to see me interacting with it, showing you it's safe." She knelt beside the bowl, dipping her fingertip into the water. "It's cool," she said. "Fresh. The bowl is ceramic, so it stays cool for a long time. I put it here because it's away from the food. I read that cats don't like their water too close to their food. Something about instinct, about not wanting to drink water that might be contaminated by prey. I don't know if that's true, but it seemed like good advice." She moved to the food dish next, still narrating. "This is where your food is. I'm going to put a little bit down now, even though you probably won't eat tonight. That's okay. It's there when you're ready. It's a fish paid the shelter said you liked fish. I hope they were right." She opened the small can she left on the dresser, the metal lid peeling back with a soft pop. The smell of fish filled the room, not unpleasant, but very present. She spooned a small amount into the dish, smoothing it with the back of the spoon. "There, a midnight snack if you want it, or a breakfast, or just something to sniff at and ignore. Whatever you need it to be." She washed her hands in the bathroom sink, leaving the door open so Mizzo could track her movements by sound. The water ran, the soap made its small squelching sound. The towel rustled as she dried her hands. Everything ordinary, everything narrated by the sounds themselves. When she returned to her chair, she noticed that Mizzo had shifted again. He was more visible now, his whole face emerging from the box, and she could see the pattern of his markings. Ginger and white with a small pink nose and those amber eyes that seemed to hold entire histories in their depths. She picked up a different book from the side table, a novel she'd been meaning to reread. "I think I'm done with poetry for tonight," she said. "I'm going to read a story now. It's about a woman who moves to a small town and opens a bookshop. Nothing scary happens in it. People drink a lot of tea and have quiet conversations and learn about each other slowly." It seemed appropriate. She opened the book and began to read. Not just the dialogue, but the narration too, all of it aloud in that same gentle voice she'd been using all evening. She read about the bookshop's layout, about the way light fell through its windows at different times of day. She read about the careful selection of books, about how the main character learned each customer's taste over time, learning to match people with books the way some people match wine with food. The rain had softened to a drizzle now, barely audible against the windows. The room was warm, almost drowsy in its comfort. Elara felt her own eyes growing heavy, but she continued reading, her voice perhaps a touch slower than before, a touch softer. She read about trust in that book too, though the word was never used. She read about the way the bookshop owner gradually became part of the town's fabric, how she learned people's names and stories, how she became someone they could rely on to be there, steady and unchanging whenever they needed a quiet place to exist. That's the thing about home, she read, or maybe she was adding her own commentary now, the line between the book's words and her own thoughts blurring in the late hour. It's not about the walls or the furniture. It's about the feeling that you're allowed to be yourself, completely, without performance or defense. It is about knowing that you're safe to be exactly as scared or as brave as you actually are. She looked up from the book, her gaze drifting toward the window. 3 hours had passed, maybe 4. The night had deepened into that particular stillness that comes after midnight, when even cities seem to pause and breathe. The rain had stopped entirely now, leaving only the occasional drip from the gutters, a gentle percussion that sounded almost musical in the silence. Movement caught her eye. Mizzo was emerging from the box, his body low and careful, each paw placed with extreme precision. He crossed the few feet between his box and the water bowl, and Alara felt her breath catch in her throat. She forced herself to remain still, to keep her eyes on her book, even though every instinct wanted to watch the small miracle occurring in her peripheral vision. She heard it before she saw it clearly, the delicate sound of lapping, tongue against water, rhythmic and soft. She turned a page of her book, the rustle of paper covering any small sound she might have made. She kept reading aloud or pretending to, her voice steady and unremarkable, providing a backdrop of normalcy against which Mizzo could do this tremendously brave thing. He drank for perhaps 30 seconds, perhaps a minute. Then she heard the soft placement of paws on wood, the whisper of movement, and when she glanced up carefully, he was gone again, not back to the box somewhere else. She scanned the room with just her eyes and found him, beneath the bed, pressed into the far corner where the wall met the floor, his eyes reflecting the lamplight like 2 small golden coins. "Good water?" she asked quietly, conversationally, as if they were old friends discussing ordinary things. "I'm glad you drank some. It's important to stay hydrated, especially on a day like this. Big changes take a lot out of us." She closed her book and set it aside. "I think I'm going to get ready for bed," she said. "It's late and I'm tired, and I imagine you might be too. I'm going to do some boring human things, brush my teeth, wash my face, change into pajamas. You'll hear me moving around, but I'll try to be quiet. And then I'm going to get into bed and turn off most of the lights. I'll leave the lamp on just dim, in case you want to explore more. But I'll be sleeping, or trying to, and you can do whatever feels right for you." She stood and moved through her nighttime routine, narrating key moments, but not every single action. She brushed her teeth in the bathroom, the sound of the brush a small rhythmic scratching. She washed her face, the water running and then stopping. She changed into soft flannel pajamas in the bathroom, giving Mizzo privacy from the vulnerability of her own body, though she doubted he cared. When she emerged, she dimmed the lamp even further and crossed to the bed. She pulled back the covers and slid between the sheets, arranging her pillows, settling herself in. The bed was cool at first, but her body heat quickly created a warm cocoon. She lay on her side, facing away from where Mizzo hid beneath the bed, giving him the gift of not being observed. "You know," she said softly into the darkness, "I read something once about how healing isn't linear. that it's normal to feel safe one moment and scared the next, that sometimes we take 2 steps forward and 1 step back, and that's not failure, that's just how learning to trust works. Especially when we've been hurt before, or scared or lost. She paused, listening to the building around her. Somewhere above, someone was walking across their floor. Somewhere outside, a car drove past, its tires hissing on the wet pavement. Normal sounds, the sounds of a world continuing on, but distant enough to feel safe. "I want you to know," she continued, her voice almost a whisper now, "that there's no schedule here. No timeline. You don't have to be brave on anyone's timeline but your own. If it takes you a week to come out from under that bed, that's fine. If it takes a month, that's fine too. I'm not in a hurry. This is your home now, and you get to decide what that means and when it means it." She closed her eyes, feeling sleep begin to pull at her. "I'm going to sleep now," she murmured. "Or try to. I'll probably wake up a few times, I usually do. If you hear me moving around, it's just me being a restless sleeper. Nothing to worry about. And in the morning, whenever morning happens to be, I'll get up and make coffee and probably read for a while. And you can keep being exactly as cautious as you need to be." The room settled into its night-time rhythms. Her breathing deepened and slowed. The lamp's glow was barely more than a suggestion of light, enough to see shapes and shadows but not details. The radiator hissed occasionally. The building creaked and settled. And beneath the bed, invisible but present, Mizo listened to all of it, learning the language of this new place. Elara drifted toward sleep, but just before she fell completely, she felt it something in the room shifted. Not a sound, not exactly, but a quality of presence. She opened her eyes just slightly, not enough to seem awake, and through her lashes she saw a small ginger shape emerge from beneath the bed. Mizo moved with extreme caution, his body low, each step tested before weight was committed. He crossed the floor to the food bowl and sniffed at it, his whiskers twitching. He didn't eat, but he investigated, learning the smell, the placement, the fact of its existence. Then he moved to the plush bed she'd placed under the window. He sniffed that, too, circled it once, twice, testing its dimensions. He didn't get in it, but he touched it with one paw, pressing down to test its softness. Elara kept her breathing deep and even, kept her eyes barely slitted. She was watching something sacred. She knew, the first explorations of a creature, beginning to believe that maybe, possibly, this place might be safe. Mizo completed his circuit of the room, investigating the scratching post, the cardboard box from a different angle, the closet with its now visible and clearly sleeping vacuum cleaner. And then, as if satisfied with his reconnaissance, he returned to the space beneath the bed. But this time he didn't press himself into the far corner. He settled closer to where Elara lay, still hidden, but perhaps only a foot from where her hand dangled over the edge of the mattress. She let her eyes close fully, a smile touching her lips. Progress, she thought. Not a linear journey, not a straight line from fear to trust, but a spiral circling closer, testing and retreating and testing again. She was nearly asleep when she heard it. A soft sound, almost inaudible, like a question asked in a language she was only beginning to understand. She opened her eyes and turned her head slightly, looking toward the space beneath the bed where she knew Mizo was, though she couldn't see him clearly in the darkness. And there, in the dim glow of the lamp, she saw two eyes looking back at her, amber and steady, watching her with an intensity that felt like assessment, like the careful weighing of evidence. She held very still, barely breathing, and then, remembering something she'd read, something about the way cats communicate trust, she looked directly at those eyes and blinked. Not a normal blink, but a slow, deliberate closing and opening of her eyes. A gesture that said, in the silent language of creatures who understand fear, "I see you. I'm not a threat. You're safe here." The moment stretched out, held in the balance. And then, so slowly she almost missed it, Mizo blinked back. The same slow, deliberate closing and opening of eyes. A reply in the same language. A response that said, tentatively, carefully, but unmistakably, "I see you too. Maybe, possibly, I believe you." Elara felt something unlock in her chest, something warm and tender and almost tearful. It wasn't trust, not yet. It wasn't love, not the kind that comes with time and history and accumulated evidence. But it was a beginning. It was a willingness to consider the possibility. It was the first word of a conversation that might take months or years to complete. She smiled in the darkness and let her eyes close again. For real this time. "Good night, Mizo," she whispered. "Welcome home." The room settled into its final configuration for the night. The lamp glowed softly. The radiator breathed its warmth into the air. Outside, the city slept its restless sleep, and inside, two creatures, one human. One feline rested in the particular peace that comes from being exactly where you need to be, exactly as you need to be, without apology or performance or fear. And beneath the bed, in the safe darkness of that sheltered space, Mizo closed his eyes and allowed himself for the first time in longer than he could remember to sleep without keeping one ear always alert for danger. Because somewhere in the slow accumulation of the evening's small kindnesses, the narrated movements, the gentle voice, the patient presence, the slow blink exchanged in lamplight, he had begun to understand what Elara had been trying to tell him all along. That sanctuary isn't a place you arrive at. It's a practice you build, one small reliable action at a time. It's the accumulation of moments when you're allowed to be scared without being punished for it, when you're allowed to take your time without being rushed, when you're allowed to be exactly as guarded or as open as you need to be, and still be worthy of warmth and safety and home. The night deepened. The rain, finished with its patient work, had moved on to other cities, other windows. And in a small apartment in the city, in a room that smelled of chamomile tea and fish bait and the particular clean scent of fresh blankets, two beings slept. One in a bed, one beneath it, both breathing in rhythm with each other, both held in the same shelter, both learning slowly what it means to provide safety for another, and in doing so, to find it for yourself. If this story resonated with you, if it helped you find that quiet space between waking and dreaming, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May you sleep deeply, may you wake gently, and may you always know that you allowed to take all the time you need to feel safe. The Self-Trust Trail, a rhythmic sleep story of finding your way. The morning arrived in shades of gray and silver, the kind of dawn that doesn't announce itself with color, but with a gradual softening of darkness into something gentler. Julian stood at the edge of the forest trailhead, his hands tucked into the pockets of his wool coat, watching his breath make small clouds in the cool air. Beside him, Finley sat with the patient dignity of a dog who had seen many mornings and found each one acceptable in its own way. The fog was thick today, wrapping around the pine trees like a blanket, muffling the world into something intimate and close. Julian could see perhaps 15 feet ahead before everything dissolved into that soft, silver-gray nothing. The parking area behind him held only his car, and the silence was so complete he could hear the distant drip of condensation falling from needles to forest floor, a rhythm like a slow clock, counting moments instead of hours. He'd woken early without meaning to, his mind already turning over the small anxieties that had become his companions lately. Not catastrophes, nothing he could point to and name as a crisis, but a low-grade hum of uncertainty that colored everything. Should he send that email or wait another day? Should he commit to the project or hold back? Should he say yes to the invitation or protect his time? Every small choice lately felt weighted with consequence, as though one wrong step might send everything tumbling. So he'd come here, to this trail he'd walked dozens of times over the years, not seeking answers exactly, but seeking the feeling of movement, of choosing, of putting one foot in front of the other without overthinking the destination. Finley shifted beside him, his gray muzzle lifting to test the air. The old Labrador was 12 now, moving with the careful deliberation of someone who understood that hurrying was for younger dogs with less wisdom. His brown eyes, clouded slightly with age, but still warm, glanced up at Julian with what looked very much like patient expectation. "Shall we then?" Julian pulled his hands from his pockets and adjusted the walking stick he'd brought, a simple wooden staff, worn smooth by years of use, the grip shaped perfectly to his palm. He took a breath, felt the cold air fill his lungs with that clean, pine-scented clarity that belonged only to early mornings in deep woods, and took the first step onto the trail. The path was soft beneath his boots, cushioned by a thick layer of fallen pine needles and last night's rain. Each footfall made a hushed, muffled sound, a gentle crunch that seemed to be absorbed immediately by the fog. He placed the walking stick, and it met the earth with a quiet tap, solid and reassuring. Tap, step, step, tap, step. The rhythm established itself without thought, his body remembering what his mind had forgotten, that walking is just this, just the simple repetition of choosing the next step. Finley walked beside him, his pace matching Julian's perfectly, the way old companions do. His ears were relaxed, his tail held in a gentle curve that swayed with each step. They'd walked together so many times over the years that conversation wasn't necessary. The language between them was simpler: presence, proximity, shared direction. The trail curved slightly to the left, following the natural contour of the land, and Julian noticed how he didn't question which way to go. His feet simply followed the path. There was no decision to make, no weighing of options, no second guessing. The trail was here, his feet were here, and the next step was obvious. He wondered, briefly, why other choices in his life couldn't feel this simple. But the thought floated past like the mist itself, and he didn't chase it. Instead, he let his attention settle on the feeling of walking, the gentle swing of his arms, the rhythm of the stick, the cool air on his face, the sound of Finley's breathing beside him. About 10 minutes in, Finley stopped. Julian paused, glancing down. The old dog was standing very still, his nose pointed at a large stone beside the trail, covered in a thick cushion of bright green moss. His tail had stopped moving. His entire body radiated the focused concentration of someone who has discovered something of great importance. Julian waited. He'd learned long ago that Finley's investigations could not be rushed. The dog stood there for a full 30 seconds, occasionally leaning forward, slightly as if to get a different angle on the moss, then pulling back again to consider. His expression, if a dog could be said to have such a thing, was deeply thoughtful, almost philosophical. Finally, apparently satisfied with his examination, Finley gave a small snort, resumed his previous expression of peaceful contentment, and continued walking. Julian smiled despite himself and followed. The rhythm settled back in. Tap, step, step, tap, step, step. The path began to slope very gently downward, nothing steep, just a subtle shift that changed the weight in his knees, the angle of his lean. Julian found his breath naturally synchronizing with his steps. Inhale for 3 steps, hold for 1, exhale for 3 steps, pause. Inhale, 2, 3. Exhale, 2, 3. The world narrowed to this. The gray-green corridor of the path, the soft sounds of walking, the cool dampness in the air, Finley's warm presence. Nothing else existed. Not the email waiting to be sent, not the decision waiting to be made, not the conversation he'd been rehearsing in his mind for days. Just this step, and then this one, and then the next. He could hear the forest breathing around him, the hiss of mist moving through the high branches, barely perceptible but constant, like the sound of the ocean from very far away. Occasionally a drip of water would fall from somewhere above, landing on the bed of needles with a soft pat. Once a bird called out, its voice muffled and distant, and then fell silent again. Julian's shoulders, which he only now realized had been hunched up near his ears, began to drop. The tightness in his jaw eased. His grip on the walking stick relaxed from a clench to a gentle hold. He remembered reading something once, years ago, in a book whose title he'd long forgotten. Something about trust being built in small increments. Not grand gestures or leaps of faith, but tiny agreements you make with yourself over and over. I will take this step. I will take the next one. The trail asked nothing more than that. It didn't demand he see the destination or understand the purpose or justify the journey. It only asked for the next step, and his body, wiser than his anxious mind, knew how to give it. Finley paused again, this time to conduct what appeared to be a very thorough inspection of a fern growing at the base of a large pine. The fern was completely still, as ferns tend to be, but Finley approached it with the gravity of someone conducting an important interview. He sniffed the base, then the middle fronds, then the top, then stepped back slightly to take in the whole plant, his head tilted in consideration. Julian leaned on his walking stick and waited, watching. There was something deeply peaceful about Finley's investigations, the way the old dog gave his complete attention to whatever had caught his interest, unhurried, unworried about time or efficiency. When had Julian last looked at anything that way? When had he last allowed himself to stop and simply pay attention, without the voice in his head asking, "What's the point? What's the use? What are you accomplishing?" Finley concluded his business with the fern, apparently finding it satisfactory, and they continued. The forest thickened slightly, the trees growing closer together, their trunks emerging from the mist like pillars in some vast, quiet cathedral. The path wound between them in a way that felt intentional, as if someone long ago had walked this route so many times their footsteps had worn a permanent suggestion into the earth. This way feels right. Julian's thoughts began to quiet in a way they hadn't in weeks. Not disappearing entirely, he could still feel them there, the low hum of worry and what if and should I, but they receded, became background noise instead of the main event. In the foreground was the crunch of needles, the tap of wood on earth, the rhythm of his own breathing, the occasional rustle of Finley moving through a patch of undergrowth. The light, what little filtered through the fog and the canopy, was growing subtly brighter. Not the brightness of full sun, but the way darkness gives way to gray, and gray to something almost silver. Time was passing, though Julian had lost track of how much. 20 minutes? 30? It didn't matter. He noticed his mind doing something it often did on walks like this, reaching for categories, trying to make meaning, trying to extract a lesson or an insight. The urge to turn this into something useful, something productive. But each time the urge arose, it dissolved again before it could take hold, absorbed by the fog and the rhythm and the simplicity of just walking. The path curved more sharply now, and Julian felt the ground begin to level out. He could sense, rather than see, that the forest was opening up slightly ahead, the mist thinning just enough to suggest space. And then he saw it, a natural widening in the trail, a small clearing where a tree had fallen years ago and created a gap in the canopy. The fallen trunk, thick and withered and covered in moss, lay across the clearing like a bench placed there by some thoughtful forest keeper. The fog hung in the clearing like a presence, but gentler here, more translucent. Julian's legs, he realized, were tired in the pleasant way that comes from steady use. He made his way to the log and sat, the rough bark pressing against his palms, solid and real. Finley, who had been walking with the philosophical steadiness of someone on a very important journey, immediately sat beside him and leaned his full weight against Julian's leg with a deep, contented sigh. The warmth of the dog's body seeped through Julian's jeans. He reached down and rested his hand on Finley's head, feeling the softness of the old dog's ears, the shape of his skull beneath the fur. Finley's eyes were half closed, his expression one of complete peace. In the stillness, Julian became aware of his own heartbeat, steady, calm. His breathing had deepened without him noticing, his lungs taking in full measures of the clean, resin-scented air and releasing them slowly, completely. He realized, sitting there, that he hadn't checked his phone since he'd parked the car, hadn't wondered what time it was, what he was missing, what emails might be waiting, hadn't second-guessed his decision to come here, hadn't questioned whether this was the best use of his morning, hadn't worried about what he should be doing instead. The walk had chosen itself, and he had simply followed. There had been no grand decision, no careful weighing of pros and cons, just the simple recognition that he needed to move, to walk, to be in the forest, and then the equally simple act of doing it. Maybe that's what trust feels like, he thought. Not the absence of doubt, but the willingness to move forward with it. Not certainty, but the quiet choice to take the next step anyway. The fog was so thick around him he could see only about 10 feet in any direction before the world dissolved into that silver-gray nothing. The trees at the edge of the clearing were visible, but beyond them was mystery, unknowable and strangely peaceful. 10 feet of visibility. 10 feet to see where his next few steps would land. And sitting there, his hand on Finley's warm head, the cool air on his face, Julian realized 10 feet had always been enough. His whole life, he'd only ever been able to see about 10 feet ahead, maybe 20 on a clear day. The rest was always fog, always mystery, always unknown. And yet here he was, still walking, still choosing, still trusting each next step. The tightness in his chest, something he'd been carrying for so long he'd stopped noticing it, loosened slightly. Not gone, not solved, but acknowledged. Held gently instead of gripped. Finley shifted beside him, lifting his head to gaze out into the fog with the serene expression of someone who understands that not everything needs to be understood. Julian sat for a while longer, long enough that his body began to cool, long enough that the stillness seeped into him like the mist. Then, with the same absence of decision that had brought him to the log, he stood, brushed his palms against his coat, adjusted his grip on the walking stick, looked down at Finley, who looked back up at him with those patient, knowing eyes. "Shall we?" They continued deeper into the forest. The path sloped gently downward now, a subtle descent that changed the rhythm slightly. Julian's steps felt lighter somehow, more certain. Not because he knew where he was going. He didn't, really, beyond following this trail wherever it led, but because he trusted the going itself. Trusted that the path wouldn't disappear, that his feet would find the ground, that each step would lead to another. He thought about the small choices waiting for him at home. The email he'd been afraid to send because it might lead to rejection or worse, to yes, to having to follow through. The project he'd been afraid to start because it might not work out, or worse, because it might work out and then what? The boundaries he'd been afraid to set because they might hurt someone's feelings, or worse, might be respected, and then he'd have to live within them. Each choice had felt like standing at the edge of a cliff, looking down into an abyss of unknowable consequences. But maybe they weren't cliffs at all. Maybe they were just this, one foot, then the other. Steps on a path he couldn't see the end of. Steps that didn't require him to see the end. The fog shifted around him, moving in slow currents he could almost see, thinning in one place and thickening in another. His breath joined it, small clouds that dissolved immediately into the larger mist. The scent of the forest had changed slightly, become richer, earthier. Wet soil and decomposing wood and something green and growing, all of it layered together into the smell of life in the middle of its cycle, not beginning or ending, but continuing. Finley's tail swayed in a slow, contented rhythm beside him. The old dog was breathing a little harder now from the exertion, but his pace was steady, his movements deliberate and unhurried. Every so often he would pause, not to investigate anything in particular, but simply to stop and breathe and exist in this particular spot for a moment before moving on. At one point, Finley halted in front of a patch of moss, rowing in what might have been a pattern or might have been completely random. He regarded it with the seriousness of someone deciphering an ancient text, his head tilted, his eyes focused. Julian waited, resting on his walking stick, content to give his friend all the time he needed for this important consultation. After a long moment, Finley gave a small nod, as if the moss had confirmed something he'd suspected, and continued on. The path wove between the trees in graceful curves, never straight for long, always bending to accommodate a boulder, or a thick trunk, or the natural rise and fall of the land. Julian found himself not fighting these curves, but flowing with them, his body leaning into each turn without thought, trusting the path to guide him. The walking stick had become an extension of his arm, its rhythm so integrated into his gait that he no longer consciously placed it. Tap, step, step. The sound of it was comforting, a metronome keeping time with no particular tempo, just a steady assertion of presence, of movement, of continuing. His mind wandered and returned, wandered and returned. Thoughts arose about work, about relationships, about the future, but they felt less sticky now, less insistent. They'd passed through like the mist itself, present and then gone, leaving no residue. He wasn't trying to empty his mind or achieve some state of perfect meditation. He was just walking, and somehow, in the simple act of walking, the noise of his life had turned down to a manageable volume. The fog thickened. Gradually, so gradually he almost didn't notice. The visibility decreased. 15 feet became 10, became 5. Julian could see the path directly beneath his feet, could see Finley beside him, could see the nearest tree trunks emerging from the white-gray nothing like ships in harbor fog. But beyond that, the world had disappeared entirely. Instead of fear, he felt a strange peace settle over him. When you can't see far ahead, you stop trying to control the distant future. You stop planning the 5th step when you haven't taken the first. You stop worrying about the destination when you can barely see the path. You just walk. The world had simplified to the essential: ground, body, breath, companion. The fog had taken everything else away, all the noise and distraction and complexity, and left only this. Julian felt something unlock in his chest, a tightness he hadn't fully realized he'd been carrying. His breathing deepened. His shoulders dropped another inch. The walking stick in his hand felt less like a tool and more like a friend, a third point of contact with the earth, grounding him. The dampness of the fog settled on his face like a cool cloth, beaded in his hair, condensed on his eyelashes. His wool coat grew heavy with moisture, but the weight was comforting, a reminder of his own substance, his own presence in this dissolving world. Finley walked close beside him now, close enough that Julian could feel the warmth of the dog's body, could hear every breath. The old Labrador showed no sign of concern about the thickened fog, no hesitation. He simply walked, his faith in the path or in Julian, or perhaps in the simple act of walking itself absolute. They moved through the white-gray world like ghosts, or like the only real things in a world of ghosts. Julian couldn't decide which. Sound became everything. The soft crunch of needles, the tap of the stick, their breathing steady and aligned, the occasional drip of water from invisible heights, the muffled rustle of some small creature in the undergrowth, unseen but present. Time did something strange in the fog, became elastic or maybe disappeared altogether. Julian had no idea how long they'd been walking. 20 minutes since the clearing? An hour? It didn't matter. There was no schedule to keep, no appointment to make. Just this step, and this one after that. He thought about all the times he'd felt lost in his life, paralyzed by not knowing what to do, frozen by the inability to see clearly what would happen if he chose this path or that one. The fog had seemed like an enemy then, the not knowing like a threat. But here, in actual fog, moving through actual not knowing, he felt held. Safe. The fog wasn't hiding the path. It was simplifying the choice. You can't see far ahead? And don't worry about far ahead. Just see this next step. Take it. Then see the next. His body, he realized, had never needed to see very far. His feet didn't require a view of the destination to know how to step. His legs didn't need certainty about the outcome to know how to carry him forward. His heart didn't need a guarantee of success to know how to keep beating. The wisdom wasn't in his head at all. It was in his bones, in his breath, in the simple animal knowledge of continuing. Finley gave a contented sigh as he walked, a sound of deep satisfaction, and Julian couldn't help but smile. And then, faint at first, he heard it. Water. The sound of water moving over stone, a gentle murmur that seemed to come from ahead and slightly to the left. Not a waterfall or rapids, nothing dramatic, just a quiet conversation of a stream with the earth it traveled through. Julian's steps slowed, became more attentive. He was listening now, letting the sound guide him. The path curved toward it, and the murmur grew gradually louder, clearer. Tap, step, step, tap, step, step. The walking stick on earth, and beneath it, growing stronger, the music of moving water. The fog thinned slightly, not cleared, but became more translucent, and Julian saw it, a small stream, perhaps 6 feet wide, running perpendicular to the path. The water was clear and shallow, moving over smooth river stones in a pattern of riffles and pools. Where it caught the muted light filtering through the fog, it sparkled briefly before dissolving back into shadow. A simple wooden bridge, just 3 planks wide with a rope railing, crossed the stream. But Julian stopped before reaching it, drawn to the water's edge. He stood there, Finley beside him, and watched the stream flow. It moved without hurry, without force, simply following the shape of the land, the pull of gravity, the path of least resistance. Where it met a stone, it divided and flowed around, rejoining itself on the other side. Where the stream deepened, it pooled and rested before moving on. Where it encountered a narrowing, it quickened, then slowed again when the space widened. Water always finds its way, Julian thought. It doesn't rush, doesn't force, doesn't demand a particular path. It trusts the shape of the land, trusts gravity, trusts its own nature. And in that trust, it gets where it's going every time. Maybe trust isn't about strength at all. Maybe it's about yielding, about letting the shape of things guide you, about moving with instead of against. Finley, with the air of someone who had been waiting patiently for Julian to finish his contemplation, walked calmly to the stream's edge and lowered his gray muzzle to the water. He drank in long, slow draughts, his tail wagging gently. When he was satisfied, he sat down beside the stream with the expression of someone who has discovered something profound and is content to sit with it in silence. Julian smiled and made his way to the bridge. The planks were solid beneath his feet, weathered but sturdy. He paused in the middle and looked down at the water flowing beneath him. The stream didn't know where it was going, not in the way humans think of knowing, but it went anyway. It trusted the going. He thought about the email waiting to be sent and realized he could trust the sending. Trust that whatever response came back, yes or no, acceptance or rejection, he would meet it. He would flow around it or through it or with it, the way water meets stone. He thought about the project he'd been afraid to start and realized he could trust the starting. Trust that the shape of the work would reveal itself as he went, that he didn't need to see the finished thing to begin building it. He thought about all the small choices that had felt so heavy and felt them become lighter. Not easier, not without consequence, but lighter, just steps. Just this step, and then the next. The stream murmured its agreement beneath him. Finley stood, stretched in the way old dogs do, front legs extended, back arched, tail up, and gave Julian a patient look. Ready when you are. They crossed the bridge and continued. The path on the other side began to climb gently upward. Julian felt the shift in his calves, the change in his breathing, but his legs were warm now, and the grade was mild. The fog, almost imperceptibly, began to thin, not all at once, not dramatically, just gradually, the way night gives way to dawn. The silvery gray world became slightly less opaque. Julian could see 20 feet ahead now, then 30. Details emerged from the mist, the texture of bark on the trees, the individual fronds of ferns, the scatter of pine cones on the path. Light diffuse, gentle, but definitely light filtered through the canopy. The world was still muted, still soft-edged, but it was opening, revealing itself in small increments. Julian realized he'd been walking for over an hour now, maybe closer to 2, and he hadn't once questioned whether he should turn back, hadn't once doubted the path. His body had known what to do, had trusted its own endurance, had measured its energy without his conscious mind needing to intervene. His legs were tired, but it was a good tiredness. His muscles were warm and loose. His breathing was deep and easy. His mind was quieter than it had been in weeks. The rhythm had never changed. Tap, step, step. Tap, step, step. But something in him had changed. Not a dramatic shift, not some revelation or epiphany, just a quiet settling, a recognition. He could trust himself. Not perfectly, not without mistakes, but fundamentally. He could trust his body to walk, his heart to beat, his breath to continue. And if he could trust those things, those basic, essential things, maybe he could trust the rest too, his intuition, his choices, his small, uncertain steps toward things he wanted but couldn't guarantee. The trail began to loop back on itself. Julian recognized landmarks now, the shape of a particularly gnarled tree, a boulder with a split down the middle, the pattern of how the path curved around a cluster of young pines. He'd walked this way before, many times, but each time it felt new, felt like discovery. Finley, who had maintained his steady philosophical pace for the entire walk, showed no sign of flagging. His tail still swayed in that gentle rhythm. His ears were still relaxed. He paused once more, this time to conduct a brief but thorough review of a mushroom growing at the base of a rotting stump. Finding it acceptable, he continued on. The fog continued to lift, not clearing entirely. The morning was still overcast, still gray, but thinning enough that Julian could see 50 feet, then 100. The forest revealed itself in layers. First the trees immediately around him, then the ones beyond, then the slope of the land rising and falling in gentle waves. Bird song, which had been muted to near silence by the fog, began to grow louder, a thrush somewhere in the canopy, the distant drumming of a woodpecker, the conversational chirping of chickadees moving through the branches. The forest was waking up, or maybe he was waking up, or maybe there was no difference. His thoughts turned toward home, toward the week ahead, but without the usual anxiety. There were still the same choices waiting, the same uncertainties, the emails still unsent, the project still not started, the boundaries still not set, but they felt different now. They felt like steps. He didn't need to know how it would all turn out. He didn't need to see the end of the trail to know he could walk it. He just needed to trust the next step. Send the email and see what happens. Start the project and see what it becomes. Set the boundary and see what grows in the space it creates. One step at a time, one breath at a time, one small choice at a time. The path widened slightly, and through the thinning mist, Julian saw the familiar shapes of the trailhead clearing. The return, the completion of the loop. As they walked the final stretch, he passed the mossy stone where Finley had conducted his first serious investigation of the morning. The old dog glanced at it as they passed, gave a small nod of recognition. "Ah, yes, we've met," and continued on with the satisfied air of someone whose consultations have all been successful. Julian's hand found Finley's head, ruffled the soft ears. "Good walk, friend," he murmured. Finley's tail wagged in agreement. The trailhead came fully into view. The fog had lifted enough that Julian could see his car in a small parking area, could see the wooden sign marking the trail entrance, could see the sky beyond the trees, still gray, still overcast, but luminous, somehow full of soft light. He paused at the edge of the clearing, his hand on Finley's head, and looked back at the trail. The path disappeared into the trees after just 20 or 30 feet, swallowed by the fog and the forest. He couldn't see where he'd been, couldn't trace his route, couldn't measure his progress in any visible way, but he could feel it, in his legs, in his lungs, in the quiet of his mind. He'd walked, he'd trusted, he'd arrived, and he didn't need to understand everything that had happened out there, didn't need to analyze it or extract meaning or turn it into a lesson. The walk itself was the thing. The walking itself was the practice. Finley leaned against his leg, warm and solid and patient. Julian took a long, deep breath of the cool morning air, felt it fill him completely, felt it release. The tightness that had brought him here, the anxiety, the overwhelm, the paralysis of too many choices and not enough certainty, hadn't disappeared, but it had loosened, become spacious, become something he could move with instead of against. He thought about tomorrow, about all the small steps waiting for him, and instead of the familiar dread he felt something else. Not confidence exactly, but willingness, trust maybe. The same trust that had carried him through the fog, that had helped him walk when he couldn't see more than 10 feet ahead. Self-trust, he realized, wasn't a destination you reached. It wasn't something you achieved once and then possessed forever. It was a trail you walked over and over, one small choice at a time. Some days the fog would be thick and you'd only see a few feet. Some days it would lift and you'd see further. But either way, the practice was the same. Just take the next step. Trust that your feet know how. Trust that the path will hold you. Trust that you don't need to see the end to know you're on your way. The sun, hidden behind the overcast sky, was higher now. The morning was advancing. There were places to be, things to do, a life to return to. But standing there at the trailhead, his hand on Finley's head, the forest breathing quietly behind him, Julian felt no rush. He stood in the gray light and the cool air, and let the peace of the walk settle into his bones. Let it become something he could carry with him. Then, with the same absence of decision that had brought him to the forest, he walked to his car, opened the back door for Finley, who climbed in with dignified slowness and immediately settled on his blanket with a deep sigh, retrieved the thermos of coffee he'd brought and poured himself a cup, the steam rising into the cool air. The coffee was still warm. He wrapped both hands around the cup and took a sip. It tasted like ordinary coffee, but somehow better, richer, the way everything tastes when you've been walking in the woods for 2 hours and your body is tired and your mind is quiet. He stood there beside his car, drinking his coffee, watching the fog move through the trees. Finley dozed in the back seat, his breathing deep and even. The forest continued its quiet conversation with the morning. Julian felt gratitude simple and wordless for this place, for this moment, for the walk, for Finley, for his own 2 feet that had carried him through the fog and back, for the reminder that he could trust them to keep carrying him 1 step at a time through whatever came next. He finished his coffee, rinsed the cup, got in the car. As he drove away, the trailhead disappearing in his rearview mirror, he thought about the week ahead, the email he would send tonight, trusting whatever response came back, the project he would start tomorrow, trusting the shape of it to reveal itself, the boundary he would set on Tuesday, trusting the space it would create. Small steps, small choices, small agreements with himself, one after another, not because he could see where they'd lead, not because he was certain they were right, but because trust wasn't about certainty at all. It was about walking anyway. It was about the next step and then the next, and trusting that the path would hold you. The fog was still thick over the road, but he could see far enough to drive. And that, he thought with a small smile, had always been enough. It would always be enough. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. Sleep well. The Luthier Silent Strings. A rhythmic sleep story of care and repair. The January cold pressed against the windows of the old house like something with weight and intention, but down in the basement workshop, warmth pooled in the corners and gathered beneath the rafters. The luthier paused at the top of the wooden stairs, one hand on the rail, feeling the particular heaviness that had been following them around for weeks, now maybe months, if they were being honest with themselves. It wasn't the kind of heaviness that announced itself loudly. It was more like a gradual accumulation, like dust settling on furniture you forgot to use, like strings going slack on an instrument left too long in its case. They descended the stairs slowly, each step releasing a small creak that had become as familiar as breathing. 13 steps. They decounted them thousands of times over the years, ever since their grandmother had first brought them down here as a child, when the workshop had seemed cavernous and mysterious, full of strange tools with curved edges and wood shavings that curled like ribbon. The workshop revealed itself in layers as they reached the bottom and moved through the space, switching on lamps one by one. Each lamp had an amber-toned bulb that cast everything in warm honey light, softening the edges of workbenches and the angles of tools hanging on pegboards. The old radiator in the corner hissed its gentle greeting, a sound that meant winter and safety and being exactly where you belonged. The air smelled the way it always did: aged wood and varnish, lemon oil and something else, something almost sweet, like the memory of rosin dust suspended in time. Shelves lined 3 walls, floor to ceiling, organized with the kind of care that spoke of decades of practice. Glass jars held wood shavings, sorted by type, maple, spruce, ebony, each one labeled in their grandmother's careful handwriting, labels that had yellowed but remained perfectly legible. There were boxes of bridges in various stages of completion, packets of strings arranged by gauge and purpose, small envelopes of peg compound, bottles of varnish in shades from amber to deep burgundy. Everything had its place, everything had purpose, everything except the luthier themselves lately. They stood for a moment in the center of the workshop, hands in the pockets of their wool cardigan, aware of how tired they felt. Not the good kind of tired that comes from a full day of meaningful work, but the tired that seeps into your bones when you've been moving too fast for 2 Long saying yes when you mean no, pouring yourself out for everyone else's music while your own voice grows quieter and quieter until one day you realize you can't remember the last time you sang. Near the radiator, on a folded wool blanket that had once been hunter green, but had faded to something softer, gentler, a calico cat raised her head and opened one golden eye. Fiddle. She'd shown up at the back door 4 years ago, scrawny and suspicious, and had eventually decided that the workshop was an acceptable domain. She stretched now with the luxurious slowness of the deeply comfortable, extending her front paws until they trembled slightly, her back arching, her mouth opening in a silent yawn that showed all her small, sharp teeth. Then she resettled on her blanket, tucked her paws beneath her chest, and watched the luthier with that particular cat expression that seemed to ask, "Well, are you going to do something interesting, or should I go back to sleep?" "I know," the luthier said softly to Fiddle. "I've been putting it off." They moved to the far corner of the workshop, where the cello case waited. It had arrived 3 weeks ago, brought by a woman in her 60s who had inherited it from an aunt. The aunt had been a music teacher, the woman explained, but arthritis had forced her to stop playing in her 40s. She'd kept the cello for decades after that, moving it from house to house, unable to part with it, but unable to play it either. "I think she'd want someone to make it sing again," the woman had said, running her hand over the worn case. "I think she'd want it to have another life." The luthier had taken the case, had promised to assess the instrument, had set it in the corner, and then had proceeded to work on every other project in the shop. A violin that needed a soundpost adjustment, a viola with a cracked rib, a double bass that needed new strings. Anything but the cello. Anything but the instrument that had sat silent in darkness for 37 years, waiting. But tonight the workshop felt different. The snow falling outside the small basement window made the warm space feel even more like a haven, and the quiet, the deep middle of winter quiet that came when the world was muffled and still felt like permission somehow. Permission to slow down. Permission to sit with something that would take time. The luthier lifted the case and carried it to the main workbench, a broad surface of maple that had been their grandmother's, and her father's before that, worn smooth by decades of hands and tools and careful attention. They set the case down gently and stood looking at it for a moment, at the worn black leather handle and the tarnished brass latches. Then they opened it. The smell that emerged was immediate and complex dust and old velvet, the particular mustiness of something locked away from air and light for too long, and underneath it all, the scent of aged wood. The interior of the case was lined with burgundy velvet that had faded to mauve in places, worn thin where the neck of the cello had rested. The instrument itself lay cradled in its fitted space, and even before touching it, the luthier could see the passage of time written across its surface. They reached in carefully, sliding their hands beneath the body and neck, and lifted. The cello was heavier than it looked, good, dense wood, probably European spruce for the top and maple for the back and sides. As it emerged into the lamplight, its beauty became apparent despite the decades of neglect. The varnish had darkened with age to a deep amber orange, and there were fine cracks in the finish that mapped across the surface like river deltas viewed from a great height, each crack telling a story of humidity changes, of seasons cycling past, of time itself written in lines too small to see unless you looked closely. The luthier turned the cello slowly, examining it from every angle. The scroll at the top was carved with elegant lines, traditional, but with a slight flourish that suggested the original maker had taken pride in the work. The peg box held 4 ebony pegs, and when the luthier tested them gently, they barely moved, frozen in place by decades of stillness, by rosin dust and humidity and the simple fact of not being used. The strings themselves were ancient, discolored to a dull gray-brown, brittle-looking, with that fragile quality that meant they'd snap at the slightest provocation. The luthier carried the cello to the padded workbench, where instruments waited for careful hands, and set it down on its side. From this angle, the light caught the flame figure in the maple of the back, those beautiful irregular patterns in the wood grain that looked like fire frozen in amber. Someone had chosen this wood carefully. Someone had loved this instrument in its making. The luthier felt something catch in their chest, a sensation like recognition. They traced one finger along the edge of the cello's body, feeling the slight ridge where the purfling was inlaid, those thin strips of wood that protected the edge and added a decorative border. The wood was cool to the touch, but not cold. It had been waiting in this room for 3 weeks, coming slowly to room temperature, to the humidity of the workshop, preparing itself without knowing it was preparing for this moment of attention. When did I stop playing? The luthier thought suddenly. Not just other people's instruments, but my own. When did I put down my violin and forget to pick it up again? It had been gradual, like so many disappearances. First, they'd been too busy, too many repairs coming in, too many people needing their instruments ready for performances, for auditions, for students starting lessons. Then it had been too late at night. I'll play tomorrow, they'd told themselves. Tomorrow when I'm less tired. And then tomorrow would come and there would be another reason, another excuse. And eventually they'd stopped even thinking about it. Their own violin sat in its case in the corner of the workshop, probably out of tune by now, probably wondering why it had been abandoned. Just like this cello had wondered, perhaps, in whatever way instruments wonder about such things. Sitting in darkness, strings going slack, gathering dust, waiting for hands that never came. "Okay," the luthier said softly, speaking to the cello, to the workshop, to themselves. "Let's see what we're working with." They reached for their jeweler's loupe, a small magnifying lens that fit over one eye, and began the careful work of assessment. Starting at the scroll, they examined every inch of the instrument, looking for cracks in the wood, for open seams, for any sign of structural damage that would need to be addressed before the cello could be safely strung and tuned. The peg box was solid. The fingerboard, ebony worn smooth by years of fingers pressing strings against it, was intact, though it would need oil. The neck join where the neck met the body was secure. Moving down the body, the luthier checked each rib, each corner block, running their fingers along the seams and feeling for any looseness, any give that would indicate the glue had failed. Everything was fundamentally sound. The bones were good, as their grandmother used to say. This was an instrument that had been well made, and for most of its life, well cared for. It wasn't neglect that had silenced it, but circumstance arthritis that had taken away the player's ability to press strings, to draw a bow, to make music despite the desire still living in the heart. The luthier understood that, too. Sometimes the silence wasn't about not wanting to sing. Sometimes it was about life getting in the way, about hands getting tired, about the world being loud and demanding, and leaving no room for the quiet thing you used to love. They removed the loop and reached for a small mirror on a flexible wand, a tool designed for looking inside an instrument through the EFA holes, those elegant curved openings cut into the top of the cello. They angled a penlight and peered through the mirror, examining the interior. The blocks looked secure. The linings, thin strips of wood glued inside to reinforce the seams, were intact. And there, standing upright between the top and the back, wedged in place by careful pressure alone, was the soundpost. The soundpost was perhaps the most crucial element of a stringed instrument's voice. It looked like nothing, just a small cylinder of spruce, fitted precisely between the front and back plates of the instrument beneath the treble foot of the bridge. But its position, its exact placement, could transform an instrument's tone from dull to brilliant, from harsh to sweet. It carried vibrations from the top to the back, creating the complex resonances that made a cello sound like a cello, and not just a wooden box with strings stretched across it. The luthier's grandmother had called it the soul of the instrument. Without the soundpost, she'd said, you just have pretty carpentry. With it, you have music. The soundpost in this cello had shifted slightly over the years. The luthier could see that even through the small mirror. It was leaning just a bit, no longer standing perpendicular as it should. That would need to be adjusted before the instrument could be properly voiced. But like everything else, it could wait until the basic work was done. First things first, the cello needed to be cleaned, the old strings removed, the bridge assessed, the pegs made functional again. The luthier set down the mirror and penlight and reached for a soft cloth and a small bottle of lemon oil mixed with just a touch of mineral spirit, a formula their grandmother had taught them, gentle enough not to damage old varnish but effective at cleaning away decades of accumulated dust and the sticky residue that came from rosin dust settling on an instrument that had been wiped down after playing. They poured a small amount of the mixture onto the cloth, just enough to dampen it, and began to work. Starting at the scroll, they moved the cloth in small circles, working gradually down the neck, across the body, following the curve of the ribs around to the back. The rhythm was meditative: circle, wipe, move, circle, wipe, move. And as they worked, the wood began to respond. The varnish started to glow. Underneath the grime and dust, the amber-orange color deepened and warmed, and the flame figure in the maple seemed to move in the lamplight, those frozen fire patterns shifting as the angle changed. The spruce of the top revealed its tight, even grain, the kind of old-growth wood that was increasingly rare, cut from trees that had grown slowly in cold climates, developing the density and resonance that makers prized. Shuck, shuck, went the cloth against the varnish, a soft rhythmic sound that filled the workshop. Shuck, 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 shuck. The luthier found their breathing slowing to match the rhythm, their shoulders dropping slightly, the tight knot that had taken up residence between their shoulder blades beginning, just barely, to loosen. This was the part of the work they'd forgotten they loved. Not the dramatic moments, the first sound from a restored instrument, the grateful tears of a musician reunited with a repaired treasure, but these quiet moments of attention, the simple act of caring for something that couldn't care for itself, the meditation of repetitive motion done with skill and intention. When had they stopped caring for themselves with this kind of attention? When had they started rushing through showers, eating, standing up at the kitchen counter, falling asleep to podcasts, because silence felt too empty? When had slowness become something to apologize for instead of something to savor? Behind them there was a soft thump as Fiddle jumped down from her blanket and padded across the workshop floor. The luthier felt the cat as presence before they saw her, that particular warmth that came from a small furred creature, deciding you were worth investigating. Fiddle hopped up onto a stool beside the workbench and then onto the bench itself, moving with the careful precision that cats employed when navigating spaces full of delicate objects. She approached the open cello case and stopped, whiskers forward, nose twitching. She sniffed the burgundy velvet lining with great thoroughness, as if conducting her own assessment of the situation. Then, apparently satisfied that the case posed no threat, she stepped inside and turned around 3 times before settling down, curling into a perfect spiral of calico fur in the exact spot where the celloist's body had rested for 37 years. The luthier smiled, the first real smile they'd managed in days. "That's not for you," they said mildly, but made no move to displace the cat. Fiddle blinked slowly, the cat equivalent of a shrug, and tucked her nose under her tail. The luthier returned to their work. By the time they'd finished cleaning the entire instrument, nearly an hour had passed. The workshop had grown even warmer, the radiator clanking occasionally as it did its work, and outside the window, the snow continued to fall in that silent, steady way that suggested it would continue all night, transforming the world into something clean and quiet and new. The cello gleamed in the lamplight, and the luthier stepped back to look at it properly for the first time. It was beautiful. It had always been beautiful, but now that beauty was visible again, no longer hidden under layers of neglect. The wood seemed almost alive, the varnish catching and reflecting light in complex ways, the grain patterns telling their silent stories. But it was still silent, still out of tune, still waiting. The luthier washed their hands at the small sink in the corner of the workshop cold water, unscented soap, dried on a clean towel, and returned to the workbench. Now came the careful work of removing the old strings. They started with the A string, the highest pitched of the 4 strings. The peg that held it had been turned tight 37 years ago and hadn't moved since. The luthier gripped it carefully, applying gentle inward pressure while simultaneously trying to turn it counterclockwise. At first, nothing happened. The peg might as well have been glued in place. "Patience," the luthier murmured, remembering their grandmother's voice saying the same thing. "The wood remembers. You just have to remind it how to move." They reached for a small cake of peg compound, a mixture of fine abrasives and lubricants that looked something like hard soap. They pulled the peg out just slightly, applied a tiny amount of compound to the shaft, and pushed it back in. Then they tried again, rocking the peg gently back and forth, clockwise and counterclockwise, feeling for the moment when the wood would release its grip. There, a tiny movement, then more. The peg began to turn, and as it did, the tension on the string decreased. The ancient string went from tight to loose to hanging slack, and when all tension was released, the luthier carefully unwound it from the peg and pulled it free. The string came away in their hand brittle, discolored, its wrapping coming loose in places. It had given its service and was now retired. One by one, the luthier repeated the process with each string, the D string, the G string. Finally, the C string, the lowest and thickest, wound with silver that had tarnished to dark gray. Each peg fought at first and then surrendered, remembering after all these years how to do the work it was made for. Each string released with a soft ping as the last tension gave way, a sound like a tiny exhalation, like relief. As the luthier worked, they thought about tension. about how they'd been holding it in their own body, shoulders up around their ears, jaw clenched, chest tight with a kind of chronic low-level anxiety that had become so familiar they barely noticed it anymore. They'd been wound too tight in some ways, too loose in others, like strings that had never been properly adjusted, never been given the attention and care needed to find the right pitch. When all 4 strings were off, the cello looked naked, vulnerable. The bridge, the small curved piece of maple that stood upright on the top of the instrument, holding the strings up and away from the body, no longer had anything to hold. The luthier lifted it carefully and examined it in the light. The bridge had warped. Not dramatically, but enough. Over decades of holding tension and then losing it of humidity changes and temperature fluctuations, the wood had developed a slight backward lean, a curve that would muffle the sound and make it impossible to adjust the string height properly. This bridge would need to be replaced. The luthier set the old bridge aside. They never threw away the old parts, even the ones that couldn't be reused, because sometimes a client wanted to see what had been replaced, wanted that tangible proof of the work that had been done, and turned their attention to the soundpost. This was delicate work. The soundpost setter looked like a thin wand made of metal with a bent tip, almost like a crochet hook, but finer. The luthier inserted it through the F-hole, maneuvering carefully, and touched the end to the top of the soundpost. With tiny, precise adjustments, they began to reposition it, checking constantly through the mirror to see the effect, feeling through the wood for the subtle changes in resonance that indicated the post was moving toward its ideal position. It took 15 minutes of minute adjustments, a nudge forward, a tiny push to the left, a microscopic shift back before the soundpost stood exactly where it should, perpendicular to both the top and the back position just behind the treble foot of where the new bridge would stand. The luthier withdrew the setter and checked one more time with the mirror. Perfect. They straightened up, stretching their back, feeling the small pops of vertebrae realigning. Fiddle had emerged from the case at some point and was now sitting on the corner of the workbench, grooming her paw with great concentration, occasionally pausing to look at the luthier, as if checking to make sure they were still doing acceptable work. "What do you think?" the luthier asked the cat. "Are we getting somewhere?" Fiddle yawned, showing no particular opinion on the matter, and returned to her grooming. The luthier smiled again. There was something grounding about the cat's presence, about her complete lack of concern for deadlines or productivity, or any of the anxieties that filled up human days. Fiddle existed in the present moment with absolute commitment. She was here, in this workshop, on this workbench, and that was enough. She didn't carry the weight of yesterday or the worry of tomorrow. She just was. When had the luthier forgotten how to be like that? When had every moment become layered with thoughts of what came next, what still needed doing, what they hadn't done yet, what they should have done better? They turned back to the cello. Next came the bridge. The luthier moved to a different section of the workshop where partially finished bridges stood in rows inside a wooden box, organized by size and purpose. They selected one appropriate for a cello, a blank of aged maple, cut to the rough shape but not yet fitted to this specific instrument. Each bridge needed to be custom fitted because every instrument was slightly different, the arch of the top varying by fractions of millimeters that made all the difference in how the bridge stood and how the sound transferred. The luthier returned to the workbench with the bridge blank and a set of small files, each one shaped for a specific task. This part of the work required intense focus and frequent checking filing a bit from the feet of the bridge, testing the fit against the curve of the cello's top, filing more, testing again. Too much pressure and the bridge would press too hard, damping the vibration. Too little and it would sit loosely, rattling and buzzing. It needed to meet the wood with kiss-soft contact across the entire surface of both feet simultaneously. The only sounds in the workshop were the soft whisper of file against wood, the occasional hiss of the radiator, the rhythmic purring of fiddle, and outside, the absolute silence of falling snow. The luthier lost track of time, entering that state of flow where nothing existed except the work, the wood, the incremental progress toward a goal that could be felt through fingertips and seen in the perfect marriage of bridge foot to cello top. When it was right, and the luthier knew it was right with a certainty that came from years of practice, they set the bridge in position and stepped back. It stood upright, centered between the F-holes, perfectly aligned. Without strings to hold it in place, the slightest vibration would knock it over, but for now, it stood ready, waiting. The luthier checked their watch, an old mechanical one that had been their grandmother's with a leather strap worn, soft as cloth, and was surprised to find that nearly 3 hours had passed since they descended the stairs into the workshop. It was past 11 o'clock now, and the house above them had settled into its night-time creaks and sighs, the old wood contracting in the cold, the furnace cycling on and off, all the familiar sounds of a house at rest. They should be tired. They'd been tired when they came down here, but instead they felt something else, a kind of alertness, a presence in their body that had been missing for weeks. Their hands were steady, their breathing was deep and even. The knot between their shoulder blades had loosened enough that they could roll their shoulders without wincing. This was what they'd been missing. Not rest exactly, but this kind of active meditation, this purposeful slowness, this attention paid to something outside themselves, which paradoxically brought them back into themselves, back into their body, back into the present moment where fiddle purred and snow fell and beautiful things waited to be restored. The luthier moved to another shelf and selected 4 new strings, still in their paper sleeves. They'd chosen them specifically when the cello first arrived, based on the instrument's size and probable voice. Not the brightest strings available, this cello didn't want to be bright and brilliant. It wanted to be warm, deep, resonant, the kind of voice that filled a room not with sparkle but with presence, with the kind of sound you felt in your chest as much as heard with your ears. They laid the strings out on the workbench in order C, G, D, A, the lowest to the highest, the foundation to the voice. Each one was still coiled, held in its paper sleeve, waiting. The C and G strings were wound core of gut or synthetic material, wrapped with fine silver wire to add mass and depth. The D and A were lighter, thinner, their wrapping creating a different kind of resonance. The luthier picked up the C string and carefully removed it from its sleeve. The string uncurled slowly, remembering its spiral, and they straightened it carefully, feeling its weight, its potential. This string hadn't existed a few months ago. It had been made recently, specifically to replace strings just like the ones they'd removed, ancient, brittle things that had outlived their voice. New strings aren't cheap. The luthier knew that intimately. They placed orders for strings every month, stocking the workshop with different gauges and brands for the various instruments that came through. The set in their hands represented a not insignificant investment, but they were necessary. There was no way to make music with broken strings, with strings that had gone silent. What have I been too frugal with when it comes to myself? The luthier thought suddenly. What necessities have I convinced myself are luxuries? Therapy appointments they'd canceled because they were too busy, too tired, too whatever. The gym membership they'd let lapse. The art class they'd thought about taking, but never signed up for because it seemed like an indulgence. The phone calls to friends they didn't make because they didn't want to burden anyone with their vague malaise, their inability to articulate what was wrong because nothing was dramatically wrong, just off, out of tune. When had taking care of themselves become something they needed to justify? When had the basic maintenance of their own well-being become negotiable? The luthier shook their head slightly, pushing the thoughts away for now, and focused on the work at hand. They threaded the ball end of the C string through the hole in the tailpiece, the piece of ebony at the bottom of the cello that anchored all the strings. The string slid through smoothly, and they brought it up over the bridge, along the fingerboard, and into the peg box. This was where the real work began. They inserted the straight end of the string into the hole drilled through the C peg, the largest of the 4 pegs, positioned on the left side of the peg box, and began to wind. The peg turned in their hands, and slowly the string began to coil around it, not too tight yet, just enough to hold, just enough to begin creating tension. The peg creaked as it turned. After decades of stillness, the wood was remembering how to work, the peg compound helping it find its grip. The luthier pushed the peg in slightly as they turned it. That was the key to making pegs work properly. Simultaneous turning and inward pressure, creating friction that would hold the peg in place once the string was tensioned. They repeated the process with the G string, then the D, then the A. 4 strings, each one threaded and wound, each peg protesting slightly at first, and then settling into its work. The luthier's hands moved with practiced certainty, even though it had been months since they'd done a complete restringing. The body remembered what the mind might forget. As each string was wound onto its peg, a transformation began. The cello, which had looked naked and vulnerable without strings, was slowly being dressed again, being given back the elements that would allow it to sing. The strings hung loose still, barely touching the bridge, creating no sound yet, but they were there, present, ready. The luthier paused and flexed their fingers. They were moving slowly, breathing deeply, and it felt right. It felt like the opposite of how they'd been living lately, always rushing, always trying to fit one more thing in, always eating lunch while answering emails, always showering too quickly, always falling asleep to noise instead of silence because silence felt too much like being alone with themselves and their thoughts. When had slowness become something to apologize for? When had taking time become laziness instead of wisdom? Their grandmother used to say that you couldn't rush good work. The wood will tell you how fast to go, she'd say. And if you're listening properly, it's always slower than you think. The luthier realized they hadn't been listening. Not to wood, not to their own body, not to the quiet voice that had been trying to tell them for months that they needed to stop, to rest, to tune themselves before they broke something important. But now they were listening, and the message was clear. Slow down, pay attention. You're not broken, but you are out of tune, and tuning takes time and patience and gentle hands. With all 4 strings in place, the luthier reached for their tuning fork. It was a beautiful thing, this forked solid steel, perfectly balanced, made to vibrate at exactly 440 hertz, the standard A note that orchestras used to tune. It had been in the family for 3 generations, passed down from luthier to luthier, and its tone was pure and clear and perfect. The luthier tapped it against their knee, and it began to sing. The sound was high and clear and singular, a perfect A that filled the workshop with its presence. It wasn't loud, but it was penetrating, that particular frequency that cut through other sounds and announced itself with certainty. The luthier held the fork near the A string, letting the vibrations match, checking by ear whether the string was close to pitch. And then several things happened very quickly. Fiddle's head snapped up. Her ears, which had been relaxed and soft, suddenly swiveled forward and stood at attention. Her pupils dilated, going from sleepy slits to wide black pools in an instant. She stared at the tuning fork with an expression of deep suspicion and offense, as if the fork had personally insulted her ancestors. The luthier, surprised by the sudden reaction, stopped moving. The tuning fork continued its song, vibrating in their hand, its tone beginning to fade, but still audible. Fiddle rose to a crouch, her tail beginning to twitch at the tip. She lowered her front end, wiggling her hindquarters slightly in that way cats do when they're preparing to pounce. And then she began to stalk the tuning fork. She moved in a slow circle around the workbench, eyes locked on the fork, trying to locate the source of the sound. But of course there was nothing to see. The fork looked like an ordinary piece of metal. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, from the air itself. Fiddle reached out one white paw, toes spread, and swiped at the space near the fork as if trying to catch the invisible vibration. The luthier couldn't help it. They laughed. Really laughed from the belly, the kind of laugh that shook their shoulders and made their eyes water slightly. It had been weeks since they'd laughed like this. Weeks since anything had struck them as genuinely, purely funny. "It's not a bug, Fiddle," they said, still chuckling. "It's just sound." Fiddle sat back, tail twitching in rapid flicks now, clearly disappointed that the invisible enemy had not revealed itself. She maintained her vigilant watch as the fork's tone faded to nothing, and even when silence returned, she continued to stare at it suspiciously for another minute before apparently deciding the threat had passed. The luthier wiped their eyes, set down the tuning fork, and reached instead for the fine tuner's small mechanisms attached to the tailpiece that allowed for minute adjustments to string tension without having to use the pegs. They would use these for the initial tuning, getting the strings close to pitch, and then make final adjustments with the pegs. They plucked the A string gently and turned the fine tuner, bringing the pitch up slowly. The string was far too low at first, producing a dull thud rather than a note. But gradually, as tension increased, a pitch began to emerge. The string started to sing, just barely, just enough to suggest what it would sound like when properly tensioned. The luthier continued, moving from string to string, bringing each one up slowly toward its proper pitch. This had to be done carefully. Too much tension too quickly could damage the soundpost, could warp the bridge, could even crack the top of the instrument if the wood wasn't ready for it. So they worked patiently, a little at a time, allowing the cello to adjust to each increase in tension, listening not just with their ears, but with their hands and the body of the instrument, feeling the vibrations beginning to wake up inside the wood. As the strings came closer to pitch, something remarkable happened. The cello began to resonate. When the luthier plucked one string, the others would sympathetically vibrate, creating a complex web of overtones and harmonics. The wood itself began to sing, no longer dead and silent, but alive with potential, with the kinds of frequencies it had been designed to amplify and transform. The luthier reached for the tuning fork again. Fiddle immediately went on alert, ears forward, body tensing. The luthier smiled, anticipating the performance. They tapped the fork against their knee. It sang out its pure A440. Fiddle launched into action. She crouched, stalked, circled the workbench with exaggerated stealth, her belly low to the surface. When the luthier held the fork near the A string, checking the pitch, Fiddle made her move a quick dart forward, one paw extended, swiping through the air where the sound seemed to be. Her paw met nothing but empty space, and she sat back, looking deeply offended by the whole situation. "Every time," the luthier said, shaking their head with amusement. "You're going to do this every time, aren't you?" Fiddle's tail twitched. Yes, apparently she was. The luthier continued the tuning process, and true to form, every time the tuning fork came out, Fiddle performed her ritual of suspicion and attempted capture. It became a gentle rhythm to the work: tap the fork, check the pitch, adjust the string, suffer Fiddle's dramatic hunt for the invisible enemy, repeat. The luthier found themselves smiling throughout, their chest feeling lighter than it had in weeks. Sometimes the things that help us find our pitch seem strange to others, the luthier thought. Sometimes we have to look silly in the process of tuning ourselves. That's okay. That's just part of it. The strings gradually came up to pitch, each one settling into its proper note. The luthier worked each peg now, turning carefully, pushing in to create the friction that would hold the tension. The pegs creaked, that particular sound of wood on wood, of aged maple finding its grip. They adjusted the bridge position minutely, making sure it stood exactly where it should, perpendicular to the top of the cello, centered and balanced. And still the strings weren't quite right. They never were, not immediately. New strings stretched. They settled. They needed time to find their voice. The luthier tuned and retuned, bringing each string back up as it dropped, patient with the process, understanding that this was just how it worked. Tuning wasn't a one-time event. It was an ongoing conversation between player and instrument, between tension and release, between what was and what should be. Just like living, the luthier thought, just like being human, we drift out of tune. We need adjustment. There's no shame in that. It's not failure, it's just the nature of things that are alive and subject to change. They thought about their own life, their own slow drift into silence and exhaustion. How they'd stopped singing in the car, stopped calling friends, stopped making real food and eating real meals at a real table. How they'd let themselves slip, string by string, into a kind of muted existence where they functioned but didn't sing. But drift wasn't permanent. With attention, with care, with the right tools and patience, things could be brought back into tune. You just had to be willing to do the work. You had to be willing to turn the pegs even when they stuck, even when it took time, even when you had to do it over and over again, because that's just how tuning worked. The luthier reached for the bow next. It had been waiting in its slot in the case, and they lifted it out carefully. A cello bow was a substantial thing longer and heavier than a violin bow, designed to draw sound from thicker strings to create the deep resonances that made a cello a cello. This bow was old too, though not as old as the cello itself. The stick was Pernambuco wood, dense and slightly orange in color, with a beautiful straight grain. The frog, the ebony piece at the base where the player's zeon rested, was inlaid with a thin strip of mother-of-pearl that caught the light. The bow hair was loose, hanging in a gentle arc between the tip and the frog. That was how bows should be stored with no tension, allowing the stick to rest in its natural curve. But before the bow could be used, the hair needed to be tightened, and it needed rosin. The luthier turned the screw at the end of the bow, and the frog began to slide up the stick, creating tension. The hair straightened, becoming taut, and the stick developed its proper camber, that slight curve that allowed the hair to meet the string at the right angle. Not too tight over-tightening could warp the stick permanently, but tight enough for proper playing. Now for the rosin. The luthier selected a cake from their collection. This one was dark amber, a recipe designed for cello bows, slightly stickier than violin rosin, with more grip. They held the bow in one hand and drew the rosin along the hair in long, steady strokes. Immediately, fine dust began to appear, coating the hair, catching the light. The smell of rosin filled the air, that distinctive scent, like pine and honey mixed together, sweet and sharp at the same time. The luthier continued rosining, turning the bow to get all sides of the hair evenly coated. The rosin dust fell like fine snow, landing on the workbench, catching in the lamplight in tiny golden motes. It was beautiful in an incidental way, this dust, this byproduct of preparation. Beautiful without trying to be. When the bow was properly prepared, the luthier set it down and returned their attention to the cello. All 4 strings were as close to pitch as they could get for now. The bridge stood properly. The sound post was positioned correctly. Everything was ready. But the luthier found themselves hesitating. This was the moment the first true sound this instrument would make in 37 years. The first time someone would ask it to sing since arthritis had silenced its player and it had been closed into darkness. What if it didn't sing? What if something was wrong that they hadn't caught? What if the voice was damaged beyond repair, the wood too old, the silence too long? But then the luthier realized this was exactly the kind of thinking that had kept them silent, too. The fear that if they tried to sing literally or metaphorically, nothing would come out, or what came out would be wrong, broken, not good enough. So it was easier to stay silent, easier not to try. Except silence wasn't easier, it wasn't safer. It was just slow suffocation. The luthier took a breath and reached for the cello. They lifted it carefully and, for the first time, positioned it properly, the body resting on their knees, the neck rising past their shoulder, their left hand on the fingerboard, their right hand holding the bow. This was how it was meant to be held. This was how it was designed to be played. Not lying on a bench, not sitting in a case, but here cradled between human knees, touching human hands, ready to transform the movement of horsehair across metal strings into sound, into music, into voice. The luthier raised the bow and placed it on the C string, the lowest, the deepest, the foundation of everything. They took another breath, steadied their hand, and drew the bow across the string. The sound that emerged was extraordinary. It started as a note, a low C, resonant and full, but it was more than that. It was the voice of the wood itself, of the spruce top vibrating in complex patterns of the maple back, reflecting and amplifying of the soundpost, carrying vibrations between them of the air inside the body, moving and resonating, of the bridge trembling, and the bass bar humming, and all the invisible architecture of the instrument doing exactly what it had been designed to do. The note was deep. It was warm. It filled the workshop like something with physical presence, like amber honey light made audible, like the feeling of being held. It resonated not just in the air, but in the workbench, in the floor, in the luthier's chest where their sternum touched the back of the cello. But more than all of that, there was something else. The luthier felt it through their hands, through their body, through some sense that had nothing to do with hearing. The cello itself responded to the note it was making. The wood, which had been silent for 37 years, seemed to sigh with relief, with gratitude, with the profound satisfaction of being asked to do, once again, the thing it was made to do. The luthier held the note, keeping the bow moving steadily, and felt tears prick at the corners of their eyes. This was why they did this work. This was why their grandmother had taught them, and why her father had taught her. Because instruments weren't just objects. They were voices waiting to be heard. They were songs waiting to be sung. And sometimes those songs needed someone to care enough to wake them up, to tune them, to give them permission to sound again. The luthier lifted the bow and the note ended, but its resonance continued for a moment, hanging in the air, fading slowly into silence. A good silence this time. Not the silence of abandonment, but the silence of rest between notes. The silence that gave meaning to sound. They played a scale, just 8 notes, nothing fancy, nothing complicated. C, D, E flat, F, G, a flat, B flat, C, up and back down again. The cello sang each note beautifully, its voice growing warmer as the wood woke up fully, as the strings settled into their work, as the entire instrument remembered what it was for. Fiddle, who had been watching from the corner of the workbench, made a small chirping sound, not quite a meow, but a vocalization of what might have been approval or might have been commentary, or might have been nothing more than acknowledgement that something significant had happened. She stood, stretched, and then curled up again, tucking her paws beneath her chest, her purring audible even over the final fading notes of the scale. The luthier set the bow down and simply held the cello for a moment, feeling its weight, its warmth, its presence. They understood now what they'd been trying to tell themselves all evening, what the work had been teaching them while their hands were busy and their mind was quiet. They'd been like this cello, fundamentally sound, well made, but out of tune from being silent too long, from being left in the case while life happened around them, from being ignored and neglected, even though the capacity for music was still there had always been. There was just waiting for someone to care enough to do the work of restoration. And the someone who needed to care was themselves. They needed to tune themselves the way they tuned this instrument, with patience, with attention, with the understanding that tuning wasn't a one-time event but an ongoing practice, something you came back to again and again because drift was natural and adjustment was necessary, and there was no shame in needing to be brought back into pitch. They needed to clean away the dust and grime of exhaustion and neglect. They needed to tighten the strings that had gone slack, the connections to friends, the practices of self-care, the small joys they'd stopped allowing themselves. They needed to adjust their soundpost, those invisible internal supports that made everything else work. They needed to apply rosin to their bow and draw it across their own strings and see what sound emerged. And maybe, probably, it would be rusty at first, out of tune. The pegs would stick. The voice would be uncertain. That was okay. That was just the beginning of the process. With time and care and patience, the voice would return. The song would come back. The instrument would remember what it was made for. The luthier carefully set the cello on its stand, a padded rack designed to hold it safely. Strings up, ready for tomorrow's playing when the new strings would have stretched and settled and would need tuning again. They switched off all the lamps except one, leaving just enough light to navigate the stairs. Fiddle jumped down from the workbench and padded to the stairs, waiting. The luthier followed, pausing at the bottom to look back at the workshop one more time. The cello stood on its rack, glowing amber in a single lamp's light, its strings catching tiny gleams, its voice waiting. Not silent anymore, not forgotten, just resting. Tomorrow the luthier decided they would call their friend, the one they'd been meaning to call for months. They would schedule that appointment they'd been avoiding. They would make real food for dinner and sit at the table to eat it. They would take out their own violin and see if it still remembered how to sing under their fingers. They would tune themselves patiently and carefully, understanding that it would take time, that they would drift and need adjustment again, that this was okay, that this was just how living things worked. We all got a little out of tune when we'd been silent for too long, when we'd been overwhelmed, when we'd forgotten to pay attention to ourselves. It didn't mean we were broken. It just meant we needed gentle hands and the right tools and patience and the willingness to do the work. The luthier climbed the stairs, Fiddle's small warm presence just ahead in the darkness. Behind them the workshop settled into its nighttime quiet, but it was a different quiet now than it had been when they descended those stairs hours before. It was the quiet of work completed, of voices restored, of strings holding their tension and waiting, ready for tomorrow's song. Outside, snow continued to fall, transforming the world into something clean and new. Inside, the old house creaked and settled. The radiators hissed their gentle lullabies, and in the basement workshop, a cello that had been silent for 37 years stood ready to sing again, its wood still humming faintly with the memory of that first deep note, that sigh of relief, that sound of coming home to itself. We all carry instruments inside ourselves, the luthier thought as they reached the top of the stairs. Hearts that need tuning, voices that need encouragement, strings that need the right tension to sing, and sometimes the luthier we're waiting for is ourselves, our own gentle hands, our own patience, our own willingness to do the slow work of restoration, to polish away the dust, to tighten what's loose and loosen what's tight, to find the note that's been waiting inside us all along. If this quiet restoration has resonated with you, if these words have found you in your own moment of needing to be tuned, please consider showing your support with a like. Subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more peaceful nights and gentle journeys into rest. We're all instruments waiting to remember our song. We're all wood and strings and possibility, waiting for the patience and care that reminds us we were made to sing. Sleep well. Tomorrow we tune again. A letter from my younger self, a journey of self-forgiveness and rest. The snow had been falling since late afternoon, each flake drifting down in that unhurried way that makes the whole world feel like it's holding its breath. By evening, the street outside was blanketed in white, the street lamps casting soft halos of gold against the darkening sky. Inside, the house was quiet, the kind of quiet that settles into old walls and wooden floors, familiar and patient. They stood at the bottom of the attic stairs, one hand resting on the doorframe, the other wrapped around a mug of chamomile tea. The steam rose in delicate spirals, carrying with it the faint scent of honey and something floral. They'd walked past this door 100 times over the past few months, maybe more. Each time they'd felt a small tug, a whisper that said, "Not today, not yet." But tonight felt different. Maybe it was the snow, the way it seemed to pause the world outside and make space for something internal. Or maybe it was the fact that they'd been feeling unmoored lately, like a boat that had slipped its anchor and was drifting, not dangerously, but aimlessly. Life hadn't turned out the way they'd imagined it would. Not worse, necessarily. Just different. And somewhere in that difference they'd begun to wonder if they'd lost something important along the way. They took a sip of tea, letting the warmth spread through their chest, and made a decision. Tonight they would go up. The attic had always been a place of forgotten things boxes stacked with old textbooks, holiday decorations that only saw daylight once a year, a dress form that had belonged to their grandmother draped now in a white sheet like a ghost of creativity past. But somewhere up there, tucked behind the forgotten and the discarded, was something they'd left for themselves. A time capsule. A small metal box sealed 20 years ago with all the earnestness and hope that a younger version of themselves could muster. They set the mug down on the small table by the door and reached for the cord that would release the attic stairs. The mechanism creaked as they pulled, a sound of protest and surrender all at once, and the folding stairs descended slowly, each segment clicking into place until the whole structure stood before them like an invitation. The air that drifted down was cool and carried with it the scent of dust and something deeper cedar, maybe, or old wood that had spent decades holding memories without complaint. They placed one foot on the bottom step, feeling it give slightly under their weight, and began to climb. Each step had its own voice. The third one groaned a little, a low note that vibrated through the wood. The fifth one was silent, steady. By the time they reached the top and pulled themselves up into the attic proper, they were aware of their own breathing, slightly heavier now, mixing with the stillness of the space. The single bulb hung from the center of the ceiling, and they reached for the pull string, feeling the thin metal chain slide between their fingers before they tugged it down. Light flooded the space, not bright, but warm and amber. The kind of light that made everything look softer, older, like a photograph taken decades ago. The attic stretched out before them, longer than it seemed it should be from the outside. Cardboard boxes lined the walls, some labeled in their own handwriting from various moves and purges over the years. Books college, winter clothes, kitchen misc. Others had no labels at all, their contents a mystery even to the person who'd packed them. Against the far wall an old mirror leaned, its glass cloudy with age and dust. They'd caught their reflection in it as they moved deeper into the space, a shadow more than a person, indistinct and quiet. They looked away, focusing instead on the task at hand. The time capsule. Where had they put it? They moved slowly, carefully stepping between boxes and around the dress form. Their fingers brushed against surfaces as they went, the rough cardboard of a box, the cool smoothness of a forgotten picture frame, the slight tackiness of old packing tape that had begun to lose its grip. A cobweb caught on their hand, and they gently pulled it away, watching the delicate threads shimmer in the amber light before dissolving into nothing. Behind a stack of yearbooks, thick volumes with covers in burgundy and navy, embossed with years that felt both recent and impossibly distant, they saw it. A metal box, roughly the size of a shoebox but flatter, with a hinged lid. The metal had a slight rust at the corners, little blooms of orange-brown that spoke to time and moisture and the patient work of years. And there, on the lid, written in faded black marker, were the words, "Open in 2025. Their heart did something complicated in their chest, a flutter that was part nervousness, part tenderness, part something they couldn't quite name. They crouched down, knees protesting slightly, and carefully slid the box out from its hiding place. It was heavier than they remembered, or maybe they were just more aware of weight now. The way it settled into your palms and demanded to be held with intention. They carried it to the center of the attic, where the light was best, and sat down cross-legged on the dusty wooden floor. The box rested in their lap, cool against their thighs even through their jeans. For a long moment they simply sat there, one hand on the lid, feeling the slight texture of the rust under their fingertips. What would they find inside? Would they be disappointed in who they'd become? Or, and this felt somehow worse, would their younger self be disappointed in them? The thought sat heavy for a moment, but then, like a gentle hand on the shoulder, came another feeling, tenderness. This box had been sealed by someone who believed in the future, by someone who thought that the person they would become was worth speaking to, worth leaving a message for. That younger self, whoever they'd been, whatever they'd hoped, deserved to be remembered with kindness. They took a breath deep, slow, letting it fill their lungs completely before releasing it into the quiet attic air. Then, with careful fingers, they pried at the edge of the lid. The metal resisted at first, the seal stubborn after so many years, but then it gave way with a soft papa, a sound like a secret being released. The lid lifted, and immediately a scent rose up to meet them. Old paper, the faint ghost of a perfume or cologne they'd worn back then, something sweet and trying too hard. There was the smell of plastic, too, and underneath it all, that same cedar note that permeated the whole attic. They peered inside, and their breath caught. The box was full layered with objects, each one placed with obvious care. On top was a bandana folded into a neat square, the fabric faded, but still showing its pattern of paisley swirls in blue and white. They lifted it out, feeling how soft it had become with age, and set it gently beside them on the floor. Beneath the bandana were ticket stubs, 3 of them, paper rectangles with perforated edges, and printing that had faded to a pale gray. They picked them up, squinting to read the text. A concert, a band they'd loved fiercely for one summer before moving on to something else. The date was printed there, and they did the math in their head. 20 years. They'd been so young. A disposable camera came next, bright yellow plastic with a cardboard sleeve that advertised 27 exposures. They turned it over in their hands, wondering what images were trapped inside, never developed, never seen. Moments frozen in chemical suspension, waiting. They set it aside, making a mental note to find a place that might still process film this old. There were stickers, so many stickers. A sheet of smiley faces, half of them peeled away for some long-forgotten purpose. A holographic sticker of a dolphin leaping over waves. A worn sticker that said, "I voted," from an election they could barely remember. A mood ring, the band tarnished. The stone a murky gray-brown that refused to change no matter how long they held it between their fingers. Photographs with scalloped edges, printed from negatives at a drugstore. They flipped through them slowly. Friends whose names they still remembered, a few whose names had slipped away. A birthday party in someone's backyard. A road trip. Everyone piled into a car, making faces at the camera. A CD in a clear plastic case, the disc itself labeled in careful handwriting, "Mix for Future Me." They smiled at that, wondering what songs had made the cut, what soundtrack their younger self had chosen to send forward through time. And then, at the bottom of the box, beneath all the objects and talismans, were the letters. 4 of them, each folded and sealed with clear tape that had yellowed and become brittle. They were labeled in that same careful handwriting, numbered 1 through 4. They set the letters aside for a moment and simply looked at everything spread out around them, this small museum of a younger self, this archive of hopes and fears and silly passions. Their throat felt tight, and they realized their eyes were damp. Not sad exactly, something else. Something that felt like coming home after a very long journey. They picked up the first letter, the one marked with a careful 1 in the upper corner. The tape resisted as they peeled it away, then gave up with a soft tearing sound. They unfolded the paper notebook paper, the kind with 3 holes punched on the side and blue lines running across. The creases were deep, and the paper threatened to tear along them, so they opened it slowly, respectfully. The handwriting was theirs, but different. Rounder, more enthusiastic, with loops and flourishes they'd long since abandoned for something more efficient. The date at the top confirmed it. 20 years ago, almost to the day. "Dear future me," it began. "I'm writing this on the night before I seal the time capsule. I've been thinking a lot about who you'll be when you read this. I hope you're everything I want to be." They smiled at that, a little sadly, and kept reading. "Here are my life goals by age 40, or whatever age you are now. Get married to someone amazing, who really gets me. Have at least 2 kids, maybe 3. Own a home with a big backyard. Have the career I've been dreaming about. You know which one. Travel to at least 10 different countries. Be financially secure. No more worrying about money. Be happy and successful and have it all figured out. Still be close with my best friends. Be in the best shape of my life. Just generally be the person I know I can be." The list continued with a few more items, each one written with such certainty, such confidence that life would unfold in exactly this way if they just wanted it hard enough. They set the letter down in their lap and stared at it for a long moment. A complicated wash of feelings moved through them. Sadness, yes, but also something gentler. Some of these things had happened. They did have people in their life who loved them, though the configuration wasn't what they'd imagined. They did have meaningful work, though the path had been winding and the career had shape-shifted more times than they could count. They had traveled, though not to 10 countries, and the trips had been different than imagined, less glamorous, more real. And some things simply hadn't happened, or had happened and then unhappened, or had happened in ways so different from the plan that they barely resembled the dream. But here was the thing, the realization that settled over them like the snow settling outside. Their younger self didn't know what they know now. That person writing by lamplight with such earnest hope was doing their best with the information they had. The dreams were beautiful. They were beautiful, even if life had taken a different shape. Maybe especially because life had taken a different shape. They picked up the second letter, this one marked with a slightly wobbly 2, and began to peel away the tape. This one was older, the paper more aged, the handwriting even rounder and less controlled. They unfolded it carefully and immediately started laughing, a sound that felt startling in the quiet attic, but good, like opening a window. "Dear future me," this letter began. I am 12 years old, and I am making a lifelong commitment to becoming a professional pogo sticker. I have been practicing every single day, and I am getting so good. By the time you read this, I will be famous for pogo sticking. I will have my own line of pogo sticks, and maybe even a TV show. Please tell me you are still pogo sticking. If not, what happened? Did you give up on your dreams? Because I really hope you didn't. Pogo sticking is everything to me right now, and I can't imagine ever stopping. Signed, your 12-year-old self who is going to be famous. The laughter came harder now, genuine and full, echoing off the attic rafters. They could picture it so clearly themselves at 12, spending hours in the driveway, bouncing up and down on that ridiculous pogo stick, completely certain that this was it, this was the path, this was destiny. When was the last time they'd felt that kind of wild, absurd certainty about anything? They wiped at their eyes, which were now wet with tears of laughter, and held the letter to their chest for a moment. That 12-year-old had been so sure, so passionate, so beautifully, ridiculously confident that the world would recognize their pogo stick genius. Where had that confidence gone? Not the confidence about pogo sticking specifically. They could let that one go, but the confidence that it was okay to be passionate, to be silly, to throw yourself fully into something just because it brought you joy. They thought about their life now careful, measured, always aware of how things looked from the outside, always worried about being too much or not enough. When had they started living like that? When had the voice of enthusiasm been replaced by the voice of caution? The 12-year-old who wrote this letter wouldn't recognize that person, and maybe, just maybe, that was something worth thinking about. They set the letter aside gently and reached for the third one, marked with a careful 3. This one felt different in their hands, the paper slightly thicker, the folds more precise. They opened it slowly. At the top, in capital letters, it said, "Things I'm worried about." Their stomach did a small flip. Oh, this one. The list began immediately. No preamble, no greeting. Not getting into the right college, not being cool enough and everyone knowing it. Never finding love or someone who really sees me. Not making enough money and being poor forever. Disappointing everyone, my parents, my friends, myself being forgotten, not mattering, failing at everything important, being alone, not being smart enough, not being talented enough, not being enough, period. The list went on, each worry written in handwriting that got progressively tighter, more cramped, as if the anxiety itself was squeezing the words onto the page. They sat with the letter for a long time, reading through the list once, twice, 3 times, and slowly something shifted in their understanding. Almost all of these worries, these fears that had felt so mountainous, so impossible, had either not come true, or they had come true, and it had been survivable. They had gotten into a college, maybe not the right one according to some imaginary standard, but one that had shaped them, taught them, introduced them to people who'd changed their life. They had worried about being cool, and then they'd grown up and realized that coolness was a construct that dissolved the moment you stopped feeding it with your fear. They had worried about love, and yes, love had been complicated, but it had also been real. They had been seen, even if not always in the ways they'd expected. They had seen others. That mattered. Money had been tight sometimes, but they'd survived. They were surviving now. They had a roof, food, warmth. They had enough. And disappointing everyone? Well, they'd probably disappointed some people along the way. But they'd also made people proud, made people laugh, made people feel less alone. The ledger was more balanced than their younger self could have imagined. Being forgotten, they were still here. People still called them, still thought of them, still showed up. The tight knot of anxiety that had been preserved in this letter, like a pressed flower, suddenly seemed smaller, manageable. The wench, person who'd written this had been so scared, convinced that these worries would devour their future whole, and here they were, sitting in an attic on a snowy evening, reading about fears that had either dissolved or transformed into something much less terrible than imagined. Some of these fears still existed, of course. They weren't immune to worry now, but the worries had different shapes, different textures. And more importantly, they knew now what their younger self couldn't have known, that worrying about something didn't prevent it, but surviving something proved you were stronger than you'd thought. They wanted to reach back through time, to put a hand on that anxious younger person's shoulder and say, "You're going to be okay. Not perfect, not invincible, but okay." And okay is enough. There was one letter left, the fourth one. They picked it up, noticing that it was smaller than the others, folded into a tighter square. The tape here was different, too, clear tape, carefully placed at each corner, as if this one mattered most. They peeled the tape away, and it came off cleanly, leaving barely a mark. They unfolded the paper-heavy cardstock this time, not notebook paper. The kind of paper you used when you wanted something to last. The handwriting was careful, each letter formed with intention, not rushed or enthusiastic or cramped with anxiety. Just careful, present. It said, "Dear future me, I don't know who you are yet, but I hope you're still kind to yourself. That's the main thing I want to say. I hope you haven't forgotten how to be gentle. I hope you haven't spent all these years beating yourself up for not being perfect or not doing enough or not being enough. I hope you still believe you're enough. That's all. Just be kind to yourself." Love passed you. The tears came immediately, not slowly building but arriving all at once, spilling over and running down their cheeks before they could even think to stop them. These weren't sad tears, or at least not only sad. They were something deeper, more complicated, a grief for all the times they hadn't been kind to themselves, mixed with gratitude that their younger self had thought to ask for this one thing. Not success, not achievement, not perfection, just kindness, just gentleness. And they realized, sitting there in the amber light with tears on their face and old letters in their lap, that they hadn't been giving themselves that. They'd been harsh, critical, disappointed. They'd been measuring themselves against the list from the first letter, against all the ways life hadn't matched the plan, and finding themselves lacking. But their younger self hadn't asked them to be perfect, hadn't asked them to achieve every dream or become some idealized version of a human being. The only real request had been for self-compassion, and they'd been failing at that more than anything else. They set the letter down carefully, reverently, and looked at all the items spread around them on the attic floor, the bandana, the tickets, the mood ring, the photographs, the silly pogo stick commitment, the anxiety list, and this final letter asking for nothing but kindness. This was who they'd been. All of it. The dreamer, the worrier, the silly kid with absurd passions, the scared teenager, the hopeful young person sealing a box for a future they couldn't imagine. And this was who they were now. Someone who'd lived all the years between then and now, who'd survived the worries and adjusted the dreams and kept going, even when life took unexpected turns. They gathered the letters together and held them against their chest, feeling the paper crinkle slightly under the pressure. Then, slowly, they began to arrange all the items on the floor in front of them, not putting them back in the box yet, but laying them out in a kind of altar, a moment of honoring. The bandana here, the letters in the center, the photographs arranged around them like petals, the mood ring and the stickers and the ticket stubs all placed with care. They sat back and looked at the arrangement, this small museum of a younger self, and felt something shift inside them, not dramatically, not like a revelation with trumpets and light, just a shift, a quiet settling. They would live differently now, not by achieving more, not by checking more boxes or traveling to more places or becoming more successful by whatever metric their younger self had imagined, but by being kinder. They would speak to themselves the way they wished they could speak to that scared teenager with the anxiety list. They would honor the life they'd lived, even when it didn't match the plan. They would remember that survival itself was an accomplishment, that still being here, still trying, still hoping, that all of that mattered. They thought about the 12-year-old with a pogo stick and smiled. They would try to reclaim some of that, too. Not the pogo sticking specifically, but the permission to be enthusiastic, to be silly, to throw themselves into joy without constantly calculating whether it was appropriate or whether they'd be good enough at it. The snow outside had stopped, they realized. The world beyond the small attic window was still now, blanketed and quiet. They began to carefully gather the items, placing most of them back in the metal box. But a few things they kept out: the letter about kindness, definitely that one. The silly pogo stick commitment, because it made them laugh and laughter felt important. And one of the photographs, a candid shot of themselves at maybe 19 or 20, laughing at something off camera, eyes crinkled, completely unself-conscious. They folded the box closed, hearing the lid settle back into place with a soft click, and stood up slowly. Their knees protested a little, stiff from sitting cross-legged on the hard floor, and they steadied themselves with one hand against a nearby box. The attic felt different now. Still dusty, still full of forgotten things, but somehow less heavy. Or maybe they were less heavy. It was hard to tell the difference. They carried the box back to its place behind the yearbooks, settling it gently into position, but they kept the 3 items with them, tucked carefully under one arm as they made their way back to the attic stairs. The descent was slower than the climb up had been, each step careful and deliberate. The stairs folded back up with the same creaking protest they'd made on the way down, and then they were standing in the hallway again, the attic door closed above them, as if nothing had changed. But something had changed. They could feel it in their chest, in the way they were breathing, in the slight relaxation of muscles they hadn't realized they'd been holding tight. The house was still quiet, but it was a different kind of quiet now. Not empty, just peaceful. They made their way to the kitchen and put on water for more tea. While waiting for it to boil, they carefully placed the 3 items from the time capsule on the counter. The letter about kindness propped up against the backsplash, the pogo stick commitment folded beside it, the photograph leaning against a coffee mug. The kettle whistled softly, and they poured the water over a fresh tea bag, watching the color seep and spread through the clear water, turning it golden brown. They added honey, stirred it slowly, and carried the mug to the living room. The windows there looked out onto the street. onto the snow that blanketed everything in white. The street lamps were still casting their golden halos, and a few houses across the way had warm lights glowing in their windows. Someone was still awake out there, too, maybe also sitting by a window, maybe also thinking about time and memory and the strange journey of becoming yourself. They settled into the armchair by the window, tucking their feet up under them and wrapping both hands around the warm mug. The photograph from the time capsule was in their lap now, and they looked down at it, at their younger self, frozen mid-laugh, so unaware of all the years that were coming, all the ways life would twist and turn and ultimately deliver them here, to this quiet house, this snowy night, this moment of unexpected peace. They thought about the anxiety list and how much energy that younger person had spent on worrying. They thought about the life goals list and how some things had happened and some hadn't, and how that was just how life worked. They thought about the pogo stick letter and laughed again, softly this time, a small huff of affection for that confident 12-year-old. And they thought about the final letter, the one about kindness, and felt tears prick at their eyes again. "I'm doing my best," they whispered to the photograph, to their younger self. "I promise I'm doing my best." And that's enough. Outside, the sky was beginning to shift from black to the deep blue-gray that comes just before dawn. They hadn't realized they'd been in the attic so long that they'd spent the entire night with those letters and memories. But time had done what time does. It had passed, unconcerned with their awareness of it, and delivered them to morning. They sipped their tea and watched as the first light of day began to touch the snow, making it sparkle like someone had scattered diamonds across the entire world. The streets slowly came into focus, the shapes of parked cars emerging from the darkness, the outlines of trees becoming distinct, the individual houses taking on detail and color. It was going to be a new day, not dramatically different from yesterday, probably. They'd still have the same responsibilities, the same challenges, the same life that hadn't quite gone according to plan. But they'd also have this new understanding, this commitment to kindness, this reconnection with the part of themselves that still believed in possibility, even if the possibilities looked different now than they'd imagined 20 years ago. They picked up the letter about kindness from where they set it on the side table and read it again. "I hope you're still kind to yourself. I hope you haven't forgotten how to be gentle. I hope you still believe you're enough. I will be," they said aloud, their voice quiet but firm in the still house. "I will be kinder. I will be gentler. I will believe." It felt like a promise, like a vow to that younger self, yes, but also to themselves now, to the person they were still becoming with each passing day. The morning continued its slow arrival, light spreading across the snow-covered world like a benediction. They finished their tea, set the empty mug aside, and just sat there, watching the day begin, feeling the weight of the photograph in their lap and the weight of all those years between then and now. But it didn't feel heavy anymore. It felt like what it was, a life, lived with all its stumbles and surprises, its disappointments and unexpected joys. A life that was still unfolding, still writing itself, still full of moments like this one, quiet, introspective, touched with grace. Somewhere in the house, a clock chimed the hour, 6 o'clock. A new day officially arrived. They stood, stretching out the stiffness from sitting so long, and carried the photograph to the mantel in the living room. They propped it up against a candlestick, right where they'd see it every day, a reminder of who they'd been and who they were still learning to be. The pogo stick letter they folded carefully and tucked into their wallet. A small reminder that joy didn't have to look like success, that enthusiasm was its own reward. And the letter about kindness, that one they took to their bedroom and placed on their knitstand, right where they'd see it last thing before sleeping and first thing upon waking. 3 talismans from the past, but really 3 guideposts for moving forward. They thought about going back to bed for a few hours, but they felt strangely awake, alert in a way that didn't come from caffeine or stress, but from something deeper. Clarity, maybe, or peace. Instead, they made breakfast simple, nourishing, eggs and toast and a glass of orange juice. They ate slowly, savoring each bite, not rushing toward the next thing, but staying present with this thing, this moment, this meal. The day stretched ahead of them, full of ordinary tasks and small decisions. Nothing dramatic would happen, probably. No major revelations or life-changing events. Just a regular day in a life that hadn't gone according to plan, but was still, in its own way, exactly where it needed to be. And that was enough. They were enough. They had always been enough. It had just taken 20 years and a snowy evening in an attic to remember it. As they washed their breakfast dishes, sunlight streaming through the kitchen window and warming their hands in the soapy water, they thought about their younger self one more time. That person who'd so carefully sealed that box, who'd written those letters with such hope and fear and wild certainty. "Thank you," they whispered. "Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for asking me to be kind. I hear you, I see you, and I promise I'll do better." The words felt like a bridge spanning 20 years, connecting who they'd been with who they were, and creating space for who they might still become. The snow outside was beginning to melt slightly at the edges, dripping from roof eaves and sliding down window panes in thin rivulets. The world was waking up, returning to its regular rhythms. Soon the plows would come through, cars would start their engines, people would begin their days. But for now, in this small pocket of stillness between night and day, they stood at their kitchen sink and felt, for the first time in a very long time, at peace with themselves. The attic above them held its secrets and memories. The time capsule returned to its place behind the yearbooks. But the most important treasures had come down with them, not the objects themselves, but the understanding they'd brought. The recognition that they'd been carrying harshness for too long, and it was time to set it down. The permission to be human, to be imperfect, to be enough. They dried their hands on a dish towel and looked around their kitchen modest, a little cluttered, filled with the evidence of a life being lived. Not the kitchen from the list of dreams, maybe, but real and warm, and theirs. And that was a kind of success, too. A success that could not be measured by the standards of a younger self who didn't yet know what adulthood would actually feel like, what it would actually require, what it would actually offer. They had survived. They had made it here. They were still trying, still hoping, still capable of wonder and laughter and change. And their younger self, that person who'd written those letters with such vulnerable honesty, would be proud of that. Not because they'd checked every box or achieved every dream, but because they were still here, still showing up, still willing to be kind to themselves. That was the real accomplishment. That was the real goal all along. The morning was fully arrived now, the sun bright against the snow, the sky a brilliant blue that made everything feel possible again. They took one last look at the photograph on the mantel, their younger self, laughing, unsuspecting of all that was to come, and smiled. "We did okay," they said softly. "We're doing okay, and we're going to keep doing okay." It was a promise and a recognition and a release all at once. The day was waiting. The life was waiting. And they were ready to meet it not with perfect plans or rigid expectations, but with kindness and gentleness and the quiet knowledge that being enough was something they'd been all along. If this story resonated with you tonight, if it helped you find a moment of peace or reflection as you drift towards sleep, please consider showing your support with a like. And subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys into the landscapes of memory, connection, and the beautiful, imperfect art of being human. Sweet dreams, dear listener. May you be as kind to yourself as your younger self always hoped you would be. The Midnight Bakery, a cozy night shift bedtime story. The rain had started just after 10. A steady winter drizzle that turned the cobblestones dark and slick. By the time I pulled up to the bakery at 11, it had settled into that particular kind of persistence that promised to last until morning. I sat in my car for a moment, watching the water stream down the windshield, blurring the streetlights into soft yellow halos. The village was completely silent. Everyone else was home, tucked into warm beds, drifting into sleep. And here I was, about to begin. I grabbed my bag from the passenger seat, pulled my hood up, and made a run for it. The bakery door was old and heavy, painted a deep green that looked almost black in the darkness. My key turned in the lock with a satisfying click, and I pushed inside, shutting the weather out behind me. The silence inside was different from the silence outside. Outside, the world felt empty. Inside, it felt full of potential, of waiting, of the lingering presence of all the bread that had been made here before. The air smelled faintly sweet, a combination of yesterday's loaves and the sourdough starter that lived on the counter. I flipped the light switch, and the old fluorescent bulbs flickered to life, humming softly. I hung my wet coat on the hook by the door and stood there for a moment, letting my eyes adjust. The bakery looked exactly as I'd left it 8 hours ago. The wooden work table in the center worn smooth by decades of use. The massive oven against the far wall, its door scarred and blackened. The shelves lined with banneton baskets and linen cloths. The large window that looked out onto the empty street. Everything in its place. Everything ready. I rolled up my sleeves and washed my hands at the deep sink, the water running cold at first, then gradually warming. The pipes groaned gently, a sound I'd come to find comforting. I dried my hands on my apron and turned to face the counter where Fred lived. Fred was my sourdough starter, and he had been alive longer than I'd been working here. The previous baker had passed him down to me with explicit instructions. Feed him every day, keep him at room temperature, and for heaven's sake, don't let him get cold. Fred lived in a large glass jar with a cloth cover held on by a rubber band. Tonight, he was particularly active. Bubbles rose through the thick, creamy mixture, popping at the surface with tiny, indignant sounds. I know, I said softly, unscrewing the lid. You're hungry. Fred had a personality, or at least I'd given him one. He was demanding, temperamental, and absolutely essential. Without him, there would be no bread. He was the living heart of everything I made here. I'd learned to read his moods. When he was happy, he smelled pleasantly tangy, like yogurt and apples. When he was neglected, he developed a sharp acetone edge that made me feel guilty. Tonight, he smelled perfect, I measured out flour and water, combining them in a small bowl before adding them to Fred's jar. The flour was organic, stone ground, the kind that still had flecks of wheat bran in it. It felt slightly coarse between my fingers. The water was room temperature. Fred hated cold water. I stirred the mixture in slowly, using a wooden spoon, watching as the fresh food disappeared into his bubbly mass. "There you go," I murmured. "That should hold you." Fred's bubbles seemed to settle, becoming slower and more rhythmic. Satisfied, I covered him again and set him back in his spot. He'd work all night, the wild yeasts and bacteria in him consuming the flour and water, creating the carbon dioxide and acids that would leaven tomorrow's bread and give it that distinctive, complex flavor. Fred was my partner in this, my first companion of the night. The rain picked up outside, drumming harder against the windows. I looked at the clock, 11:20. Time to begin. I gathered my ingredients, laying them out on the work table with deliberate care. First, the flour. I hauled a 25-pound bag from the shelf, feeling its weight in my arms, and set it down with a soft thump. The bag was made of thick paper, slightly rough, with the mill's logo printed in faded blue ink. I used a scoop to measure flour into a large mixing bowl, watching as it tumbled out in soft white clouds. Each scoop sent up a little puff of flour dust that caught the light and drifted slowly down. Next, water. I filled a large measuring pitcher from the tap, adjusting the temperature until it ran lukewarm. Too hot would kill the yeast. Too cold would slow everything down. I learned to judge it by feel. It should be the same temperature as the inside of my wrist, like testing a baby's bottle. The water was clear and pure, drawn from the village well. It tasted faintly mineral, which I liked to think added character to the bread. Salt came next. I kept it in a ceramic jar of coarse sea salt that looked like tiny crystals. I measured it carefully. Too much would tighten the gluten too fast and kill the yeast. Too little and the bread would taste flat. I poured it into a small bowl and set it aside. Salt would go in later, after the flour and water had a chance to get acquainted. Finally, I measured out a portion of Fred, scooping the thick, elastic starter into a smaller bowl. He stretched as I scooped him, forming long, glossy strands. This was a good sign. It meant his gluten was well developed, his yeast active and strong. I'd use about 20% of the flour weight in starter, enough to give the bread its distinctive sour flavor and its ability to rise. I poured the water into the large bowl with the flour, then added Fred. Using a wooden spoon, I began to mix. At first it was easy. The spoon moved through the mixture without resistance. But as the flour hydrated, it became harder to stir. The dough grew shaggy and rough, clumping around the spoon, clinging to the sides of the bowl. I switched to my hand, plunging it into the mixture, feeling the cool wetness, the gritty flour, the sticky starter. I squeezed and folded, bringing it all together. After a few minutes, I added the salt, sprinkling it over the surface, and then kneading it in. The salt dissolved quickly, and I could feel the dough change under my hand. It became smoother, more cohesive. The gluten was beginning to form, long chains of protein that would trap the gas from the yeast and make the bread rise. When the dough had come together into a rough mass, I turned it out onto the work table. It landed with a heavy, satisfying thud. This was the part one loved most. The wooden table was cool and smooth under my palms. I'd floured it lightly, just enough to keep the dough from sticking, but not so much that it would dry out. The dough sat there in a lumpy heap, patient and waiting. I pressed my palms into it, feeling its coolness, its slight resistance. Then I began to knead, push forward with the heels of my hands, fold the far edge back toward me, turn the dough a quarter turn, repeat, push, fold, turn, push, fold, turn. The rhythm was immediate and hypnotic. My hands found it without thought. Muscle memory built from hundreds of nights just like this one. The dough began to change. With each push, I felt it stretch. With each fold, I felt it strengthen. The gluten strands were aligning, forming a network that would trap air and give the bread its structure. The sound was deeply satisfying. The heavy thump of dough hitting wood, the slight squeak as I pushed forward, the whisper of flour dusting across the table's surface. Outside, the rain continued its own rhythm, a counterpoint to my work. Inside, there was only this: my hands, the dough, the table. Nothing else mattered. I kneaded for 10 minutes, maybe 15. Time became elastic, stretching and compressing. My shoulders warmed with the effort. A light sheen of sweat formed on my forehead. The dough gradually transformed from a rough, sticky mass into something smooth and elastic. I could feel the change in texture. It became silky under my hands, no longer grabbing at my palms, but sliding smoothly. When I pressed into it, it pushed back gently, like something alive. I picked up the dough and stretched a small piece between my fingers, holding it up to the light. It formed a thin, translucent membrane, the window pane test, bakers called it. This meant the gluten was well developed. The dough was ready for its first rest. I shaped it into a rough ball and placed it in a large bowl, covering it with a damp cloth. It would rest here for 30 minutes, giving the gluten time to relax and the yeast time to wake up and begin its work. I washed my hands, scrubbing the dried bits of dough from between my fingers, and checked the clock. Midnight exactly. I walked to the back door and peered through its small window into the alley behind the bakery. The raccoon was back. He was at the dumpster, his small, dexterous hands working at the lock I'd installed last month. His fur was slick with rain, and he was completely focused on his task, manipulating the padlock with surprising precision. I watched him for a moment, impressed, despite myself. He'd been trying to break into that dumpster for weeks now. I had to admire his persistence. I tapped gently on the glass. The raccoon froze, his hand still on the lock, and turned to look at me. His eyes caught the light from the kitchen, reflecting it back in 2 bright points. We stared at each other for a long moment. Then, deliberately, he turned back to the lock and continued working on it. I laughed quietly. Stubborn little guy. There was something oddly companionable about this. Here we both were, working through the night while the rest of the village slept. He had his task. I had mine. We were both determined to see them through. I wondered if he'd ever succeed in opening that lock. Part of me hoped he would, just to see the satisfaction on his little masked face. I left him to his work and returned to the kitchen. The dough had been resting. Time for the next stage. I uncovered the bowl and looked at the dough. It had already begun to change, relaxing and spreading slightly in the bowl. I floured the table again and turned the dough out, feeling its weight in my hands. It was warmer now, heated by the fermentation happening inside it. Millions of yeast cells were consuming the sugars in the flour, producing carbon dioxide and alcohol. transforming this simple mixture into something greater than the sum of its parts. I needed to divide the dough into loaves. I'd make 6 large rounds tonight, enough to fill the morning case and have a few extra for the afternoon. Using a metal bench scraper, I cut the dough into 6 equal portions, weighing each one to make sure they were even. Each piece was about 2 pounds, enough for a substantial loaf. Now came the shaping, and this required a different kind of attention. I took the first portion and began working it with my hands, folding the edges into the center, creating tension on the surface. This tension was crucial. It would help the bread hold its shape as it rose and baked. I worked carefully, methodically, turning the dough as I folded, feeling the resistance build under my palms. When the top was smooth and taut, I flipped it over and used a cupped hand to rotate it against the table, around and around, tightening the surface even more. The dough moved smoothly under my hand, developing a kind of skin. When it felt right, and this was something I knew by feel, not by sight, I set it aside and moved to the next portion. I shaped all 6 loaves this way, working quietly, focusing on the feeling of the dough. Each one was slightly different. One was a little softer, another a little firmer. I adjusted my technique for each, giving them what they needed. By the time I finished, my hands ached pleasantly, and the loaves sat in a neat row on the table, each one perfect in its own way. I'd prepared the banneton baskets earlier, lining them with linen cloths and dusting the cloths heavily with flour. Now I placed each loaf into its basket, seam side up, and covered them with more cloth. They'd proof here for the next few hours, slowly rising as the yeast continued to work. By 4 in the morning, they'd be ready for the oven. With the loaves proofing, I turned my attention to the ovens. I had 2 of them, both massive, both older than I was. They were temperamental and required constant adjustment, but when they were working properly, they produced the best bread I'd ever made. I checked the thermometers, adjusted the gas, and positioned the racks exactly where I wanted them. The ovens began to warm, ticking and groaning as the metal expanded. The kitchen was getting warmer now. The ovens radiated heat. The fermentation process in the dough generated its own warmth, and even Fred on his counter was contributing, his metabolism running hot as he digested his midnight meal. I rolled up my sleeves further and wiped my forehead with the back of my hand. It was 1 in the morning. I had 3 hours before I needed to bake. I made myself a cup of tea. The electric kettle hissed and clicked off. I poured the boiling water over a tea bag in my favorite mug, the one with the chipped handle that I'd been meaning to replace for months but never did. The tea was chamomile, which seemed appropriate for the middle of the night. I added a little honey and stirred, watching the golden sweetness spiral down and disappear. I carried my mug to the old wooden chair by the front window and sat down, curling my hands around the warm ceramic. Outside, the rain had settled into a gentle, steady patter. The street lights created small pools of yellow light on the wet cobblestones. The village square was empty, the shops dark, the houses silent. Somewhere up the hill, a dog barked once, then stopped. This was my favorite part of the night, this quiet in-between time when the work was temporarily done and I could simply be still. I thought about the people who would eat this bread. I knew most of them, though not in the usual way. I knew Mrs. Brennan would come in at 6:30 and buy 2 baguettes, one for her breakfast and one to freeze. I knew the Hoffmans would send their teenage son in at 7 for a large round loaf, which they'd use for sandwiches throughout the week. I knew old Mr. Chun came in every single morning at 6:15, bought a small roll, and sat on the bench outside to eat it while he watched the sunrise. I knew them by their bread, by their routines, by the small patterns that structured their days. I was part of those patterns, though they probably didn't think about it that way. They came in, bought their bread, and went about their lives. They didn't see the work that happened here in the darkness. They didn't know about Fred or the raccoon or the way my hands cramped after kneading, or the particular satisfaction I felt when a loaf came out of the oven with a perfect crust. And that was okay. That was how it should be. The work I did here mattered precisely because no one saw it. I made the morning easier for everyone. I made sure that when they walked through that door, there would be fresh bread waiting warm, fragrant, nourishing. That was my job. That was my purpose. I thought about the nurse who sometimes came in after her night shift at the hospital. She always looked exhausted, her eyes shadowed, her shoulders tight with stress. She'd buy a loaf, and sometimes she'd just stand there for a moment, holding it, absorbing its warmth. I'd seen her expression soften, seen the tension ease just slightly. That loaf of bread, still warm from the oven, was maybe the first good thing that had happened to her in 12 hours. That mattered. I sipped my tea and watched the rain. The village slept. The bread rose, and I sat here in between, tending to the small but essential work of feeding people. At 4 a.m, I checked the loaves. I gently pressed a fingertip into one of them, and the dough sprang back slowly, leaving a slight indentation. Perfect. They were proofed and ready to bake. I prepared my scoring tools, a lame, which was essentially a razor blade mounted on a handle, and a small bowl of water to rinse it between cuts. Scoring was an art. The cuts I made in the top of each loaf would control how it expanded in the oven, creating the distinctive pattern that made each loaf beautiful and unique. I took the first loaf from its basket, turning it carefully onto a floured peel, a flat wooden paddle used for sliding bread into the oven. The loaf settled onto the peel, its surface smooth and pale. I held the lame at a shallow angle and made 3 quick, decisive cuts across the top, each one about half an inch deep. The blade sliced through the dough cleanly, and the cuts opened slightly, revealing the paler interior. I scored all 6 loaves, giving each one a simple pattern, 3 parallel lines. Some bakers got fancy with their scoring, creating intricate designs, but I preferred simplicity. These cuts were functional, not decorative. They allowed the bread to expand without tearing randomly. The ovens were at temperature now, radiating fierce heat. I opened the door of the first oven and slid the peel inside, giving it a quick jerk to release the loaves onto the hot baking stone. I repeated this with the second oven. The loaves sat there for a moment, pale and vulnerable. Then I closed the doors and set my timer. Now came the transformation. Through the oven windows, I could see the loaves begin to change almost immediately. The heat caused the yeast to have one final burst of activity before it died, producing a surge of carbon dioxide that made the loaves expand dramatically. This was called oven spring, and it was magical to watch. The cuts I'd made opened wide, forming ears and ridges. The surface began to color, going from pale cream to light gold. The kitchen filled with the scent of baking bread. It was impossible to describe this smell to someone who'd never experienced it. It was yeasty and warm, with undertones of caramelization, and a faint nuttiness from the whole grain flour. It was the smell of home, of comfort, of safety. It was the smell that made people stop on the sidewalk and breathe deeply, that made them smile without quite knowing why. I watched through the window as the crusts darkened, going from gold to deep amber. The Maillard reaction was happening on the surface, the same chemical process that browns meat and toast, creating hundreds of complex flavor compounds. The loaves were singing now. I could hear the faint crackle and pop as the crust formed and hardened. 20 minutes, 25, 30. I knew the timing by instinct, but I also checked by eye. When the crust was the color of a chestnut shell, when the ears were dark and crispy, when the entire bakery smelled like heaven, they were ready. I opened the ovens and slid the peel under the first loaf, lifting it out carefully. It was hot, dangerously hot, and surprisingly light. Most of its weight was now air, trapped in thousands of tiny bubbles throughout its structure. I set it on a wire cooling rack, and immediately it began to sing. The singing of bread is real. As the crust cools and contracts while the interior remains hot and expanded, the crust cracks in thousands of tiny places, creating a sound like gentle static, like distant rain, like whispered conversation. I listened to it as I removed the rest of the loaves, setting each one on its own rack. 6 perfect loaves, all singing together. I checked each one, tapping the bottom to hear the hollow sound that indicated proper baking, examining the color of the crust, looking at how the scoring had opened. Everything was exactly right. It was 5:30 in the morning. Outside, the rain had finally stopped. The sky was beginning to lighten. Not quite dawn, but no longer full night. The village would wake soon. I cleaned the kitchen as the loaves cooled, washing bowls and utensils, wiping down the work table, sweeping flour from the floor. Fred got his morning feeding. He'd be fine now until evening. The raccoon had apparently given up on the dumpster. The alley was empty. Everything was in order. At 6 o'clock exactly, I unlocked the front door and flipped the sign from closed to open. The street was still quiet, but there was a different quality to the silence now. It was expectant waiting. People would be waking up, starting their days, thinking about breakfast. I arranged the loaves in the window display, each one still warm, their crusts gleaming in the early light. They looked beautiful, and I felt a surge of pride. This was my work. This was what I'd made with my hands through the long night. While everyone else slept, I didn't have to wait long. At 6:05, I heard footsteps on the cobblestones. The door opened, bells jingling, and the nurse walked in. She was in her scrubs, her hair pulled back in a messy ponytail, and she looked absolutely exhausted. Her eyes had that particular hollow look that comes from 12 hours of dealing with emergencies, difficult patients, and impossible choices. Her shoulders were slumped, and she moved with the heavy slowness of someone running on fumes. "Good morning," I said softly. She managed a tired smile. "Morning. Just finished my shift." "Long night?" "You have no idea." She looked at the loaves in the window, and something in her expression shifted. "Is that bread fresh?" "Just came out of the oven 20 minutes ago. Still warm. I'll take one." "The big round one." I selected the loaf she'd pointed to and wrapped it carefully in brown paper, folding the ends just so. The loaf was still warm enough that I could feel its heat through the paper. I handed it to her, and she took it with both hands. She stood there for a moment, just holding it. The warmth seeped into her palms. She brought it close to her face and breathed in deeply, closing her eyes. When she opened them again, they looked different, softer, less haunted. "Thank you," she said, and her voice was thick with emotion. "You have no idea how much I needed this. I did know, though. That was exactly why I did this." She paid, tucked the loaf under her arm, and headed for the door. Through the window, I watched her walk across the square. She stopped on the sidewalk, tore off a piece of crust, and ate it right there. Even from inside, I could see her expression change. Her shoulders relaxed, her posture straightened. She chewed slowly, savoring it, and for just a moment she looked at peace. Then she continued on her way, heading home to whatever rest she could grab before her next shift. But she was different now. That loaf of bread, that simple combination of flour, water, salt, and thyme, had changed something for her. It had given her a moment of comfort, of warmth, of normalness, in what had probably been a very difficult night. I watched until she disappeared around the corner, then turned back to the bakery. The morning light was streaming through the windows now, illuminating the remaining loaves, making their crusts glow golden. Mr. Chung would be here in 10 minutes for his roll. After him would come Mrs. Brennan, then the Hoffmans, then the steady stream of morning customers who relied on this place, on this bread, on the work I did while they slept. I thought about the hours I'd just spent, the kneading, the shaping, the waiting, the watching. I thought about Fred, bubbling contentedly on his counter. I thought about the raccoon, still trying to solve his puzzle. I thought about the rain and the darkness and the quiet. No one had seen any of it. No one knew the care that went into each loaf, the attention to temperature and timing, the way I listened to the dough to know what it needed. They didn't need to know. The bread itself was enough, the way it tasted, the way it smelled, the way it made them feel when they held it warm in their hands. The most important work often happens when no one is watching. It happens in the quiet hours, in the darkness when the world sleeps and dreams. It happens in bakeries and hospitals, in fire stations and dispatch centers, in all the places where people work through the night to make sure that morning comes with bread and safety and light. I thought about all the invisible work that keeps the world turning. The people who clean office buildings at midnight, who plow roads during snowstorms, who monitor power grids and water systems, and 1,000 other essential services that no one thinks about until they fail. We were all connected, all working in the darkness, all contributing to the fabric of daily life. And that was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. The door opened again, and Mr. Chun shuffled in, right on time. "Good morning," he said cheerfully. "Smells wonderful in here today." "Every day," I replied, smiling. Every single day, I reached for his roll, still warm from the oven, and wrapped it carefully. Outside, the sun was rising over the village, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The day was beginning. The bread was ready, and I had done my part to make the morning a little bit easier, a little bit warmer, a little bit better. That was my work. That was my purpose. And standing there in my bakery, watching Mr. Chun's face light up as he accepted his warm roll, I felt a deep and quiet satisfaction settle into my bones. This was exactly where I was meant to be. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys.